Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Quirkless Deku Becomes YouTuber. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bang! Izuku didn't flinch. His analysis notebook was thrown from the window. He didn't turn away. The hand on his shoulder burned through his uniform in seconds. The edges smoked. He held back a whimper as he felt the flesh on his shoulder beginning to burn with it. Not a sound escaped from his mouth as he stared at his childhood friend, his eyes wide with fear and shining with tears. Why don't you just pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof? His eyes only widened at Bakugo's back as he walked away, followed by his jeering gang. It wasn't like it was the first time he'd been told to kill himself. It had happened before countless times. People had left red spider lilies on his desk. They'd scratched enough threatening messages onto his things for his teachers to bother getting him a new desk and move his locker. It hasn't mattered. He'd only had a clean desk for a day. It has even been told to his face. At this point, Izuku had been told to kill himself more times than he could count. Safe to say he was numb to it at this point. This time, though, was different. Different because Kaken was saying it. Kaken had never joined in when that taunt was thrown around. Now he had said it himself. Simple as that. Coming from his childhood friend seemed more impactful in a way. It was like it solidified the claim that everyone here hated him. It almost surprised him that he hadn't accepted it before. They'd made it obvious after all. Izuku sighed, fishing his notebook out of the koi pond. Idly he wondered what was the point in saving it. Anything inside would have been ruined anyway. Maybe he could salvage something. Would there really be a point in trying? Regardless, he'd shaken the majority of the water off and put the notebook back into his backpack. He'd take it home and dry it off later. Trudging through the nearly deserted streets of Musutafu, Izuku finally allowed himself to think about what Kaken had said. He couldn't go through with it. Kaken would get in all sorts of trouble if he did the baiting after all. There was also his mum. She was the only person who'd ever been on his side. He couldn't do that to her. At the same time, it wasn't like he hadn't considered going through with it. In fact, he thought a whole lot about going through with it, even before Kaken said anything. With all the taunts, it really couldn't be helped that the thought crossed his mind. Besides, everyone would be so much happier if he was gone. Most of them had said so themselves. He walked home, the same way he always did. It was like none of that had even happened. The only difference was the still smoldering hole in his uniform, but that wasn't exactly unusual either. The walk home was so familiar that he allowed his mind to wander with no issue. Would Kaken feel guilty if he did jump? Would he regret saying what he did? Would his childhood friend miss him? Izuku doubted it. Kaken didn't give two cents about him. He had made that clear the day Izuku told him he was quirkless. That was the first of many times he'd been beaten into the ground by his so-called friend, lost in the memory. He didn't notice the cover of a manhole he'd just walked past pop off. He didn't hear it clatter to the ground nearby, and he definitely didn't hear an oozing mass of sludge ascend from the sewers. He didn't notice the villain behind him until the sludge was wrapping him up. The thick liquid stuck to his clothes and made it hard to move. It had trapped him before he could scream. When he tried it, forced the sludge down his throat. Izuku let out a muffled yell as he felt the sludge ooze into his lungs. He couldn't breathe. He could feel his throat burning. His vision blurred as he tried to struggle, to rip the villain off of him, to free himself. He kicked out, trying to get away. Eventually, he began to tire out, and the sludge monster let out an inhuman laugh. Izuku was going to die. He was going to suffocate. Well, at least Kaken and the others would get what they wanted. I am here. Izuku passed out. Izuku woke up to a repetitive tapping on the side of his face. Immediately, he'd turned to the side and coughed up the vile liquid, coughing until his throat was sore and then vomiting for good measure. Finally, when he could only taste the stuff in his mouth, he wiped his face with his sleeve and finally took a deep breath. He was alive. Thank goodness you're okay, kid. Ultimately, Izuku was pretty sure what he was right now was pretty far from okay. Injured, yes. Tired, yes. Traumatized because he almost died. Almost definitely. Okay, no. But he couldn't argue with All Might, so he had to be okay. Wait. Jolting, Izuku turned to face his savior with wide eyes. He was their All Might in the flesh. Izuku found energy he didn't know he had as he frantically began searching for his notebook. Don't worry, kid. I already took the liberty of signing your notebook, All Might said in his usual booming voice that Izuku had heard so many times on television. He was holding up the notebook to show a double-page spread with his hero's signature scrawled across it. Somehow he felt different in person. Izuku grabbed his notebook, quickly making sure the hero hadn't written on an important page, and then mentally vowed to treasure the page forever. Now I must follow up with the authorities. Thanks, kid, All Might yelled. Izuku jumped. The hero was going to leave already, but he still wanted to ask, needed to ask. He needed to know if someone like him could be a hero. Wait. All Might, I need. Sorry, kid. A pro not only battles villains, but time as well. All Might told him, preparing to jump. Izuku didn't think before leaping forward and grabbing onto the hero's leg only moments before he left the ground. Maybe he should have. Okay kid, just bang on this door and I'm sure someone will let you in. Wait, Izuku cried as All Might prepared to leave him on a rooftop. I cannot wait, even without a quirk. Can I still be a hero? Izuku asked, tears he had been trying to suppress all afternoon beginning to cloud his vision. Can someone with no power hope to be someone like you? All Might faltered, and then he deflated. After a lengthy explanation that All Might had hoped he could avoid, Izuku had been finally convinced that he wasn't some imposter. Now, can someone without a quirk become a hero? All Might said. His voice seemed more downcast, somehow more real than the booming voice he'd been using before. Izuku looked up again. He was finally going to get an answer. No, they can't. It would be far too dangerous. You saw what a villain could do to even me. With no quirk to level the playing field, it would be impossible for someone without a quirk to become a hero. You'd be killed almost instantly. Izuku could do nothing but stare. If you really want to help people, though, there are other things you could do instead, like become a policeman or join the fire service, maybe become a doctor. Izuku said nothing. The hero probably felt like he was being reassuring. In reality, all he was doing was crushing one of the few things Izuku held onto into a million tiny pieces. It's okay to have dreams, kid. Just make sure they're realistic, achievable. Izuku could barely manage a nod, focusing most of his energy on not bursting into tears right then and there. All Might nodded firmly back at him. I really have to get that villain to the authorities. Bye, kid. And then he left Izuku there, on the rooftop alone. He almost laughed. Less than an hour ago, he'd been told by his childhood friend to jump off a building. Now here he was, on a roof with no one around to stop him just after his dreams had been crushed by the one person he had looked up to and admired since before he could remember. Instead, he just cried. Izuku let out everything he'd been holding in. He sobbed and sobbed until he could face the things he'd been scared to think and then sobbed some more. It was really hard to believe. The poster that said anyone can be a hero, that hung in his room, told lies. The hero himself didn't believe the message he spread throughout the nation. The hero had been his idol, his only hope. When everyone in his life told him he couldn't be a hero, he'd look to that poster and think, hey, at least one person believes in me. Now he knew that was fake too. He had nothing to hold on to now. No one thought he could be a hero. There was no point chasing an impossible dream, so he let it go. It was hard to tell amidst the tears when he'd come to the conclusion, but by the time he was done he knew the shattered pieces of his dream had left him. Izuku cried until he was a shaking ball on the roof of this random building. Cried over his injuries, cried over the taunts, cried over the loss of a dream. He cried until a kind woman found him, slightly hysterical, on the rooftop. She had brought him downstairs, to her apartment, sat him down on a comfortable sofa and given him a pillow that he'd immediately clutched as though it was a lifeline without even realizing it. He wasn't even entirely sure how he'd gotten there. It was just where he was now and his brain seemed to accept that. A plate of biscuits had been placed on the glass coffee table and a cup of sweet tea was placed in his shaking hands to calm him down until he was breathing normally again. The tea was amazing. It had nicely soothed his burning throat. Hey kid, she said to him, announcing herself before sitting down next to the boy she'd brought down from the roof. Can you tell me what you were doing up there on the roof? Izuku stared down at his hands, clasped around the teacup. His vision blurred with new tears again. He hadn't realized they'd escaped his eyes until one splashed into the teacup. He wiped at his face with his sleeve as he aggressively pushed back the tears. He took a moment to look around the apartment. It was well lived in. There were many pictures of what Izuku could only assume was the family living here, 2 women, obviously together, and a younger boy, presumably their son. I am fine, he said weakly. Don't worry about me. Hey, I found you bawling your eyes out on the roof of our apartment building. She replied with a sigh. You're not fine, that's obvious. If you don't want to talk, it's fine. But don't lie about your feelings. My wife's a therapist. I've learned a good thing or two. I wasn't going to, Izuku said quietly, causing a confused look to cross the woman's face. Jump, Izuku clarified. I wasn't going to jump if that's what you're thinking. You don't need to worry about me. Oh, you poor kid. She gasped. Hold on, you should have a biscuit. They're chocolate chip. My wife made them, they're delicious. Silently, Izuku reached over and took a biscuit from the plate. He allowed himself a small smile as he bit into it. Maybe she really did care. He was sure she wouldn't bother with trying to cheer him up if she knew about his lack of a quirk. At least the biscuit was as good as she said. You don't have to tell me anything, she said. Izuku's head snapped up to face her. If you just want to sit here for a while, I'm fine with that. If you want to go, that's fine too, but please talk to someone about whatever it is troubling you. Are you sure? It feels like I'm intruding, Izuku whispered. You aren't intruding, kid. If I didn't want you here, I wouldn't have brought you in the first place, she reassured, sitting back down next to him and taking a cookie for herself. Feel free to take as many as you want. What's your quirk? Izuku asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over them for the past 5 minutes. Part of him trying to relieve the tense silence. The other part was simply curious. Oh, it's really not that interesting, she admitted. My skin is a lot more resilient than normal people's. That is interesting. It's really cool. Does it make it harder for you to injure yourself? Does it mean you're more resistant to things like diseases as well? Izuku stopped himself, realizing that he was about to go off on a tangent, something that Kaken would always get annoyed at. Sorry, I started rambling. She just laughed, waving off his apology. Don't worry about it, I don't mind. About 10 minutes of small talk and quiet conversation later, the woman never pushing him and never getting annoyed. The front door of the apartment opened and in came a boy, about Izuku's age, with floppy black hair. Izuku guessed he was the boy from the pictures, the woman's son. Hey mum, I'm home. Who's that? He asked, looking at Izuku. There was nothing but confusion in his voice, but still Izuku tensed up. Worry flooded his thoughts. What if this boy went to his middle school? What if he was one of the bullies? What if he knew Izuku? What if, hey Ajiro, come have a cookie? The woman grinned, waving him over. This is what's your name? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Izuku Midoriya. And nice to meet you. Izuku managed to squeak out, pushing his worries aside. Surely he couldn't be a bad person with a parent like her. He's a little shy, she smiled sadly, and upset. I've been trying to cheer him up. Midoriya, this is my son. I'm Ajiro Kiroshima. That's my mom. Nice to meet you too. The other boy grinned, showing pointed teeth. Izuku allowed himself a nervous smile. You owe my Shijigo. Thank you for everything. It's just my mom. My mom is probably worried about me. Tell your wife her cookies are amazing. Izuku rambled, standing abruptly and grabbing his bag. The boy's arrival had spiked his anxiety. He didn't want to stay here. Thank you. Just remember you're always welcome here if you need anything. The woman called. He waved to her and her son, then slipped out of the door, closing it quietly behind him before sprinting for the staircase. As Izuku walked home, the events of the day began to take their toll on him. The tea and cookies had definitely given him an energy boost. But now he felt like all he wanted was to collapse on his bed and sleep for a year. That afternoon had been eventful. So much had happened and it left him feeling more drained than anything else. He decided to check his phone as he went. A villain attack had made the headlines. Izuku brushed it off, unable to find it in himself to care. Suddenly though, his eyes were drawn back to it when he realized something was off. Isn't that the villain All Might saved me from? The one he captured? Looking closer at the picture attached with the article, he realized that the boy that the villain was attacking was scarily familiar. Kaken. Izuku stopped, leaning against a lamp post to read the article, his attention now captivated. Is Kaken okay? How did the villain escape All Might? What happened? It turns out that All Might had arrived just in time to save him. Everything was okay. Was it his fault? The thought hit him like a brick. It was, wasn't it? All Might must have dropped the villain when Izuku grabbed onto him. He had wasted the hero's time, so he couldn't have acted sooner. Kaken could have died and it was all his fault. Fresh tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he continued his journey home. Head down, lost in thoughts. He had just about managed to compose himself by the time he reached his apartment. His mom hadn't suspected anything was wrong when he told her he'd been out with a new friend. She didn't question him when he said he wanted to go to bed early. Izuku stared at his room. Everywhere he looked, All Might was staring back at him. The posters, the figurines, the onesies hanging in his closet, the stickers, every inch of his room was covered with the hero. Before today they could comfort him. All Might was his motivation to keep going, to keep being a hero. It would be impossible for someone without a quirk to become a hero. The words his idol had spoken to him earlier that day bounced around his head. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes again as he pushed the thoughts away. Instead, Izuku settled for collapsing on his bed. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow. The next day was a Saturday. Saturdays meant no school, first and foremost. It meant he had a day free of torment and injuries. Saturdays were one of the only 2 days that didn't seem to be out to get him. Even better, his mom was working. Out of the house, Izuku had the day to himself. He could do what he wanted without being asked questions. He loved his mom, but sometimes it was nice to be alone. The morning had been spent ridding his room of All Might. He'd taken down all of his All Might posters and packed them nearly into boxes. He'd replaced his duvet cover with a plain dark green one he'd found in the storage cupboard. He'd cleared away a lot of the All Might figurines. He had peeled a lot of the All Might stickers off where he could and cleaned up the spots they'd left. The All Might themed curtains were unhooked from their railing and neatly folded. The rug was rolled. He'd packed up his limited edition hoodies and clothes. The merchandise had been replaced with what little he currently had of other heroes. There was a Wild Pussycats poster he'd gotten from a convention years ago that had all 4 members' signatures, and a poster for Present Mike's radio show. A couple of figurines now replaced the many he'd had on his shelves. One of Gang Orca and another of Ryukyu, a few more of lesser-known heroes. Nowhere near as many as he'd had of All Might. Looking over the 6 boxes of All Might-themed things, he considered throwing them all away there and then. The only thing that stopped him was the fact that he'd spent so much money on all this. All this crap would probably be an environmental hazard if he threw it away anyway. The conclusion he came to after a short while was that he'd sell as much of it as he could. He'd probably make a fortune from it. Besides, it would definitely make some other people happy. He'd have to work through it later though, so for now he just pushed the boxes under his bed. Looking around his room, it was almost like it was new. It looked almost like he'd never been there. It looked empty. Izuku sighed. He really didn't like the lack of merchandise. But it was definitely better than them being there. Maybe he could buy a few posters of other heroes. Thinking about it, he wasn't sure why he'd been so fixated on All Might. Seeing his room so empty made him realize how much he'd put the guy on a pedestal. There were so many other cool heroes out there that were worth his appreciation too. After a quick look through the internet, he'd selected a bunch of posters and figurines and other such merchandise from some heroes' official stores and quickly ordered them all. Afterwards, he realized that despite the work he'd done in his room, it was only noon. Izuku sighed, grabbing some lunch for himself and deciding on a whim to head out of the apartment for a simple walk, a bit of fresh air. Maybe he could spend the time trying to come up with something to do. He had barely gotten to the corner of the street before an idea hit him like a brick, or maybe more like the YouTube ad did, the piece of paper having blown straight into his face. What if Izuku made a YouTube channel? His brain buzzed with the thoughts as he continued his walk. It would be an outlet for all his thoughts, meaning maybe he'd mutter last. Maybe he could even help out some people who are struggling with quirks, or even aid pro heroes with improving their own quirks and fighting styles. And he'd be able to use his analysis since he wouldn't be using it for heroics anymore. Shaking his head, Izuku turned around to head back to the apartment, making a quick stop at a convenience store to buy himself a new notebook as well as some basic craft supplies. He'd need a way to hide his identity after all. During the walk back, Izuku began to worry. As much as he tried to push the thoughts out of his mind, they continued to come back. I'm not a quirk specialist. What if the channel gets taken down? What if someone from school recognizes me? What if a hero doesn't like what I say and sends their legal team after me? What if? Izuku shut down the spiral. He had already accepted he wouldn't get many subs and views. There were so many better people out there, so why would they choose to watch him? Despite that, he still wanted to go through with this idea. For himself if no one else. Grinning, Izuku held up the finished product to the light. He had carefully designed a mask, using what materials he had around. Sitting at his desk with a glue gun surrounded by cut pieces of fabric and other such crafty materials, Izuku finally had a final product. The mask had a somewhat simple pattern, since Izuku wasn't experienced in design, but it covered his face fine. It was similar in style to a traditional masquerade mask, though it covered a little more of his face and pushed back his hair at the side. He decided on a vague leaf pattern, multiple green leaf shapes fanning out from the bridge of his neos. It matched his hair, for one, as well as the fact that leaves symbolized revival and hope. Izuku had decided that had reflected his goals pretty well. He wanted a new dream. This was a new start, a second try, a more realistic dream. He put on one of his favorite hoodies, a dark green one, along with the mask, and pulled the hood up. He smiled at his reflection. Other than a small bit of green hair poking out at the front, he believed that he was pretty much unrecognizable by looks. Perfect. With his outfit picked out, he pulled out the new notebook and opened it to the first page, quickly jotting down a title. Number 1 first video. The title wasn't important. He'd come up with it later. His mind wondered, what would he call his channel? He'd have to think hard about that one. It was almost like a hero name in a sense. The name of his channel would be what everyone will call him if he ever gains a following. He needed to come up with something good. His mind was cast back to his childhood, when he had come up with All Might-scented hero names. TCH, I was stupid back then, wasn't I? Leaning back in his chair, the end of the pen grinding between his teeth, Izuku began to think seriously. What if I just called myself Hero Stalker Fanboy or something else stupid? Well, maybe he wasn't totally thinking seriously. Another 20 minutes later, he decided to put that off as well for now and just begin writing the script for his first video, making sure to keep it vague enough that it allowed him to use his own words, but still kept him on track. He really didn't want to go off on a mumbling tangent. His mom had come home while he was working on writing a rough script for the first video he planned to make, one analyzing Kamui Woods, who he'd seen in action just the morning before. She'd peeked into his room, silently noting the drastic change in decor that had appeared over the day. She noticed him hard at work and assumed he was busy doing homework or his analysis, and decided to leave him until dinner. So, what have you been up to today, Izuku? Where did all your All Might stuff go? Inko asked him curiously as they sat together at the table in their apartment. It's all under my bed. I was thinking of selling it and getting some new posters. I just thought it was time for a change, that's all. Izuku told her, a lovely bright smile on his face. Somehow Inko could tell that it didn't quite reach his eyes. She knew her son was lying. Really? But you've always been a huge fan of All Might. This seems like such a sudden change. Did something happen? Inko asked, looking worriedly at her son. She knew he hid some things from her. She'd seen the burns and bruises he'd come home from school with sometimes. But when she asked him about it, he'd close off and refused to tell her. She knew pushing would only make it worse, so she left it alone. But this was definitely new. Inko was worried something bad had happened. "It's really nothing, Mom," Izuku said, keeping the smile on his face. "I just thought maybe I should look into some other heroes." Inko sighed. He wasn't going to tell her then. Maybe if she asked something else she could get a proper conversation going. "So what else have you done today?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Maybe he'd tell her that. Izuku visibly lit up. "I had a new idea. I thought maybe instead of being a hero I could focus on my analysis to help people. So I thought maybe if I started a YouTube channel where I could share my analysis." He looked at her hopefully, watching for her reaction to his new master plan that he'd spent all afternoon on. Inko knew she could shut down this new bright idea with just one word. She knew that he would give it up if she asked. But Inko didn't want to do that. She smiled. "That sounds like a great idea, Izuku." Inko cheered, clapping her hands happily. "You have my full support." She watched as relief flooded her son's face. "Thanks, Mum." He grinned, a genuine smile for once. "I hoped you would. Does this mean you don't want to go to UA anymore either?" Inko asked somewhat carefully. She didn't want her son to think that that was all she wanted out of this. She wanted him to make his own choices, but "I didn't even think about that," Izuku said thoughtfully. "I still want to go maybe. I don't really know. I'll think about it. I'm not going to try for the hero course anymore. I don't think I can be a hero." "Oh, baby," Inko sighed. "Just know that I'll support you no matter what you choose to do, okay?" That night Izuku thought about it as he tried to sleep. He had finished his first script that evening after dinner. He planned to record the video tomorrow once he'd thought of the channel name and gotten everything ready, of course. But his mum's question hadn't left his mind. Did he still want to go to UA? Of course, Izuku knew the school had other courses as well as the hero ones. There was support, business, and general studies. He'd wanted to go to the school since he knew it existed. He wasn't naive enough to believe it was just a hero school. He supposed he could maybe go for the support or business courses, but they didn't really offer what he wanted. Besides, he would rather be a hero than a businessman, and he doubted he'd be great with inventing support tech. Maybe he could do general studies. The course was often frowned upon simply because it wasn't specialized. It was basically a normal high school course, but he'd be taught by pro heroes. Plus, he might get to meet the hero course students and take part in the sports festival. Maybe it wasn't a normal high school course, but it was the closest UA had. Izuku grabbed his laptop, navigating the browser to UAS website and looking over the courses, clicking on the Gen Ed course. The entrance requirements were almost trivial, scoring within the top 50 participants on a written exam. The other 10 places in the course were given to those who failed the hero course exam. Usually, more places were given here though, since not many people tended to apply for Gen Ed by itself. Alternatively, applicants could take both the Gen Ed exams and the exams for another course, in which case Gen Ed would serve as a backup. Izuku smiled. With some good studying, he was sure he'd have a good chance of getting in. He took a glance over the subjects they'd be studying. None of them seemed horrendous or overly bad in general. Izuku tended to enjoy learning and wasn't overly against many school subjects after all. A qualification from UA would surely mean he could go places even if he was quirkless. You cannot be a hero without a quirk. Sighing, he put his laptop back onto his desk and turned over in his bed, his thoughts swarming his head once again. Yeah, he'd had a productive day today. He'd done what All Might had told him and found a new dream. He'd realized he still might have a chance at UA. But was there really a point? Other than his mother, no one Izuku knew really cared for him. Kaken wanted him dead. He'd said so himself, and everyone else in his middle school would be glad to see him gone too. The thoughts piled on top of him once again, trying to crush him beneath their weight. He pushed back with the feeble goals he had. Help people with his analysis. Get into UAS Gen Ed course. Don't let Kaken find out what he was doing. Those were the 3 things he wanted to achieve. He had 10 months to achieve them. Pretty pathetic, but it was all he had. Izuku stared blankly at his laptop screen. He'd set up the channel after breakfast that morning, but he was still stuck on a name. What about Mastermind? No, that sounded too much like a villain name. He didn't want to seem like a villain. Something simple like Hero Analysis. That wouldn't work either. It was so boring. No one would remember him with a name like that. He continued to think, a list of name ideas collecting up in the back of his notebook. Most of them were already crossed out. They weren't good enough. Then an idea popped into his head, a better idea than all the other ideas. What if he just wrote his name differently? He had already thought about just using Deku, a different interpretation of the kanji making up Izuku, meaning useless, but if Kaken came across him on the internet he'd recognize that. It was his nickname after all. Too obvious. As well as the fact that he didn't really want to go by useless for the rest of his life. It was enough being constantly called that in school. So that was out. Maybe he could try rewriting Midoriya. That could work. Izuku ended up with Ryoku, another way of reading Midori. Also another pronunciation of the kanji for strength, which was nice. People would probably guess that was the meaning. Throwing people off the trail, yeah, that could work. So Izuku finally had a name for his channel and he was all set to publish a first video. Maybe I should get to filming that. An hour later, and Izuku was busy going through the footage, cutting out bits where he went on long, off-topic tangents. Time was spent adding pictures and diagrams where necessary and watching over it a few times, checking for any major mistakes that he'd need to fix. After a final review, Izuku decided to use some online software to alter his voice a little, not so much that it seemed robotic or weirdly pitched, just enough that his voice wasn't immediately recognized. This was a secret identity, right? Finally, he was happy with the video. His mouse pointer hovered over the publish button. Of course, that was the moment when the self-doubt decided to creep up on him. What if it isn't good enough? What if everyone hates it? Would Kaken or anyone from school recognize him? And if they did, what would they do? They'd surely come after him. He couldn't risk that. The thoughts came crashing down on him like a wave. He felt tears escape his eyes as the screen blurred in front of him. No one would like him. He'd just get hate. Why would anyone watch a useless nobody ramble about heroes anyway? Was there a point in any of this? Izuku stood up before he began to openly sob, curling in on himself as he tried to stop the tears from falling. He couldn't do this. What's the point in posting a video he's only going to get hate for anyway? No need to ruin his already dwindling mental health after all. This was a stupid idea after all. He snatched up his notebook and a pen as he left his bedroom, quickly writing a note to explain to his mother where he had gone and fled their apartment. Sighing, Izuku trudged along the pavement. He didn't know where he was going, mind wandering as he allowed his feet to steer his body without his input. As he walked, his mind went to other places. He still had to copy out the notes from the ruined notebook. Speaking of, he had forgotten to put it somewhere to dry, hadn't he? And now it was probably soaked in sewage from the sludge monster too. Oh well, maybe it was further beyond saving than he'd thought. The smell of rotting rubbish brought him out of his doze. At first he'd wondered if thinking of sewage had had him imagining the smell, before he realized where he had arrived. Takoba Beach Park was even worse than he remembered. The piles of rubbish illegally dumped on the beach reached towards the sky. It was disgusting, really. Izuku could picture how it used to be when his mother and Aunt Mitsuki brought him and Kaken here during the summers before Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. It had been a day trip every time. He only had fond memories of this place before the trash began to build up on the sands and their parents had stopped bringing them as it became more and more unsafe to be here. And then people had started illegally dumping their waste here and it had become unusable. Despite that though, he had still continued to come here when the bullying was at its worst. It was a perfect place to hide among the then small, but he was small, 2 piles of rubbish that had just been building then. He was pretty sure he had stashed some medical supplies somewhere around here for the worst days. But he hadn't been here in years. He couldn't remember the spot he had cleared to set up camp. It was probably gone now with the growth of the trash piles. At first, Izuku tried picking up the trash when it came. He'd do his part for the community and moved what he could. Bottles and bags and smaller scrap pieces, but eventually he had given up. The amount of trash was too much for a lonely 7-year-old boy to clear. Maybe he could try and clear it up now. Perhaps he could post on some sake media groups and recruit some people. See if anyone would provide transport for the bigger items and see if anyone was willing to do their bit moving the smaller thing. That was something to think about later though. Besides, he'd need to focus on the YouTube idea first, that is if he ever found the courage to post the first video. Inko put down the bag of shopping she had brought back by the apartment door, reaching for her key and unlocking the door before grabbing the shopping again and stepping inside. Calling out to no reply, she realized that Izuku must be engrossed in whatever he was up to, or he had gone out. Her questions as to where her son had gone were answered by the note left on the table. Izuku had written it quickly, telling her not to worry and that he was just going for a walk and would be back soon. After unpacking the shopping, Inko peeked into Izuku's bedroom. She knew he had been working on his YouTube idea before she left. The room was left in a state that told Inko that Izuku had been in a hurry to leave. Izuku's chair was pushed back. The laptop was still on. Silently, she wondered what exactly had happened, though she doubted it was anything too bad. Her son had had time to write a note after all. He had probably just gone to clear his head or something. She went to close the laptop, not wanting to pry, but she noticed the video on the screen, waiting to be posted. Inko couldn't help but watch it back. Pride swelled up in her chest as she watched her son, wearing the mask he had shown her that morning, talking so confidently about something he was passionate about. She hadn't seen him speak so passionately in years. She often heard him mumbling on about quirks and heroes, but he hadn't talked like this since forever. Really, her boy had never been the confident type, always stuttering and stumbling over his words. He used to hide behind her legs when they went to meet people. She loved him all the same. Had he meant to post the video before he left? She guessed he must have. The mouse pointer had been hovering over the button and the video looked perfect. She frowned, realizing that he probably got nervous about it. Izuku had been a lot more timid since he was diagnosed in Kosai. Grabbing a post-it note from a stack on the desk and a pen and writing a quick, encouraging message and sticking it to the laptop before heading out of the room to get started on dinner. Izuku returned home an hour later from his walk. He'd successfully managed to avoid bumping into anyone from Aldera, luckily. On his laptop he found the note his mom had written, telling him that she thought the video was amazing and that people would love it. I doubt it, but maybe he shouldn't give up so soon. His mom believed in him. It wasn't much, but the small boost of confidence was nice. So he screwed up his eyes and clicked the button. A moment of panic as his computer pinged and a box came up. Everything's fine, just a confirmation message. You can do this, Izuku. So he hit the yes option, and there was an almost satisfying ping sound as his video was loaded up and published. It's out in the world now, no going back. Izuku leant back in his chair with a sigh of relief, a new feeling blossoming in his chest, a similar feeling to when he got a good grade in school, or did a particularly good analysis page, or made his mother smile, that rare small but genuine smile. It was pride. Now he just had to wait for the fall. The next morning Izuku was nervous to check his notifications. He doubted anyone had watched his video, but still, if they had. The next morning Izuku was nervous to check his notifications. He doubted anyone had watched his video, but still, if they had. So Izuku did the reasonable thing and put off starting up his laptop until he got home from school later. School itself was thoroughly uninteresting. He ran from Kaken, got embarrassed in front of the class by his English teacher. He'd never been good at English, spent lunch trying to eat his bento and run from bullies at the same time. He'd come home with an unusually small amount of bruises. He'd been really lucky since Kaken told him to. He'd been really lucky since he had his dreams crushed by his idol. Maybe he hadn't been all that lucky. That morning he had considered asking if Kaken was okay after he'd read about the sludge villain incident. He was pretty sure Kaken had almost died. But the look in the boy's eyes was practically daring him to ask, so he thought better of it. After school he'd put off reading comments further still by completing the homework he'd been set that day and doing a bit of analysis from a news report, some heroes taking down a villain in another city. But once he'd finally exhausted his options for procrastination, he opened up his laptop. Well, that's new. His video had a couple hundred views already only a day in. He'd gained a good number of subscribers too. Staring at the screen, slightly in shock, Izuku moved on to the comment section, mentally preparing himself for the hate. Hate that wasn't there besides one or two comments. Izuku's eyes widened as he read through the comments, the positivity left on his video. Comments saying they couldn't wait to see more, that they loved his analysis, that it was interesting or cool. People liked him. One of the most liked comments was a request for a video on Mount Lady, the new hero who had debuted only last Friday. It had almost as many likes as there were viewers. She already has a following, huh? Well, she is the kind of hero who just draws attention with no effort with her quirk and revealing costume. It's no wonder she already has a huge fan base. Maybe that could be his next video then. Izuku decided that could wait for now. He had around 10 months to prepare for UA, not just the entrance exam. He knew he didn't need strength to be accepted into Gen Ed, but it would still be nice to do some kind of training, so he didn't make a total fool of himself in front of everyone for being a weak, quirkless nobody. He'd still be a quirkless nobody, but at least he wouldn't be weak. Maybe cleaning up Tekoba would be some good strength training, and running to and from the beach could be good endurance training. And maybe he could even look up some fighting techniques and use the rubbish on the beach to help him train. Izuku began to draft up a rough training plan, and once he'd done that, began working on the script for his next video, FT Mount Lady. Maybe he should start videoing some of the villain chases he came across. It might be useful to have some real footage in his videos. The next day, after barely escaping school, Izuku jogged home, grabbed a few snacks and a water bottle, and left a note for his mom telling her he'd be home a few hours late, and set off again. Another jog later and he'd arrived at the beach park, tired and out of breath already. Yeah, he definitely had to work on endurance. Once he'd finally caught his breath, he began picking up trash from the beach, small things at first, bottles and packaging and the like, slowly filling up the few bags he'd brought to carry the rubbish. He didn't worry about the scratches and cuts accumulating on his hands from the broken glass. He'd built up an incredible pain tolerance from being around Katsuki, and he could just bandage them up later. Once he'd filled all the bags he could carry, he took them over to the dumpster outside of a nearby apartment building. After repeating this process a couple more times, using up all the bags he'd brought with him and filling up about half of the dumpster, Izuku realized he'd barely made a dent. Sure, there was less plastic and glass lying around, but the heaps of bigger things, appliances, furniture, trash bags full of junk and other such items that definitely wouldn't fit in the black bags were still there. He wondered how he'd get rid of them. As he walked home, tired out from his cleaning attempts, he realized he'd probably have to get help, hire a skip or someone to take away the bigger things. Maybe he could ask on some forums if anyone was in the market for old appliances. Over the next 2 months, Izuku continued to make videos, analyzing new and upcoming heroes, mainly those requested and those who were currently climbing the popularity charts. He decided not to venture into the top 10 since he was worried about losing interest, as well as possibly upsetting or angering the heroes themselves, if he said something bad, upset or offended anyone. He had also begun to make analysis videos on villains, big villains that heroes have yet to capture, figuring there must be villains profiting off of his analysis as well as the heroes. So he may as well make it even or give the heroes more leverage. He just wanted his channel to work in heroes' favor. The subscriber count on his videos increased with every passing day. He now had around 100k subs. Something in the back of his mind told him that that wasn't exactly normal. But he would never admit that he was doing better than most channels. Because why would he be? He was simply a Deku, a worthless, quirkless nobody. After asking around on multiple community forums, he'd found a couple people willing to take the bigger trash items he removed from Takoba for free, apparently dealing in that sort of thing. That wasn't illegal as far as he knew. He'd begun to make a dent in the dumping ground of Takoba. There was a small patch of empty sand where you could look straight and see the sea. Izuku knew he wasn't close to finishing, but he was glad for the progress. As far as school went, it didn't exactly improve. Almost the opposite, actually. Izuku was grateful for that 1 week where Kaken was recovering from almost dying, but it really didn't last long. Over the last week it had become harder and harder to avoid Kaken, who was very obviously worked up over something. He had been coming up with different means of escape, some more extravagant and dangerous than others. Most included running for his life. His favorite so far was climbing out of a third-floor classroom window and escaping through the trees like some kind of ninja. Though he wouldn't do that again, he remembered almost falling and really didn't want to go through that again. He knew Kaken would catch on soon enough though. He knew his plans weren't good enough to throw his explosive classmate off of his scent for that long. Terrified of the day he was caught, Izuku kept running. Katsuki Bakugo was not happy. It had been 2 months since the slime incident, or as he likes to know at the time, I almost died because some incompetent heroes couldn't do their effing jobs. After that incident, Katsuki had noticed a change in the damn nerd. He knew the nerd was getting stronger. How? Katsuki had no idea. Obviously, the nerd thought he was better training in secret and defying Katsuki and his group of extras to sneak away somewhere after school. Deku seemed happier too. Katsuki wanted to know what was going on, and he would find out when he finally caught Deku. He was obviously still training to be a hero. His previous beatings must not have been enough. He'd have to teach that stupid quirkless loser a lesson later. Anyway, Katsuki wasn't usually the type to sit around and watch videos. But lately a new YouTuber had caught his eye, some random kid posting videos of hero analysis. Ryuku or something. Out loud, Bakugo would never admit that he liked them. That would be like saying he liked Deku's annoying muttering, but he couldn't deny that they were interesting to say the least. He totally hadn't watched every video Ryuku had posted to see if he could find any ways to improve his quirk. No, because he was the best. He didn't need to improve because his quirk was the best. He was amazing. Absolutely no question about it. He was on the fast track to becoming the #1 hero. He didn't need tips on how to avoid accidentally burning himself with his explosion, or avoiding the very real possibility of going deaf, or generally better ways to use his quirk. Not Katsuki. Never Katsuki, because Katsuki was perfect. That's what he believed, and that's what he was always told. 3 months had gone by since Izuku posted his first video, almost to the day. Unfortunately, that didn't mean there would be any extra luck in his favor. It seemed like the opposite actually. That day had not gone well at all. It had started like any normal day. He had checked over the comments on his newest video, replying to a few questions and liking a few comments. He'd left the house smiling. The good mood didn't exactly last long. The jeering in the corridors was worse than usual. More nasty insults were sent his way. He had been pushed to the floor on his way to class, slammed against a wall of lockers in the process, and left there that was going to leave a bruise. After making sure nothing was badly damaged, he had made his way to class. His teacher called him out for being a few minutes late. Izuku had attempted to explain, his voice shaky and timid, but the teacher waved away his explanation as another poor excuse and sent him to his seat with detention as the class laughed at him. Izuku had fought to keep the tears at bay when his lunch was stolen from him by a couple of Kaken's lackeys. The food was tossed on the ground and ruined at his feet. He got scolded by a teacher 10 minutes later for making a mess, and was told to get rid of this filth. He couldn't help but think they were referring to him rather than the ruined lunch. The worst part was that Kaken didn't make an attempt to ambush him after school. He was planning something. Izuku found out what that was on his way home after he'd sat his detention. As he was walking down an empty street about halfway from his school to his apartment building, he was grabbed roughly by the wrist and yanked hard into the alleyway, hard enough to fall into a pile of bags of trash. At first he thought it was a villain attack. Then he heard the familiar popping explosions of Kaken's quirk. Izuku made the mistake of trying to run. Katsuki simply hit him in the back with an explosion, causing him to topple forward, hissing as he felt the pain from the burns left from the explosion on his back. "What have you been up to, Deku?" Kaken sneered, walking around and crouching down so he was within Izuku's line of sight. I don't know what you mean," Izuku whispered, his voice shaking as he replied. "You know exactly what I mean, you damn nerd," Kaken yelled, grabbing Izuku by the collar of his shirt and hauling him up to standing before punching him hard in the jaw and sending him toppling back into the trash. Izuku couldn't hold back a whimper as his burnt back came into contact with the shiny, sticky material of the bags. "That hurt like heck. Don't think I haven't noticed," Katsuki continued, leaning over and pinning Izuku down with a hand on his shoulder. Izuku stared at the hand, eyes widening as pain blossomed from the spot. "Another burn, this was getting bad. I can see you've been training. You still think you can be a hero, Deku? Well, answer me." When Izuku tried to mutter out a quiet no, Kaken punched him again. If his jaw wasn't dislocated at least before, it definitely was now. Izuku's eyes darted around, panicked, looking for some form of escape, but there was nothing. He felt something warm on his face as he was punched again. That was blood. Was his nose bleeding? Probably. He could barely feel the pain anymore. He realized he was numb. His vision was going black. "No, don't pass out." "I can't pass out, stop." Kaken fired off another explosion, badly burning his shoulder though he could barely feel it. Another punch, another burn. He was slipping away. His vision was going black as he fell out of consciousness. The last thing he saw was Kaken standing up and leaving him there. I guess that's what happens if you avoid Kaken for months. Eraserhead hated this patrol route, jumping between rooftops, searching for crime to stop, villains to apprehend. Mainly it was muggings or purse snatching. Easy stuff to deal with. Knock out the villain, call the police, wait for them to arrive and be on his way. Today was different though. Something felt off, as if something different was going to happen. It was only 20 minutes into his patrol when he spotted something strange from his perch on the rooftops, his favorite spot to watch for crime in this area. He saw a boy lying in an alleyway, barely noticeable among the bags of trash. From the distance he couldn't tell the boy's condition. He could simply be a rough sleeper on the other end of the spectrum. He could be left for dead by a villain for all he knew. So he had to check it out. If the kid was in trouble or dead, he might have to call the police to find out what happened. And hey, if he was a rough sleeper, he could always help him out. He was sure he had some spare change in a pocket somewhere. When he got to the alleyway in question, he was glad he decided to check it out. The boy was unconscious with a multitude of injuries ranging in severity from bruising to what looked like a third-degree burn on his shoulder as well as a possibly broken jaw. How long has this kid been here? Eraser shook his head. Priorities. He had to get this kid to a hospital and quickly, before the wounds got infected. Carefully he set about picking up the boy, only to realize there was yet another burn on his back. He settled for wrapping his capture weapon around the boy, trying his best not to agitate the burns. The material of his scarf was supposed to be soft when it was wound up like this. In any case, it would be better than the bags of rubbish the boy had been lying on before. After he had the boy in a position where he shouldn't get more injured and would be at least a little comfortable, he made a beeline for Musutafu General Hospital where he managed to get the boy urgent help. He was currently getting surgery to fix him up as best as the doctors could while Aizawa attempted to work out who exactly he was. The only things he had on his person were his phone and a school ID. At least that gave him a name. The kid's phone was easy. He didn't have password protection. He only had a few contacts, but the one he was looking for was there, labeled helpfully under Mum. Aizawa didn't hesitate to call the number, forgetting about the awkward conversation that would follow. "Izuku." His mother answered the phone frantically. "Baby, are you okay? Where are you?" It was obvious from her voice that she'd been crying. "Damn it. Is this Mrs. Midoriya?" Aizawa asked awkwardly. He almost heard the woman on the other end of the phone jump when she realized it wasn't her son on the phone. "Why, yes, that's me. Who are you and how did you get my son's phone?" she asked, the frantic tone not dropping from her voice. "I am an underground pro hero, Eraserhead. I found your son about 20 minutes ago, unconscious in an alleyway with multiple serious injuries. He's currently being treated at Musutafu General Hospital." Aizawa explained as simply and straightforward as he could. "Oh my god," she whispered, is my baby going to be okay?" "He should be. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten an update yet, so I'm not entirely sure he's getting emergency treatment right now," Aizawa explained. Thank you for calling me. I'm on my way." Mrs. Midoriya breathed before hanging up. Aizawa sighed, picking up his own phone and calling his Ashi. 10 minutes later, a frantic green-haired woman burst through the doors to the hospital, heading straight to the front desk, demanding to know the condition of Izuku Midori. Aizawa reluctantly got up out of his seat and approached her. "Excuse me, ma'am, I'm Eraserhead. I called you earlier," he explained simply. "Oh, you I'm Inko Midoriya. You said you saved my son." Inko asked him, her voice shaky with the tears running down her face. Aizawa carefully led her to where he had been sitting. "That's right. Is he okay? What happened to him?" Inko almost pleaded to know. I found him in an alleyway. He was unconscious and had a few serious injuries. I assumed he'd been involved in a villain attack, multiple burns, and a broken jaw. Aizawa explained as if he was filing a report as a nurse came over. Hello, I'm Nurse Akiyama. I have news about Izuku Midoriya, she told them, glancing at Inko. I'm his mother. Please tell me, is my baby okay? Inko practically pleaded with the nurse, who relaxed, knowing she was a relative. We've had to give him emergency treatment to fix his jaw. He will make a full recovery, though he won't be able to speak for a while due to said broken jaw. It needs to heal. And the burns on his shoulder and back particularly will need time to heal too, she explained. We'll probably keep him in the hospital for a week or so just to monitor recovery. And then if all's well, we'll discharge him and you'll be able to take care of him at home. Oh, thank everything, Inko breathed, wiping at the tears on her face. Is he awake? Can I see him? He's still currently unconscious, but they're moving him to a recovery ward as we speak, so you'll be able to see him soon, she reassured. Inko nodded before looking at Eraserhead. Thank you so much for saving my son, she told him. Aizawa just nodded. I am going to have to ask him a few questions once he wakes up about what happened and such, Aizawa explained, just as protocol, and hopefully so we are able to catch the villain who did this. I understand, Inko nodded. I'd like to know what happened too, if that's okay. Of course. Izuku woke up to a pounding in his head and a numb feeling everywhere else. After a few attempts he found he couldn't move. Am I dead? He blinked his eyes open. At least he could do that, but all he saw was some kind of ceiling, the panels evenly spaced with an industrial light in the center. As the feeling began to return to his fingers, Izuku realized he was on a bed, the covers pulled up to his chest. He attempted to lift up his arm, abruptly giving that up as a shot of pain went through his shoulder. He let out a quiet hiss of pain as feeling returned to the rest of his body, the pain in his shoulder dulling down to a painful stinging feeling rather than feeling as if he'd just been stabbed. There was a similar pain in his back, plus the pounding in the back of his head. The rest of his body ached too, not in the same way, but it ached. His face hurt more than the rest of his body. He found that he couldn't move his jaw or turn his head. There was something keeping his head in place. What on earth happened to me? Izuku laid still, obviously what he was supposed to do since he couldn't do much else, and tried to unscramble his thoughts, the pounding in his head making it a lot more difficult than he liked. Hey kid, you're awake. A gruff voice made Izuku jump, something he regretted instantly as pain shot through his body again, did wherever he was not of painkillers or something. Izuku tried to nod, finding he still couldn't move, and instead put his hand on the opposite arm he'd lifted earlier up and gave whoever was in the room a thumbs up. Whoever it was fought to contain a laugh. Can we sit you up? Came a woman's voice, not one he recognized. There are some people here to see you. Another thumbs up, and the woman pressed something, causing the bed he was lying on to raise slightly, almost like a dentist chair. Once Izuku was in a position where he could see more than just the ceiling, he glanced around, taking in all the details of the room. It was full of medical equipment, another bed that was empty, a woman, and wait, was that Eraserhead? Izuku was in a hospital. He tried to say something, but the doctor interrupted his attempt quickly. Don't try to speak, she told him. You had a broken jaw. We had to perform emergency surgery to put it back in place. You could damage it or interrupt recovery if you attempt to speak. Izuku resorted to the thumbs up as he still couldn't nod. He realized he had a neck brace on, probably to stop him from agitating his jaw and shoulder, which he assumed was injured too from the pain. He looked around, wondering where his mum was. Surely she'd have come to see him if he was injured as badly as that. As if reading his mind, Eraser answered his unvoiced question. Ms. Midoriya is on her way. She left to get some things she thought you'd want. Izuku gave them another thumbs up before trying to focus on remembering the small amount of sign language he'd been forced to learn in a school workshop. He could remember the alphabet, but that was about it. Well, that was good enough. What happened? Izuku spelled out carefully and slowly, trying not to mess up the letters, making eye contact with Eraserhead as he did so, hoping the hero would understand. You know sign language? Eraser asked, apparently intrigued, although he didn't show it in his face or his voice. Just letters, Izuku replied. The hero nodded, before responding to his original question. I found you beat up in an alleyway with multiple burns and a broken jaw, Eraserhead explained bluntly, the doctor nodding along to his claims. You had 2 major burns on your left shoulder and upper back, as well as multiple minor burns on your arms and torso, severe bruising in most places that were not burnt, as well as a broken jaw. The doctor clarified his injuries. Burns? Wait, how? Oh. Izuku remembered what had happened to him Kaken leaving him in that alley after beating him into unconsciousness and apparently injuring him more than Izuku had thought. Izuku, a panicked yell in a voice he knew like the back of his hand. His mother, who burst into the room a second later carrying his old bright yellow backpack, interrupting his spiraling thoughts. You're awake. Thank goodness. After a rushed conversation between Inko and the doctor, his mum came over to him, placing the bag down on the chair next to his bed and rummaging through it, pulling out his phone after a second and handing it to him. You can use that to talk to us. Inko smiled, gently ruffling his mum's hair. Izuku gave her a grateful look, unlocking his phone with one hand and opening the Notes app, typing something in. "Hi Mum, sorry for worrying you," he typed. Inko teared up, giving Izuku a wobbly smile. "I'm your mum, it's my job to worry about you. I'm just glad you're okay." Half an hour later, Izuku was just about ready to go back to sleep. The doctor and his mum had been over his recovery time. He'd have to stay home for at least a month to allow his injuries to heal properly. And he would only be able to eat soft foods and liquids for the next 6 weeks until his jaw was healed properly. The actual treatment he'd have to do seemed pretty simple, just changing bandages and burn cream, nothing terrible. Unfortunately for Izuku, however, his sleep would be put back a little longer as Eraserhead walked back into the room, a look of annoyance on his face. "What's up, Eraserhead?" Izuku showed the man his phone screen, a small smile on his face. He still hadn't gotten over the fact that one of his favorite heroes had been the one to find him. Eraser's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, having not expected Izuku to know who he was. Not many people did after all. But the look didn't last long as he composed himself. "Okay, problem child. What's with the nickname already? The police are going to be here to question you and take a statement about this within the next week. Your injuries are too bad to be self-inflicted, meaning that someone must have done it to you. I just want to ask my own questions before they come barging in here." Izuku visibly paled. "How do I get out of this? I can't tell them that Kaken did it. He'd be charged with assault and bullying if they found out. Then he wouldn't be able to go to UA and be a hero. It would be Izuku's fault if Kaken didn't get to be a hero, but he couldn't lie to the police. Izuku wasn't good at lying about things like this. Damn it, what was he supposed to do?" "You okay, kid? You spaced out?" the doctor asked, snapping her fingers in front of his face and bringing him out of his thoughts. Izuku nodded. "I just want to know who did this to you." Eraser asked him. "Will he be in trouble?" Izuku replied, typing slower on his phone that time, trying to pick the right words. "Most likely," Aizawa admitted, noting the passing look of terror that crossed Izuku's face before he carefully brought his look back to neutral. "I can't tell you," was Izuku's next message. Eraser huffed. "We're going to find out either way, kid. It'll be easier if you just tell us," Aizawa told him, an annoyed look on his face. Izuku tried to shake his head, not doing much other than causing himself pain, but he deserved it, didn't he? He was going to be the reason Kaken wouldn't achieve his dreams. "Can't," he typed, trying to emphasize the obvious panic. Aizawa saw the tears in his eyes as he stared. Okay, kid, calm down," Aizawa told him. "You don't have to talk to me, but the police will want to know too, and it might be easier to tell me first." Izuku thought about it for a minute. On one hand, Eraserhead was a hero. He would probably tell the police and Kaken would get in trouble. But he'd have to tell the police anyway. He couldn't lie to police. He'd get in trouble for that, but for Kaken's sake, that probably wouldn't work, would it? So Kaken would get in trouble whatever way he took. That left the question as to which would get him into the least trouble. While the police would take it at face value, they'd give him the charge he deserved without consideration for Izuku trying to convince them otherwise. But maybe hopefully Eraserhead would be more lenient. "Can the others leave?" Izuku showed his phone to Aizawa again, giving him a hopeful look. Eraserhead nodded. "Both of you, leave the room so we could have this conversation in private," Eraserhead said. The nurse nodded and left, assuming that whatever the hero wanted was important. Inko was a little more hesitant, until Izuku gave her a look and she nodded, leaving the room as well. "So, you're going to tell me then, kid?" Aizawa asked Izuku, sitting down on one of the spare chairs in the room. Izuku started typing, his fingers on one hand flying across the keyboard. When he was done, he turned the phone to Aizawa, having typed a whole essay. "It's my fault, not his. I was avoiding him for months. He thought that I thought I was better than him. I don't. He's amazing and he'll make a great hero, but he can't do that if he has charges for hurting me on his record. I can't do that to him. It'd be my fault. It would crush his dreams, and it would be my fault. I don't want to ruin his chances." Aizawa stopped reading halfway through the paragraph, knowing it would just be more of Izuku standing up for whoever it was that hurt him. "Kid, I get it, okay. You don't want him to get in trouble." Aizawa sighed. This wasn't just a mindset someone got overnight. This was ingrained in Izuku's head. That everything was his fault and whoever he was talking about was so much better than him. "Do you really think that someone can be a hero if they hurt someone like this?" Aizawa asked Izuku. "Is beating someone unconscious the actions of a hero?" The amount of thoughts running through Izuku's head were obvious from the look on his face, even with a broken jaw and a neck brace. After a few seconds of thought, Izuku picked up the phone again. "Heroes beat up villains all the time. If it is for the good of everyone else, then yes, it is the actions of a hero." "How exactly was beating you up good for everyone?" Eraser asked him. The kid obviously thought he did something wrong. Maybe Izuku would tell him who if he managed to get through to him. "I avoided them. I was probably being annoying. I'm useless and worthless. Everyone hates me." The list goes on. Eraser sighed. "God, this kid has issues." "Kid, why would everyone hate you?" Plus, even if you were being annoying, if you didn't attempt or succeed to physically harm him, you did nothing to deserve being injured, especially to this extent. He tried to explain. I deserved it. I'm useless and stupid and annoying and… Can you tell me who it was? Aizawa interrupted him, trying to stop his self-deprecating rambling. My childhood friend, Izuku wrote slowly, questioning every letter he wrote. Aizawa sighed. That's probably all he'll get for now, but he could work with that. Thanks, kid. It was finally the day Izuku was allowed to go home. A week after Eraser had questioned him. The hero hadn't shown up again after the day he'd woken up here, and Izuku hadn't been allowed to leave the hospital, even though he felt a lot better kinda. His jaw still ached, though it was a lot less painful than it was the first few days, but he still wasn't allowed to speak or eat food that would require much chewing. The neck brace had been removed 3 days in. Most of the minor burns were scabbed over and already beginning to heal. The major burns were still painful, but a lot less so than before. Most of his bruises were healed now. Some of the worst ones were still visible, but they'd be gone in a few days too. Izuku would be out of the hospital around dinner time. But before then there was a lot he had to do. He knew someone from the police force would be coming to take his statement this morning. Then the doctors would have to do a few tests before they could let him go. He had the police to deal with first. He had to convince them that Kaken was not at fault. My name is Detective Tsukuchi. I'm with the Musutafu Police Department. The detective told him, my quirk is called Human Lie Detector, which means I can tell when you're lying. I'm not sure whether it'll work with you typing, however, so I'll do a quick test. Izuku nodded, the gesture not hurting half as much as it had a week ago, and got his phone ready to answer the detective's question. What's your name? The detective asked. A question he already knew the answer to, the perfect test for his quirk. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku typed, showing the detective, who nodded. It had registered as true, meaning his quirk worked with Izuku typing. Good. Alright, that means we can start. Multiple questions later, with Izuku managing to not give a name or too many clues to an identity while still telling the truth, Tsukachi was getting just a little frustrated, so he asked outright, a question Izuku couldn't dodge. What is the name of the person who attacked you? Kaken. Izuku replied with only a few moments' hesitation. Most of the kids at school knew his childish nickname for the boy, but he doubted the police force had it in their systems. Izuku hoped it would register as true since it was still a name he was called by. Izuku didn't have such luck. That's false, the detective said, looking expectantly at Izuku for a real answer. Kaken is a nickname, was Izuku's response. Will you tell me his real name? Izuku just shook his head adamantly. Tsukachi sighed. He didn't want to force the kid to talk. All right, that's all the questions for now. The detective told him, I will need a written statement from you, but that can wait until you've healed more. Izuku nodded and Tsukachi left. He had to find out who Kaken was. When Izuku got home later that day with his arm in a sling, the first thing he did was open up his laptop and click onto his YouTube channel. He had been missing for a week after all. A few people were wondering where he was, it seemed, by the comments left on his most recent video. Some were concerned, since he updated every few days and he'd been gone for a week now. Others were a little more demanding for updates. Izuku sighed. He'd have to give them something. Then he noticed his subscriber count. He was on just over 250k. That was a milestone, right? I have to do something to celebrate. People would be expecting me to make something for it, but I can't exactly make a video like this. What? Izuku was snapped out of his spiraling thoughts when his mum called him for dinner. He sighed, grabbed his phone and left his room. He'd think about what to do during dinner. The idea hit him while he was staring into his soup. Not really wanting to eat it, moving his jaw was still painful, even though he wouldn't have to chew it. Eating wasn't a nice process right now. He decided to make a Ryoku community Discord server so he could still talk to the people who liked his content. It would be a good celebration of the milestone, a way to help a lot more people and engage in the community he'd apparently created somehow. He still wasn't exactly sure why all these people were here. His analysis wasn't all that impressive. They could easily get it somewhere else. He wasn't exactly funny or engaging, so he had no idea why people were interested. But they were, and Izuku figured he should just accept that. So after dinner he posted a message on his community feed, explaining vaguely what had happened and what was going on. Hey everyone, I, first of all, want to thank all of you for your support. I never thought I'd reach a milestone like 250k when I first started out, so thank you. I'm glad you decided to stick around. Unfortunately, due to personal circumstances, I won't be able to film videos properly for the next few weeks. I hope everyone will be understanding and patient while I get back to being able to post, which should hopefully be in a few weeks. In the meantime, I am working on a surprise I'll probably announce within the next week, so look out for that. Ryoku. Izuku read over the post multiple times, checking and correcting what he'd written before hitting the post button before he could think too hard about it and chicken out. Once he'd done that, he got to work on creating a Discord server. First, he'd need an account. Bakugo would never admit it, but he was worried. The nerd hadn't shown up for school in a week and a half. Had he really hurt him that bad? Usually when Bakugo beat him up, the nerd would be back within a few days at most with some self-applied bandages. But this time was different. Had he gone too far? What if he's dead? That thought made his breath catch in his throat. Had Katsuki killed the nerd? If he was dead, it was undoubtedly Katsuki's fault. He didn't want to be responsible for that. Maybe he should call Auntie Inko and ask, but if he was dead, she'd be grieving. Goddammit, what had he done? Katsuki shook his head. The nerd wasn't dead. If he was, the hag would have told him about it. Instead of dwelling on that for too long, Katsuki looked at his phone screen. He had clicked on a new community post from Ryuko almost as soon as it popped up. He wasn't waiting for it, of course not. Why would he do that? But he may have been hoping that the YouTuber would update again after saying he was out of commission a few days ago. The post was inviting his community to join a Discord server he'd created as a celebration for the subscriber milestone. That was the surprise he'd promised in the last post. Apparently, Katsuki didn't know if he should join or not. Apparently he wouldn't get a chance, because there was a knock on the door, which the hag went to open. Were they having some effing guests over or something? "Does Katsuki Bakugo live here?" asked some official-sounding man. Katsuki grunted, pocketing his phone and leaving his room to lean over the banister to see what was going on. There were police at his door. "What the F?" "Yes," the hag answered. "What did my son do?" "He's suspected for a case of physical assault. We just want to ask a few questions." The man, who looked more like a detective than a policeman. "Physical assault?" The hag barked. "My Katsuki. He's an aggressive kid, but he wouldn't assault someone. We have reason to believe otherwise, ma'am." The detective said politely, "Please, just let us speak with your son." Katsuki stomped down the stairs, glaring at everyone present. "Ah, you must be Katsuki Bakugo," the detective said, ignoring the deadly glare Katsuki sent his way. "My name is Detective Tsukachi and I have some questions for you." Being stuck at home wasn't half as bad as Izuku expected. His mom had pushed him to enroll in an online school during the time he'd have to be out of Aldera, which he'd done. He'd taken to this style of learning quickly. It was a lot nicer to be able to go at his own pace, which he was surprised to find was faster than at school. He'd taken the semester courses in the subjects he was already studying: math, Japanese, English, and science, as well as a few extra subjects that the online school offered, art and quirk theory, which he just thought sounded interesting. Izuku found that it was also pretty nice to not have people laughing at you, jeering and whispering behind your back. It was nice to not have Kaken's glare boring into him whenever he did so much as move. Plus, he knew that if he went back to Aldera now, he'd probably be made fun of even more for being unable to speak and move around properly. No one would care where his injuries had come from nor make a point to listen to him if he filed a report. Which he wouldn't do, of course. He didn't want to ruin Kaken's chances of getting into UA and achieving his dreams. What is Kaken doing right now? Had the police worked out who he is? They probably had. Izuku knew they had talked to his mom as well as him. He knew she would have told them who the nickname belonged to if they had asked her, which they almost definitely would have. Knowing that Kaken was probably going to face some form of charge for this hurt Izuku more than the injuries the boy had given him, because it was his fault, wasn't it? It was Izuku's fault that Kaken had needed to beat him up. He had been being annoying and avoiding him. So it would be his fault that Kaken wouldn't be able to follow his dream, a dream that was realistic, a dream that was no longer shared by Izuku himself. A thought hit him then, something Izuku hadn't really expected. Was it my fault? Did I deserve this? Izuku thought for a second. It was his fault, wasn't it? But had he really deserved injuries that required surgery? He remembered the conversation that he'd had with Eraserhead back in the hospital, when the hero had tried to convince him that it wasn't his fault. If you didn't attempt or succeed to physically harm him, you did nothing to deserve being injured. Eraser had said that he didn't deserve it. Maybe he was right. He was a hero after all. But then again, what was one good hero in a world where everyone else was against him? Izuku had sat thinking about this for hours as he laid in bed, unable to fall asleep that night because of the thoughts buzzing around his head. It was giving him a headache to just think about it anymore. He made his Discord server public the next morning. He had been working on it for the last 3 days after making the first announcement. It had been surprisingly easy, having never even used the platform before, to work out what's going on and how it worked. It was difficult to forget about last night's crisis, but he'd pushed it to the back of his mind so he could focus his attention on the task at hand. He'd tried to make the server as interesting and inclusive as possible, having rules in place for the protection of his fans. He tried to make it so that no one would be made to feel unwelcome. Izuku knew he'd have to get together some kind of admin team to moderate the server, but that should wait a few days. The admins had to be people he knew well enough to trust, which means he'd have to find some good people from his fanbase, since he had no friends in real life. The server had blown up almost as soon as he posted the second announcement with the invite link. Within the first hour, the server already had around 300 members. He'd read every introduction posted in the channel he'd set up and was happy to see that his community was so diverse, from age to nationality. He didn't realize he'd have fans in other countries, but apparently he did. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he talked with some of his fans. One girl had replied to him with a key smash when he actually talked to her. He thought this was odd at first, then other people started reacting the same way. People really liked him enough to act like he was some viral celebrity. Did people actually panic about talking to him? There were multiple conversations already going on in the general chats. It was nice to see people talking, even if it was about eating chocolate and cheese together and the fact that escalators were apparently the coolest invention in human history. These people were weird and Izuku found he had zero problem with it as he happily joined the conversation, causing a light-hearted debate over the ethics of dipping McDonald's fries in milkshake. He'd gotten into an interesting conversation in someone called Sleepy Catwo 014's DMs after being sent a question about his opinions on villain quirks, which had become a full-fledged joint rant on the issues of quirk discrimination. It seemed that the person had what people labeled as a villain quirk. They'd had very similar opinions in the matter. The conversation had turned into talking about cats and whether Eraserhead was a fan of them or not. And from that he'd ended up talking to this random person for the best part of 5 hours. All in all, the server was a good idea. It had been 2.5 weeks since he was first injured and 1 week since he'd opened up the server. Needless to say, Izuku's internet life had been hectic. He had created a text channel for video requests, which had been very popular. People would suggest topics for videos and others would react to the ones they liked, so Izuku could easily see what was wanted. The current most popular suggestion was, "Can you do a video on Endeavor?" It was one of the first requests, posted by someone called Hot and Cold. Izuku couldn't tell if they were referencing the popular English pop song or whether it was something else. There were multiple other requests, some for analysis on heroes, others on villains who'd been on the news, as well as some relating to other topics, like analysis of certain quirk types and fighting styles. Izuku decided he liked a lot of the suggested topics and started planning videos on them, to record as soon as he could speak, of course. The next job on his long list was to create himself an admin team. So far there hadn't really been any issues on the server. Someone had suggested a blacklist for any triggers that people had, which he thought was a good idea and added instantly. He'd internally debated whether he should put recordings of explosion quirks on said blacklist. Half an hour later, and he decided that yes, he should. Everyone was supposed to be comfortable here and everyone included him, right? For the admin team, he'd ended up DMing a couple people who he'd been speaking to a little more than others. Sleepy Cat 2014 was one of them. The first person he DM'd since they'd talked a lot in DMs and they got along well, which was surely the most interesting interaction out of all of them. Ryoku analysis: "Hey, I was thinking about creating an admin team for the server. You wanna be a part of it?" Sleepy Cat 2014: "Why you want me to be an admin? Why?" Ryoku analysis: "Figured you'd say something like that. I probably know you best out of everyone in the server. I trust you not to cause mass chaos as soon as I give you the role, and I think you'd make a good admin." Sleepy Cat 2014: "Fair enough, I guess. But seriously, you want me?" "Me?" Izuku shook his head, looking at the message laced with obvious self-doubt, something he was way too familiar with. Ryoku analysis: "Yes, you, silly. You're my friend and you seem to be around 24/7 anyway." Sleepy Cat 2014: "I guess we're friends. Insomnia sucks, and if you're really serious then I'd be honored." Ryoku analysis: "Awesome. See you in an admin channel that I still have to make." Sleepy Cat just sent back a laughing emoticon before going offline. Izuku laughed at his phone before heading onto the server, quickly creating the aforementioned admin channel before heading into his next target's DMs. He'd put his phone down after DMing some other users. He knew that one was a hero student from the UK who was fluent in Japanese, so she wouldn't be up for a few more hours, and the other 2 users he asked also hadn't been online at the time, so he decided he'd wait a while. 3 hours later, after eating dinner, he checked his Discord notifications again. He'd had 2 replies, the third was still offline. Both the British girl and someone who hadn't specified much about themselves but seemed super nice in conversation had responded to him. British Bread had seemingly smashed her face into the keyboard multiple times. The amount of key smashes in the paragraph she had written in response to Izuku's request made him smile. He was glad to make people happy. He was even happier when he deciphered her message to confirm she'd said yes. Stealing your sadness had been a lot more straightforward, telling Izuku that she was surprised he picked her of all people but was happy to help if she could. So now Izuku had his ragtag group of admins. They all seemed to get along well, especially Sadness and Sleepy Cat. They both gave him insomniac vibes. Maybe he'd have to look up how to make people sleep at some point. Izuku shook his head with a sigh. This was going to be a good few weeks. Bakugo stared the detective down, doing his best to look intimidating, sitting opposite the plain-looking man in the gray, empty interrogation room. He'd been brought here on the basis that it would be private and he wouldn't have to talk in front of his mother. Not that he actually cared, but he'd agreed to come to the police station for the questioning anyway. It meant he could put it off a little longer. Bakugo knew for a fact that they weren't questioning everyone from the school. Fingers would have texted him with a warning if they were, but it would have been better if they were. He wondered if the entirety of the blame would be on him. Damn, that effing nerd, he'd never get into UA with something like this on his record. He'd known what this was about the moment the word assault came out of the detective's mouth back at his house. Bakugo was sure Deku hadn't told anyone purposefully. He knew the nerd too well for that at least. Had Katsuki really hurt Deku enough for an assault charge? My name is Detective Tsukachi, the detective told him, breaking the uncomfortable silence with his tired-sounding voice. I'm going to ask you a few questions. My quirk is called Human Lie Detector, meaning I'll know if you lie. Yeah, whatever. Bakugo rolled his eyes, trying to sound as bored as possible. Just get on with it. Are you Kaken? The detective's first question caught Bakugo off guard, his eyes widening a little before he trained his expression back into one of disinterest. Yeah, it's what the nerd calls me, Bakugo answered after a second. He figured there was no point in trying to lie if this detective was serious about his quirk. The look in the detective's eyes told Bakugo that the answer to that one question was all the man needed to know that Katsuki deserved whatever charge he was planning to give him. He knew that the next questions were unnecessary, but they were asked anyway to Bakugo's annoyance. Did you attack Izuku Midoriya on Monday, September 3rd? The detective asked. Yes, Katsuki answered with a gruff sigh. He didn't want to give out more information than was asked for. Maybe he could avoid some extra damage doing that. Katsuki knew it was wishful thinking, but he wasn't going to lose his head over this city. Do you know the extent of the injuries that you caused him? Now this question caught Katsuki off guard. His mind reeled back a little. During the event, he hadn't really paid much attention to how much he actually hurt the stupid nerd. He never did. He simply let his rage control him. So the answer was no. He didn't know what the extent of the injuries he'd caused was, so that's what he said. Midoriya had 2 severe second-degree burns, not quite third but close, a broken jaw that required surgery and many bad bruises. Tsukachi told him he had to remain in hospital for a week and will need to stay off of school for the next 6. Katsuki hid his surprise. He knew that it hadn't shown on his face because he forced it away, but was it seriously that bad? Had he really hurt Deku that much? Usually it was only a few minor burns and bruises, right? Had he really? If he hadn't been found by the hero who brought him to the hospital, there's a real chance that he would have died. Katsuki couldn't hide his surprise this time. The look of near horror flashed across his face was definitely noticed by Tsukachi. Did you mean to nearly kill him? The detective already knew the answer, but he needed to ask for solid evidence. No, Katsuki replied. Just put him in his place. His place being, he's quirkless, a useless hero wannabe. His place is at the bottom, Katsuki told the detective, though for the first time in 10 years, he wasn't fully sure about the statement. You consider that a good reason to beat him up, even if you weren't aiming to kill him? Tsukachi asked, grimacing. What was up with kids these days? Yes, Bakugo replied. The note of unsureness in his voice was obvious to the detective, who made a quick note of that. A few questions later, and Bakugo had been sent home from the station, being told to come back the next day after school to find out what would happen to him, how this might affect his record, and what he'd have to do about it. Katsuki shouldered open his door after aggressively unlocking it, having to fight his instincts and not blow up his keyring in the process. That effing detective, making him question himself and his opinions. Effing hell. He growled as thoughts ran through his head. He knew he'd get a mark on his record at the very least for this. Could he still get into UA with a criminal record? How was he supposed to come back from almost killing someone? Even if that someone was a Deku, a quirkless nobody who had just been a pebble in his path. A pebble that had tripped him up because he hadn't been paying enough attention to the pavement. Katsuki, you're back. Did they let you go? Mitsuki, Bakugo yelled, running down the hallway towards him. Katsuki huffed, glaring at the woman. I have to go back tomorrow so they can process my interrogation, Katsuki told her before pushing past and going for the stairs. Are you trying to tell me that they're right? That you assaulted someone? The hag yelled. Katsuki turned with an angry sigh. Will you shut the F up, Alita, you hack? Katsuki yelled. Yes, they're effing right. Katsuki, Bakugo. His mother screeched. How dare you talk to me like that? You get down here and tell me what the hell you did. Bakugo simply rolled his eyes and stomped up the stairs and locked himself in his room. He'd thrown himself onto his bed and pulled out his phone, unlocking it to find himself faced with the Discord server invite he'd forgotten he'd been looking at before the police had shown up on his doorstep. He clicked to join the server after only a moment's hesitation before throwing his phone down. He'd look at that later. The next day, Katsuki returned to the police station after school, which had significantly calmed down now that the main target of everyone's bullying had gone missing. The peace and quiet was new. Katsuki didn't know exactly how he felt about it, especially since he was the one responsible. He'd told the receptionist, a guy with a cat head, that he was here to see the detective from yesterday. Once he'd given a name, the cat man told him to wait while he went to get the man Bakugo was after. Oh, good, Bakugo, you're here, Sukachi said, sitting down at the small table in the waiting room opposite the blonde with a wad of papers in his hands that he immediately tapped on the table before beginning to finger through them, pulling a few free of the stack and pushing them towards Bakugo. Now, about your charge, Sukachi told him. Meeting his eyes as Bakugo huffed, you assaulted your classmate, severely injuring him. Although the amount of damage hadn't been purposeful, the original attack had been. Yeah, I know already. Just tell me what I have to do, Bakugo interrupted, annoyed. Right, well, first of all, this is absolutely going to go on your record. However, we won't be sending you to prison or something similar unless something like that happens again. Katsuki let out a quiet huff in relief, thinking he'd gotten off scot-free. However, although this isn't being brought to court, Inko Midoriya has filed a restraining order on you, meaning you won't be able to get close to Midoriya, Sukachi told him. Bakugo honestly wasn't surprised. It made sense, him being kept away from the damn nerd. As well as this, you'll be attending mandatory therapy, the detective finished, especially for your anger, but also to deal with some other issues I noticed during the questioning yesterday. Shit, so now he'd have to do some dumb mandatory therapy as a perfect little add-on to a criminal record that would make it so he couldn't get into UA. He couldn't be a hero if he had a criminal record after all. Katsuki had a lot to think about when he got home that day. The hag kept asking who he'd beaten up. Katsuki knew that if it was someone who deserved it, she'd stomp down to the police station and try to get him out of the charges. And Deku had deserved it, right? But really, he was just quirkless. Did he really deserve to nearly die? Katsuki groaned and shook his head. This was really messing with him, deciding he needed some kind of distraction. Katsuki shut himself in his room once again and opened up the Discord app on his phone, looking at the server he'd joined the day before but hadn't even looked at yet. Good enough. He'd read through the rules and regulations and was now reading through the server's blacklist. Katsuki groaned. All this it was excessive, wasn't it? Having a load of regulations for what he could and couldn't say. Recordings of explosion quirks. BF. He guessed he wouldn't be showing off his quirk around here then, as much as he hated these excessive rules. This was Ryoku's server. He didn't want to be kicked off for something as stupid as not following the damn blacklist. Even if he thought it was stupid, Bakugo couldn't care less about the conversations going on in the general chats. These guys were all dumb extras, they didn't even matter. He took a mental note of who the admins were before scrolling through the channels. Most of them seemed pretty boring, stuff he couldn't care less about. He found a channel where you could ask Ryoku questions. Most of the questions people posted were about heroes or quirks or something he'd said in a video, along with things like, when will you start posting again, of course. Bakugo considered asking a question in the channel. He wanted to know if he could still go to UA with a criminal record. But he didn't need help. He shouldn't need to ask someone else how to do something. Besides, Ryoku probably didn't even know. Why would he? It wasn't exactly to do with quirks or his channel. He'd probably be better off Googling it or asking a teacher or a counselor they might know. Who was he kidding? His teachers were no good idiots. He doubted that they'd even enforce the damn restraining order Auntie Inko had filed against him. Teachers aren't supposed to turn a blind eye to bullying, sometimes going as far as encouraging it. Even if it was a worthless nerd being bullied, Katsuki doubted the teachers were supposed to ignore it. Whatever, it wasn't like he cared. Katsuki scoffed. This was so stupid. He shouldn't be messing around in some YouTuber's server asking questions he could find out on his own. What the hell was wrong with him? He'd typed out the question already and everything. The pop of his own quirk simultaneously brought him out of his thoughts and sent his phone flying. He was glad he'd had the initiative to buy a blast-resistant phone case, at least, as we stalked over to grab his phone. Small explosions leaving his palms as he did so to burn up the nitroglycerin that had collected there without him noticing. If he started losing track of his thoughts like that, he'd start muttering like the effing nerd. That was one of the last things he wanted. So, without a second thought, he sent the question on the Discord server, before throwing his phone across the room again out of sheer annoyance towards himself and collapsed backwards onto his bed. Izuku was caught off guard by the question sent just moments ago. Can I still get into a hero course if I have a criminal record? First of all, the lack of grammar the questioner had used in the question was appalling. First of all, but Izuku knew it was just a text. Not everyone was like him. Second of all, he never thought he'd be asked something like that. He had been expecting almost all of the other kinds of questions he got in the channel, which he tried his best to answer, but this was new. Izuku wasn't exactly sure why they had asked him rather than just looking it up. Nor was he sure what the answer would be. He hadn't looked into it before, since he'd never had a reason to. However, he wanted to answer the question, so he began to do some research. He'd gone through a couple of hero schools' websites, looking at the entry requirements. A few said that you needed a quirk to get in, which hurt Izuku a little, but that wasn't what he was here for, so it didn't matter. Most school he looked at, including UA, didn't seem to have any policies against people with criminal records. Izuku found it surprising, since that meant literally anyone could try out even if they'd broken the law. He guessed it was probably assumed that villains wouldn't try out for a hero course anyway. nor would 15 to 16-year-olds be that likely to have criminal records anyway. Still, it would probably be better to have a policy in place. Izuku didn't doubt for a second that they took the students' previous school reports, grades, and any criminal activity into account before accepting them. But still, there was nothing saying that someone with a criminal record couldn't get into UA or most other schools. So he got back to the person asking the question. Luckily, it hadn't been covered up just yet. I've done a bit of digging for you. Most hero schools in Japan that I looked at don't say anything on their websites about criminal records. However, I highly doubt that it isn't something they'd consider when accepting students. Ultimately, it depends on the severity of the crime on your record. If it was a one-time offense and nothing too major, as long as you did well enough on the entrance exams for whatever school you're applying to, you could still get in. It would greatly reduce your chances, of course, but it's definitely not impossible. It might be good to check the specific requirements for the school you're trying for though. Izuku typed out, about to press send before stopping and adding, good luck with whatever school you're applying for. Before sending the message, he quickly pinged the user afterwards so that they would definitely see the message, before diverting his attention to the chaotic conversation going on in the admin channel. Bread was trying to get Sleepy Cat to, well, sleep, even though it was only 8 p.m. The newest admin was occasionally adding on to Bread's comments, the two of them ganging up on poor Sleepy Cat. Izuku laughed at the torment before joining in, his only intention being chaos. Katsuki had been surprised when Ryoku actually replied to him. It had only been an hour or so when he got the ping and read through the long paragraph that he'd been sent. Ryoku telling him he still had a chance lifted some kind of metaphorical weight off of his shoulders he didn't even know he'd been carrying. That sounded so effing stupid Katsuki almost gagged. He wasn't sure what UA would consider the severity of his crime. Assault definitely wasn't the worst thing he could have gotten. He was glad the police hadn't registered it as attempted murder. But whatever the severity, there was nothing against trying. That meant that he had to be the best. He had to train more and be the best out of all the other extras so that he could be to get in. Upon looking up UA's entrance exam requirements, he was glad to find that they were one of the schools that didn't say anything against criminal records. That meant he'd just have to use these last 6 months to train even harder than before. Katsuki had to get first place if he had any hope of getting into the hero course. He had wanted to start his new intense training plan the next day after school, but then he remembered he had his first mandatory therapy session after school that day. Saying that Katsuki didn't want to go to therapy was a huge understatement. The hag had had to drag him by the hood of the jacket he'd changed into when he got home from school out of the house, while Katsuki threatened to blow her and everything around them to bits. By the time they had actually arrived, Mitsuki was glad that her son had calmed down to the point where he was just brooding and not threatening to destroy everything. He would never admit it. Of course he wouldn't. He was Katsuki Bakugo. But the therapy hadn't been all that bad. The therapist had been nice. She was called Yua Kiroshima, and she'd had a plate of shortbread cookies cut into little star shapes and decorated with icing sugar. The cookies were a little sweet for Katsuki, but aside from that the therapy had been tolerable. He'd refused to talk for the most part. He didn't want to tell the woman Sid about himself. He'd never met her before and they were expecting him to, what? Tell her his feelings and be all sappy or whatever. No, he didn't do that. But she had been patient with him. She didn't press to begin with. She'd said she wanted him to be comfortable with sharing things with her. So they'd spent the first session with a one-sided conversation. Her trying to let him get more comfortable around her. Not gonna effing happen. 4 weeks after the injury, Izuku had gone back to the hospital so that the doctors could check up on the worst wounds he'd gotten to make sure they were healing properly. There was a possibility that he'd be able to have the wiring holding his jaw in place removed soon, meaning he'd be able to talk again and start filming the backlog of videos he had planned. He'd spent an hour in the hospital waiting room, on his phone chatting with his admin team, which he could be found doing a lot lately. They'd been better friends to him than Kaken ever was. He enjoyed talking to them. He enjoyed the chaos that ensued when Sleepy Cat and Sadness were together, and he loved how supportive and helpful Crimson Riot Supremacy was. Even if he wasn't as active as everyone else, he was apparently preparing for the UA entrance exams. Sleepy Cat had said he was too. Maybe Izuku could make a video with tips for passing the entrance exam. He might be able to help his friends out a bit. Maybe he could ask Bread for some help with that since she was already a hero in training. But she wasn't online right now since she had a normal sleep schedule and it was currently around 7 a.m. for her. He brought his thoughts back to the discussion at hand. The three admins were talking about their favorite heroes and encounters they'd had. Izuku smiled and read through the last few messages before sending one of his own. Sis, I met Hawks once he was on patrol and I got an autograph. Nothing special, but he's pretty cool in person. SC, I don't think I've ever met a hero. My favorite is Eraserhead though. He's underground. CRS, my favorite hero is obvious. He's so manly. But I've never met him. He retired too early for me to have the chance. SC, oh that sucks. CRS, still he's super manly though. I have a few autographs from other heroes I met at HeroCon when I went one year though. Izuku smiled at the picture he sent. A pin board with a couple pieces of paper, each signed by a different hero, pinned up. Some were more famous heroes, like Best Jeanist and Gang Orca Izuku could see. Others were less famous. The hero Team Water Hose were there and the W-Ild Wild Pussycat's signatures, as well as a few lesser-known heroes. Izuku decided, after a few moments of hesitation, to add his own experiences to the discussion. I met All Might a few months ago. I also used to chase villain fights, so I got a lot of autographs from that. CRS, you met All Might, as in the #1 hero. Really? Dude, that's awesome. Not really. He saved me from a villain, crushed my dreams and left me crying on a roof. CRS, W8, SC. That's not cool, dude. Sis, damn, didn't think that was something the greatest hero ever would do. Sorry that happened to you, dude. CRS, wait a minute, he left you crying on a roof. Yeah. Why? CRS, hold on, I'll be back. Izuku stared at his phone in confusion. Why was that such a big deal? Why was one of his admins getting so worked up about that? He never found out what Crimson Riot Supremacy was so worked up about. Because he got called in for his checkup by the nurse before he got back. He'd sent a quick goodbye. The doctor, a different one to the women who'd been there when he'd first been brought in, had gotten straight to the tests, inspecting his burn wounds first and taking notes on how they were healing. He already knew that they were going to leave some pretty bad scars, but he didn't really mind that. Scars were physical reminders that you'd gotten through hard times after all. He didn't hate the multiple scars he already had on his body. The star-shaped burn scars on his arms from the explosions. The scar on his right collarbone that he'd gotten from one time he'd been pushed and gotten a bad cut. As much as he didn't hate them, though, he never showed them off. He didn't like the idea of being asked where they came from. He didn't want to explain the pattern of similar scars from different occasions. He didn't want to hurt Kaken by telling people what he'd done. But he'd already done that, hadn't he? His mom had told him the result of Kaken's questioning, the criminal record, the restraining order. Izuku knew Kaken would hate the idea of therapy most of all. He knew that his former friend still had a chance at UA, a chance to achieve his dreams, since he'd done that research to answer the question he'd gotten on his server a while ago. But it still didn't erase what he'd done. If Kaken didn't get in, it would be his fault. He was the one who gave him a criminal record. Your wounds are healing as expected. The doctor told him, you can expect the burns to heal in around 3 more weeks. The wires in your jaw should be removed in a week. Izuku nodded, confirming that he had heard and understood. You will still need to keep talking to a minimum for a week or so after that until your jaw is used to the movement again. I'd suggest starting off small and slowly easing your way back into it before returning to school. Izuku nodded again, waiting for the man to say that it was okay for him to leave. All right, then you're free to go. Izuku hopped out of the chair easily. Want a sticker before you go? Izuku knew he was probably too old now to be getting stickers from hospital and dentist visits, but they were good to add to his hero collection, so he wasn't about to complain. He nodded. The doctor picked up a stack of hero stickers, fanning them out in his hand and offering them to Izuku, allowing him to pick one. He took a hawk sticker from the pack. He had a few of these kinds of stickers in his room at home, but he didn't have one of the winged hero. Izuku smiled at the doctor before pocketing the sticker and leaving the room, going back to his mom, who had been waiting for him in the waiting room. Kiroshima stared at his laptop screen, his chin resting on his hand, surprise on his face. He was supposed to be studying right now. Instead, he was talking with the other admins on Ryoku's Discord server about their favorite heroes. He had sent them a picture of his autograph board, but something Ryoku had said sent Kiroshima's mind for a loop. Not really. He saved me from a villain, crushed my dreams and left me crying on a roof. His mom had told him she'd found that one boy crying on their roof a few months ago, hadn't she? Obviously, it could have been anyone. He was sure there were a lot of roofs a kid had been left crying on. But surely that wasn't something that happened often. He'd said it was a few months ago as well. His mom had found this kid a few months ago, right? 3 or 4 months ago. It could have just been a coincidence. The boy had left as soon as Kiroshima had gotten home. He hadn't even said anything to him. He had given a name though. Now if only Kiroshima could remember it. Maybe his mom would remember. Dang it, if only he could remember. He thought it started with an I. Kiroshima sat there trying to think for a good 10 minutes before he decided he should just go and ask. He'd actually do the work he was supposed to be doing later. He shook his head and stood up, walking into the living room of his apartment where his mom was tapping away at her phone while savoring one of her wife's shortbread star cookies. Hey mom, do you remember that kid you brought in from the roof a few months ago? Kiroshima asked once his mom had looked up from her screen. Her expression turned thoughtful before realization crossed her face. You mean the kid with green hair and freckles? Yeah, him. Do you remember his name? Or did he tell you why he was up there? His name was. She thought for a second. His name was Izuku Midoriya. And all he really told me was that he wasn't up there to jump. Yeah, that sounds right. "Thanks, Mum," Kiroshima called, rushing back to his room and leaving his mother just a little confused. Back in his room, he pulled his laptop towards him, opening up the admin chat. Ryuko had gone for a hospital appointment pretty soon after he'd left himself and wasn't back yet. Kiroshima opened up a DM and typed out a message. But he hesitated to send it. Should he even ask at all? What if he wasn't Midoriya and that just freaked him out? What if he was and then thought Kiroshima was some kind of stalker? He probably didn't want his identity out on the internet. That much was obvious from the fact that he had gone to such lengths to hide his identity. But then again, Kiroshima was curious and he wanted to know. Maybe he should wait until Ryuko was back online. Once Izuku had gotten home from the hospital, he'd added his sticker to his small collection he'd started. He already had a few stickers and he'd been given one last time he'd been in the hospital as well. His next order of business was to update his friends on what was going on. He knew when he'd be back now, so he should probably announce that to everyone. But his friends get to know first. Izuku didn't realize how excited he was to get back to recording until he typed out the message to send to the admin channel. He had missed making his videos. Even if he'd have to record them with his arms still in a sling, he was excited to be back. Just got home. The doctor said I should be back to speaking in just over a week, so I'll be able to make videos again. Sleepy Cat replied instantly, as did the other admins except CRS, who was apparently idle. Izuku wondered briefly what was up with him. He'd replied weirdly to his short story about All Might. Now he was offline. His questions were answered when he got a DM. CRS: "Hey Ryuko, this might sound really weird, but can I ask you something?" Bad sign. Izuku was getting even more nervous about this. If he was worried about asking him something, that left Izuku to wonder how bad the question was. What if it was something that he couldn't answer? He didn't want to let his friend down, but he had to reply, "Right. I'm sure it won't sound that bad. I've gotten some weird questions." CRS: "I'm sure you haven't gotten this one." CRS: "Are you that boy who my mum found on a roof 5 months ago?" Izuku: "Midoriya." Izuku nearly threw his phone across the room. Instead, he just sat there, staring wide-eyed at the message on the screen. What was he supposed to do in this situation? He didn't plan for something like this to happen. This meant that CRS had to be the boy he hadn't even talked to. He had been so eager to leave then. He could easily lie. There was nothing stopping him from saying that he had no idea who CRS was talking about. But he didn't really want to. Izuku really wasn't a fan of lying anyway. Just because he'd lied to his mum and a lot of other people about a lot of things didn't mean he enjoyed it. Nor was he all that amazing at it. His mum just believed almost anything he said. And this was a new friend. Someone who probably trusted him to tell some kind of truth. He couldn't lie. Izuku knew that. So the only option he really had was to answer him with the truth and tell him not to tell anyone else. He didn't want the wrong people to hear about his real identity. Definitely haven't gotten that question before. If I was, hypothetically, would you go around telling everyone? CRS: "Of course I wouldn't. I'm your friend. That would be so not manly of me." Then yeah, that's me. I'm Midoriya. CRS: "Wait, really? I was right." Yeah. Izuku wasn't sure exactly what to say to that. He always knew there was a possibility that someone would figure out who he was, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. CRS: "You're not going to ban me for life, are you?" No, why would I do that? As long as you don't tell anyone. Please don't tell anyone. If the wrong people find out who I am, I may as well be dead. CRS: "It's that bad?" "I won't tell, dude. I already said that wouldn't be manly. You can trust me." Izuku let out a sigh of relief and sent back a smiley face, gently flopping back into his chair. He reached for his script notebook. Looking through all the videos he had planned and scripted, he couldn't wait to film them. The first video he planned on filming was the new idea he had, giving some tips on getting through hero course exams. Since he already knew a few people who were trying out, and doing the video sooner rather than later would mean people had more time to use his tips. If they wanted to, of course. Izuku smiled as he sent a DM to Bread, asking her if she wanted to help him out with the video. 2 weeks later, Izuku was back to speaking normally again. He'd given his jaw time to get used to talking again like the doctor had told him, and now he was back to filming again. Right now he was on a voice call with Bread, filming his first video to be posted after he returned. The video they'd been planning about tips for hero course entrance exams. Bread had suggested that she actually was in the video to give some tips in person, being a hero student already. Obviously she couldn't be there in person since she lived across the world, but voice chat was probably the next best thing. Izuku had fun filming that video. Bread was just as fun to talk to in person as through text. Maybe they should try an admin voice chat at some point. That video took a lot of editing. Apparently Bread had a similar tendency to go off track as he did, so that ended in a lot of off-topic rambling that Izuku had to cut out, but overall it had been one of his favorite videos to make so far. Over the next week, Izuku had created a lot of his backlogged list of videos from over the last 5 weeks. The one on Endeavor was fun, though he was worried that the hero might come after him if he watched it. Izuku wasn't a huge fan of the flame hero, and that had definitely shown through in the video. He hoped he wouldn't have the number 2 after him. The video he'd done on quirk bias and discrimination had started a lot of discourse, but the majority of his Discord community had come to the consensus that shaming people for their quirks was wrong. He'd thought about using that video to reveal the fact that he was quirkless, but he didn't want to give away something so identifying. One person had already found out his identity after all. He didn't need more people knowing who he was. The more people who knew, the more likely it was to get out. Another week later, and Izuku was finally free of the remaining bandages. His shoulder and back still ached a little sometimes, but the actual burns had scarred over. The shape of the scars reminded him of stars. At least he'd rather think that than have them remind him of the explosions that caused them. The doctor had given him the okay to get back to school, along with another sticker, the day before, but Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to go back. He wanted to apologize to Kaken for getting him in trouble, but then he'd probably just get blown up again. As much as he wanted to apologize, his fear of the blonde's explosions warned him off before he'd even seen him. Besides that, online school had been working incredibly well for him. He was already onto the courses for the next semester, meaning he was definitely ahead of where everyone else would be. It couldn't be because he was smarter. He wasn't, obviously. He was still as useless as he had been before, but maybe it was because he was enjoying it more without having to worry about people coming to attack him around every corner. Whatever the reason, he was doing a lot better in online school and hoped he could keep doing that instead of going back to Aldera. Inko had noticed the positive improvements that online school along with his ever-growing YouTube channel had caused. Izuku was a lot more confident. He didn't contradict himself with self-doubt quite so much. Since he'd been able to move around properly again, he'd gone back to going out to do whatever it was he did. As long as it was healthy, Inko didn't mind. He seemed so much more confident. He didn't turn into a stuttering mess as soon as someone who wasn't her talked to him. She'd heard him on the phone to multiple people in his room, presumably friends he's made through YouTube. She knew her son was smart enough to know how to stay safe online, so she trusted his judgment. So when Izuku approached her about remaining in online school, Inko was happy to agree. She hadn't seen her son so happy as he had been in the last 2 weeks in a long time after all. Katsuki's therapist would say he'd come far in the last 4 months. He himself didn't exactly agree. He was still the angry, explosive person he always had been. She might have taught him a few different ways to calm down and contain his anger so he didn't explode on everyone and anyone around him. But he was still Bakugo. He still recognized his personality as he was still the best. He was still going to be the #1 hero. He was still the person who'd gotten a criminal record and a restraining order because he couldn't just accept that fact that Deku was quirkless and move on with his life. No, he had to beat the nerd within an inch of his life just because he felt Deku was less than he was. If he was asked, Katsuki would never say he regretted it, but at least he could acknowledge that what he did was wrong. He'd had the passing thought that maybe he should apologize for what he did, but that was only a passing thought. Katsuki didn't apologize. Even if he did, he'd never gotten so much as a chance. In fact, since the event he hadn't seen the nerd once. 4 months ago, when his teacher had announced that Deku had officially dropped out of Aldera, most of the class had cheered. 1 or 2 had a look of pity on their faces, others were indifferent. Katsuki had felt a little sick. Was what he did really bad enough for Izuku to not come back? But it wasn't just him, was it? It was everyone who followed him as well. It wasn't just Katsuki doing the damage, though he may have been the one to start it all off. Now it was only 2 weeks until the UA entrance exams. He wondered if he'd be able to do well enough in the exams to get in with his criminal record and his potentially not-so-heroic personality. He'd been training hard, studying whenever he could. He was still getting straight A's in school, so Katsuki doubted that was something he needed to worry so much about. The only thing he hadn't been training was his quirk. Though his quirk was already the best, how could he train that to be better? That's how he, once again, found himself about to make a request for help on Ryoku's Discord server. He hadn't exactly been active, he'd been too busy training, but he knew the community had grown. Ryoku probably didn't remember him from before, so he wasn't worried about posting another request. Not that he would be anyway, but still. This time, rather than in the questions channel, he went to video requests. Asking for a video on explosion quirks wouldn't be weird, right? He didn't want to sound stupid, plus he knew that recordings of quirks like his were blacklisted. But this wasn't a recording, so he was free to talk about it, right? Why the F did he care so much? He didn't even know the damn guy. It wasn't like he ever really talked on the server, but for some reason he didn't want to do anything to offend Ryoku, a reason that Katsuki couldn't quite figure out. That's why he hesitated with his request. Before muttering F it and sending the goddamn message. It was just a few words on a screen. Ryoku could ignore them if he wanted. When Izuku had gotten a request to do a video on explosion quirks from the same person who'd asked the question about the criminal record 2 weeks before the UA entrance exam, he was surprised he ignored the small suspicion that had momentarily popped into his mind. That was impossible and stupid. It wasn't like this was the first kind of request like this that he'd gotten. No, he'd had requests for multiple different types of quirks. Electricity, sound, and verbal activation type quirks had been his favorite of the bunch, but he was unsure about this one. On one hand, Izuku didn't like explosion quirks. To be honest, any fire quirk spooked him a little. On the other, out of all kinds of quirks, he could probably give the best analysis on explosion quirks, having experienced one firsthand since he was 4 years old. He had half a notebook dedicated to mainly Kaken's quirk, so, theoretically, he could make the video. He just wasn't sure if he wanted to or not, which is why he ended up screenshotting the request and sending it in the admin chat, asking whether they thought he should do the video or not. The only other admin online was CRS. CRS, you're not a fan of explosion quirks, right? That's why it's on the blacklist. I'd say if you're comfortable doing it, then go for it. Don't do it if you're not fully comfortable with it, dude. The problem is I don't know whether I'm up for it or not. I already have enough analysis to make a series out of it. I just don't know if I can confidently say what I want to. CRS, well, just give it a go. We're here to support you. Whatever you choose to do about it will definitely be super manly. Izuku huffed. Chris was right. He'd never know if he never tried. The script for this particular video had been difficult to write. There were a lot of tips he could think of to give to explosion quirk users, but there was always the worry that someone would take offense to the criticism like he knew Kaken would. And then there was the possibility that Kaken would see this video if he even managed to get past the script. After multiple hours of writing and rewriting, Izuku finally had a script he was happy with. Now it was just for the filming part. FDFF. In his opinion, the scripting part had been the most difficult of the process of making this particular video, but filming it had been almost as hard. He tried his best to speak confidently, like he usually did, but it was hard with a topic like this. He'd had to refilm the video 3 times to finally get a result he was happy enough with. It was painfully obvious to Izuku how much more forced this video was than his others. He just hoped that his viewers wouldn't notice. Once it was finally posted, Izuku decided to leave the house and go down to Takoba to make a little more progress. He'd gotten pretty far with it over the past months. Around 3/4 of the beach was cleared now. He was pretty sure he'd seen a couple other people helping out, though he usually didn't go to the beach if he saw them there. It was usually just 2 people, a boy with spiky red hair and a hardening quirk who seemed oddly familiar even though Izuku had only started seeing him in the last week. He seemed to be helping out with the heavier appliances as some kind of training routine. The other was a girl with bouncy pink hair who had started taking a lot of scrap metal and spare parts to who knows where the moment he asked around for assistance on forums months ago. Half the time he saw her talking to herself and thought she may be some kind of young mad scientist or something. But at least the beach was being cleared. Izuku usually avoided talking to anyone at the beach, a little worried that they'd be someone from Aldera or that he'd be recognized as Ryoku or both. But today he wasn't so lucky. The red-haired boy was at the beach and Izuku didn't manage to get away before he was noticed. He'd ended up accidentally meeting the boy's eyes and he couldn't help staying after he'd seen his face light up in recognition, but no malice or hatred. Although he had no clue who he was, this boy obviously knew him. "Hey, I recognize you," he cheered, running over with a tire over his shoulder to stand in front of him, a bright smile on his face, showing his pointed teeth. Izuku recognized that smile. "You're Izuku Midoriya." Izuku shuffled back a little. He hadn't been around other people in a while, since he no longer went to school in person and had no friends to actually go out with. He had never been used to social interaction. How did this work again? "Chris?" Izuku asked. His voice came out only just more than a whisper, and his tone was more of a question than a statement, but Izuku guessed it would do. The boy in front of him snorted at the nickname. "That's me, but my actual name is Ejiro Kiroshima. Nice to properly meet you." Kiroshima smiled, holding out a hand for Izuku to shake. The green-haired boy glanced at the hand, looked up at Kiroshima's face, then back at the hand before shaking it. "Well, I'm nice to meet you, properly again," Izuku said, before muttering about how he really needed to get out more under his breath. "So, what brings you here?" Kiroshima asked, putting down the tire and sitting on the wall separating the beach from the road and patting the empty space on the wall, offering Izuku the spot next to him. "I'm training. The UA entrance exams are soon." "Oh, I've just been clearing the beach in my free time. I actually started just after I met you, then," Izuku replied, the nervous edge in his voice still present, but still he sat down next to Kiroshima. Izuku had expected to spend the last few hours before the sun set walking back and forth clearing the beach. Instead, he sat at a 2-person table outside of a cute little cafe eating an ice cream cone in January with Kiroshima, who'd been nothing but friendly towards him the entire time. He'd gotten a lot more comfortable around the red-haired boy over the time they'd spent together. They laughed and joked. They talked about just about anything. Izuku found himself easing into the conversation better than he expected. When they'd first gotten ice cream, they'd decided to take a selfie together. As a commemoration for their first day of friendship, Izuku laughed and asked if he could send it on the admin channel, which Kiroshima had agreed to so. After Izuku blurred out his own face, Kiroshima had told him not to bother with his, he sent it. They'd exchanged numbers even though they already had each other's Discord users, so it wasn't exactly that big of a deal when Kiroshima said he had to get home. Izuku had headed off as well, back to his house. He smiled when he checked his phone to see sadness, and raged at the fact that they were eating ice cream in January, and Sleep-a-Cat, who was enraged that they were eating ice cream in January without him. And Bread just sent a picture of herself chilling on a beach in the snow wearing shorts and sandals. Izuku loved his admins. That was definitely a good way to end a day like today. It was the day of the UA entrance exams. Izuku had started the day by posting a message on both his Discord server and YouTube community page saying good luck to anyone who would be taking them, before getting ready for the day. Even though he wouldn't be taking the practical exam that the hero course examinees were taking, he'd still need to take the written portion to get into Gen Ed. Unfortunately, it was on the same day, although the one for the hero course was the day after. That meant he risked running into Kaken. He had personally wished Kiroshima and Sleep-a-Cat luck in the admin channel, so did Bread and Sadness. Izuku stared up at the gates of UA, then around at all the other examinees. They were supposed to come in their middle school uniforms. Izuku didn't go to a middle school anymore, obviously, so he chose to wear an Eraserhead hoodie and black jeans. He didn't want to stand out, but he still felt other people's stares, probably questioning why a kid who wasn't in uniform was at UA. Ignoring them, Izuku made his way towards the school, finding himself entranced with the way the bright sunlight reflected off the glass walls of UA. Izuku didn't realize he was about to walk into someone until he was on the floor from impact. As he realized who he'd walked into, he was filled with dread. He recognized the instinctive explosion that he heard above him. Kaken, Izuku squeaked from the floor. I am sorry. I wasn't looking and I bumped into you and I. Deku, the F are you doing here? Kaken interrupted him. His tone was irritated. But it wasn't the deadly anger that Izuku remembered. Was Kaken actually cooperating with the therapy, or was this Kaken's long-lost twin or something? I'm here to take the exam F for the Gen Ed course, Izuku muttered, looking at the floor and fiddling with the hem of his hoodie. Whatever, I have to go. Have fun in nerd class, Deku. It was an insult, paired with sparks from his quirk. Izuku flinched back a little, but Kaken only walked away from him, shoving his hands in his pockets and leaving Izuku confused on the floor. Was that really Kaken? Why didn't he yell? Well, I guess he did, but not like he used to. But he has that restraining order on him. He wasn't even supposed to come near me. I guess that interaction was my fault. I guess that's why he was so quick to leave. Midoriya. Ryoku. He was snapped out of his daze as his YouTube alias was hissed at him along with a light tap on the face. He blinked to find Kiroshima crouched down next to him. Hawa. Izuku looked around, remembering where he was and realizing multiple people were staring. Izuku began to panic before Kiroshima put a hand on his shoulder, helping to calm him down. You okay, man? You were just spaced out, muttering on the floor, Kiroshima asked, simultaneously helping Izuku to his feet. The smaller smoothed out his hoodie before smiling. Yeah, I'm good. I got lost in thoughts, Izuku clarified, smiling. A good luck on the practical, by the way. I know you've got this. Remember, you're the wrecking ball, not the wall. Kiroshima nodded, a determined look on his face. I'll smash this exam. Izuku held his hand out for a fist bump. Kiroshima happily obliged before they parted ways. The taller headed for the auditorium and the shorter heading for the classroom he'd been assigned to take the exam. It would be a lie for Izuku to say that he wasn't surprised when he entered the room. In fact, he thought he was in the wrong place, but the sign outside the room clearly read Gen Ed Exam Room 1 and he wasn't that early, only a few minutes. Was there really only 14 other people taking the exam? On the UA website they said that 20 out of the 60 Gen Ed places were for hero course dropouts. But the lack of people here purely for Gen Ed itself made Izuku think that number was a lot higher. The way Midnight looked at him from the teacher's desk before telling him to take a seat made him a little uncomfortable. But luckily or not, depends on opinion, he was used to weird remarks from his comment section. It was only a small amount of people, but there were always a few, no matter who he was. When he'd first gotten an inappropriate comment, he was weirded out and not to mention wanted to take down his entire channel. Instead, he just deleted the comment and moved on. But now he was used to stuff like that, so Midnight didn't throw him off as much as she might have 10 months ago. As the clock ticked down to the official beginning of the 3-hour test, Izuku let his mind wander. He was gazing in the R-rated hero's direction, thinking about how impractical her costume was. She'd be much better off wearing some kind of leotard with exposed limbs like Maruko than the skin-tight cloth suit she wore. She could still keep her image and reputation while maximizing the effectiveness of her quirk, which Izuku felt didn't reach its full potential with her scent having to diffuse through a layer of cloth before it could reach her opponent and put them to sleep. Izuku snapped out of it. He'd have to make a video on midnight later when the hero announced the beginning of the exam time. He had flown ahead with the questions, most of them being somewhat basic. Having progressed a small way into the high school courses, a lot of the questions asked were easier than he expected. After 2 of the 3 hours, Izuku had completed all the questions. He spent the remaining hour going over his answers multiple times, changing answers he wasn't happy with and double-checking math questions. He had only found a couple of mistakes in his work, but it was all worth correcting. Izuku was sure there were many smarter people who wouldn't make it into the hero course because they didn't have the flashy quirks the exams favored. Every mark would count if he wanted to get in. A week later, Izuku got his letter. He knew Kiroshima had already gotten his letter from him, excitedly spamming the admins saying that he'd gotten in. Sleepycat had been disappointed. He got the same letter yesterday. But he DM'd Izuku specifically, saying that he was right about the exams favoring flashy quirks and that he hadn't been able to use his quirk in the exam at all. Izuku thought it was incredibly unfair. He was sure there were many people who were in the same position as Sleepycat, whose quirks would be amazing for heroics but just weren't flashy enough in the exams. Izuku opened his letter in his room, sitting at his desk. He skim-read it before reading it over fully. Finding that he'd gotten into the Gen Ed course, he grinned as he showed his mum the letter. Inko had hugged him tight, telling him she'd be making katsudon for dinner as a celebration. He wanted to tell his admins, but they didn't know he was taking the exam. One person knowing who he was enough. Knowing that he was a Gen Ed student narrowed down the search for anyone else to 1 in 60, rather than whatever odds it was before, which Izuku knew was considerably larger. I'm going to UA. Nezu sat in his office, looking through the written exam papers of the students who had gotten into UA this year. It was only a few days until the beginning of the school year. The principal wanted to work out who the intelligent students were so he could keep a closer eye on them. There were definitely some impressive scores. Most of them had gotten into the hero course. Yaoyorozu Momo and Todoroki Shoto were a given. As recommended students, Nezu expected the level of intelligence they showed. Yaoyorozu had gotten 97% and Todoroki had gotten 94%. Of course there were others, Bakugo Katsuki being one of the top scorers. Kendo Itsuka had done considerably well along with Kiroshima Ejiro. They were all promising students indeed, but the one that stood out to him the most was one kid who'd applied only to Gen Ed, not taking the hero course exams like most students did. Midoriya Izuku had scored 98% on the exam. The only questions he'd gotten wrong were a few questions on English, but otherwise his test was exceptional. Nezu was definitely going to keep an eye on this kid. Nezu was a little confused as to why Midoriya hadn't tried for the hero exams, but his question was answered when he pulled up the boy's file. The Quirkless written in bold letters underneath his name and age answered most of his questions. He dropped out of his middle school months ago, instead having signed up for an online course, where he'd made more progress in these months than he had in the rest of the school year. Nezu folded his paws in front of him. He'd have to keep an eye on Midoriya. If he showed any more promising skills, the principal might have to train the boy himself. For now, though, he'd just have to watch and wait. Izuku was both excited and incredibly nervous for his first day at UA. After 7 months of online school, Izuku was worried about how it'd go, integrating back into school, especially a school like UA. He was scared it would be like Aldera, that people would find out that Izuku was quirkless and then he'd be a target again. But then again, most of the teachers were pro-heroes. He was so excited to meet them, hopefully he could get autographs. He was excited for new classes. He'd be separate from Kaken and he'd be able to experience UAS teaching firsthand. Maybe he could even sneak a look at the hero course. It'd give him more quirks to analyze. Kiroshima was freaking out in the admin chat. Izuku knew he had a few issues with self-confidence. To Izuku it was obvious. Maybe that was because he suffered similar issues. He did his best to encourage him, telling the red-haired boy that it would be fine, that it would go perfectly, that he'd be an amazing hero. Izuku had arrived at his classroom 15 minutes early. It wasn't like he'd wanted to be that early, but he'd prefer hanging out in the classroom to hanging around outside and risk running into scary people. So he sat down at his desk, pulled out his scripting notebook and his quirk analysis notebook and began scripting the video he was planning about midnight. He had been so engrossed in what he was doing that he hadn't noticed the class slowly begin to fill up until someone screeched. Izuku instinctively put his hands over his ears, looking up and around, noticing the amount of people who had arrived since he started working. Izuku quickly put his notebooks away. He didn't need to risk anyone seeing them. Only moments before the bell, the final member of the class ran into the room. Izuku barely got to see what he looked like as before he'd thrown himself into the seat next to Izuku, rested his forehead on the table and let out what sounded like a sigh of relief before covering his ears. There were only a few moments to be intrigued by the other boy's actions before Izuku's own hands covered his ears when a loud yell resounded through the hallway and Present Mike appeared in their classroom. "Warning, little listeners," Mike said, the enthusiasm in his voice not dropping for a second. "I'm Hisashi Yamada, or Present Mike, your homeroom teacher this year. A few of the students cheered, matching his enthusiasm. Others just looked bored and thoroughly unimpressed. Izuku heard the boy next to him groan, rubbing his eyes. Today we just gotta do orientation. Then we can hang here until lunch when you listeners get to go home. Proper classes will start tomorrow, Mike announced, before standing up and going to the door, followed by the rest of the students. Izuku stuck to the back of the group, ending up walking next to the same boy. He finally got a proper look at the boy's appearance. He had purple hair that defied gravity along with dark bags under his eye. Neither of them talked as they were led to the welcome ceremony. Some of the other students were chatting excitedly. Mike himself was making conversation with some of the more enthusiastic students until they reached the large hall, where Nezu was already waiting to give some kind of speech on a podium. After the welcome speech they'd been shown around the school, Izuku tried his best to make a mental map of the place, hoping that he wouldn't get lost at all. That would be embarrassing. Now they were back in classroom 1 degrees Celsius and Mike was announcing the activity that they'd be doing from now until it was time to go home again. An exercise to get to know each other. Mike announced, "You listeners are going to be in this studio together for this whole year, meaning you should get to know the people you'll be around." Well, now Izuku was screwed, wasn't he? All you gotta do for now is turn to the person next to you and tell them your name and something interesting about yourself. Go. The class exploded into chatter. The two people on Izuku's right had paired up, which left him with the quiet boy he'd ended up next to for most of the day. He spared a glance over at him. The boy huffed and pulled his bag up onto the table and smacked his face into it. "I guess you're not a fan of icebreakers either, huh?" Izuku said, not quite quiet enough to be a whisper. The boy snapped his head up, glaring in Izuku's direction. "Yeah, whatever," he said. "I'm not here to make some dumb friends." Izuku chucked dryly. He was a little worried he'd end up spending the year friendless as well. At least it was an upgrade from last year. There was no bullying as of yet, but he knew not to get his hopes up too far. "I don't like them either," Izuku said, before muttering, "I was always singled out as the different kid." "What was that?" Nothing. I didn't say anything." Izuku yelped, startled at the boy actually hearing him. He'd thought his voice would be quiet enough that he wouldn't hear over the ruckus of the class. Izuku sighed as the purple-haired boy put his face back into his bag. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Maybe we can be outcasts together," Izuku stated, unsure as to whether the boy was still listening to him. "Shinszo Hitoshi, now leave me alone so I can sleep." "All right, listeners, time's up. I want you guys to share something you learned about your partner to the rest of the class," Mike announced happily. Izuku couldn't help notice the pro stare at Shinszo, who looked just as horrified as Izuku felt. Of course he did that. Once Mike started going around the class one by one, each student saying something they'd learned about their classmates. Mostly it was either a quirk or an interest. "What am I supposed to say?" Shinszo hissed at him across the tables, quiet enough to not be heard. I don't know. I'm a fan of Eraserhead," Izuku hissed back. "What about, Shinszo? What did you learn about your partner?" "Well, there goes any good first impression I could have made." "Midoriya is an Eraserhead fan?" Shinszo asked, phrasing it almost as a question as he repeated what Izuku had just told him. Mike looked at Izuku for confirmation, who nodded with a small smile. "Hey, you're the listener who came to the entrance exams in an Eraserhead hoodie that Midnight told us about," Mike yelled, pointing dramatically at him. "She called you green bean and everything." Izuku felt his face go red. The teachers were already talking about him. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, he's a cool hero," Izuku muttered, not wanting to speak too loud in front of the class out of the fear that had been ingrained in his head since he was 4 years old. "That's super neat, little listener. I'm an Eraser fan too." Izuku saw Shinszo roll his eyes. "All right, next." Mike moved on to the next student, forgetting completely about Izuku's turn. He let out a sigh of relief and slumping back in his chair, taking a quick glance at Shinszo to see the smallest of smiles pulling at the other boy's lips. There was a bounce in his step as Izuku walked towards the station. He knew Shinszo said he didn't want friends and he'd probably push Izuku away once he found out about his quirk. But for now it was his mission to befriend his purple-haired classmate. Unfortunately, Shinszo had disappeared after class and Izuku hadn't seen him since. But they sat together, so he'd get another chance to talk tomorrow. For now he pulled out his phone as he walked, checking on the admin chat. Guys, there's a boy in my class and I have no idea how to talk to him." Izuku smiled. His admins all had some kind of degree of social awkwardness. Same. I want to be friends with a boy in my class, but he doesn't act like he wants friends. Guys, did you both get a crush on your first day? Oh god, and Zero, he just sits next to me and I want to be friends, but I don't know how to talk to people. I'm worried I'm going to scare him off or something. I just want to be his friend because he was pushing everyone else away. It's not a crush. PFT, I was kidding. But I'm not even a beginner on friendship, so I'm no use to you guys here. Sorry. My advice would just be to be yourself. It worked pretty well when I started school. SC, right, because being a grumpy insomniac is totally gonna get me friends. Raw, you never know. Besides, you're a grumpy insomniac here and we're your friends. SC, sure, thanks guys, I have to go. I'm supposed to be training. Shinszo was annoyed. He wasn't sure exactly why. It could be because Midnight was currently fangirling over Midoriya because of the Eraserhead hoodie he'd apparently worn to school at the entrance exams. Or it could have been the fact that Izuku had already managed to get top of the class in every class except English, in which he was second. Again, he was a Midnight favorite because he seemed really interested in pre-quirk era art and trends and weird shit like that, though most of the teachers liked him a lot. Most of the teachers had started calling him Green Bean. It was all very annoying. It could also simply be that he hadn't befriended the green-haired boy yet. It wasn't that Shinszo didn't have the courage to talk to him. Totally not. He was just the class favorite with the teachers and the students just let him do his own thing. Why should Shinszo be scared? He'd never initiated a conversation. It wasn't his style. He'd been through enough to know that people didn't like it when he talked. Since his quirk was verbal activation and a villain quirk, he knew that Ryoku had assured him that no quirk was villainous unless the person used it that way. But that didn't erase all the fear-filled looks he got whenever he opened his mouth in middle school, nor the bullying he faced just because of his quirk. He'd even had his mouth duct taped shut more than once by the bullies. It had been a horrible feeling, so he'd learned to not talk, to stay silent and in the background. It was also a required skill when you were adopted by a pair of pro heroes. He knew he needed to keep his mouth shut about it. No one outside of family and close friends were supposed to know, since it could put him and his dad's in a lot of danger. He hadn't even been allowed to tell his friends online about it. He'd hated lying to them, but it had to be done for everyone's safety. Not many people even knew Aizawa and Yamada were married. Even less knew they had an adopted son, even though Shinszo had been in their care for 3 years now. So no, he didn't try and strike up a conversation with Midoriya. They'd talked a couple of times, but that was only for partner work. Shinszo was beginning to think he was never going to get anywhere. Izuku had made 23.5 different plans on how to get Shinszo to talk to him over the past week. Each was written in his notebook, the details thoroughly thought out. He'd written them out like a script. What he would say and what he expected Shinszo to say back. Not one of them had been carried out. The boy groaned, smacking his head on his paper. It was Monday morning on the second week of school, and he hadn't had the courage to carry out any one of his plans, and he was beginning to lose hope. Unfortunately, the quiet thump of his head hitting the desk got the attention of his teacher, Present Mike, who was in the middle of explaining some English grammar rules that Izuku thought were pretty stupid. "You okay, Green Bean?" Mike asked. Izuku didn't raise his head so no one could see the fact that he'd blushed out of embarrassment at the nickname. Instead, he just raised a hand and gave his teacher a thumbs up. When Izuku peeked up past the arm he'd wrapped around his head, he noticed the smile on his teacher's face. Izuku didn't like that smile. He was planning something, and luckily Izuku didn't know. "Alright listeners, since everyone here's good enough at English to sleep through my awesome English lesson," Mike raised his voice a little, clapping a little, causing Shinszo to wake up with a jump. "I've got something more interesting for you to do." Izuku nearly missed the evil smirk sent Shinszo's way before Mike put his normal bright smile on his face. Shinszo himself groaned audibly, as if he knew what was coming next. "I'm assigning a spontaneous group project, which you listeners have to do in pairs." Mike cheered, earning a unanimous groan from the class. Izuku hit his head on the desk again. "You'll need to research an English book of your choice, make a presentation, and present it, all in English." The class broke out into angry whispers, a few of them pointing the blame on Shinszo for being asleep, but Izuku had suspicions elsewhere. "Can we choose partners?" A girl whose hair was made from some kind of metal asked, raising her hand as she spoke. "Yup, you can start now, listeners. There's 5 minutes left of the lesson," Mike said, shooting a glance at Izuku before sitting down at his desk. Folding his hands behind his head and watching the chaos unfold in the class swarmed the two top students. The top student, a girl who could turn herself into a liquid, picked her partner, leaving the rest of the class to go after Izuku, who somehow managed to deflect partner requests until the bell rang signaling the end of the lesson. Mike said he wanted the project done for next Friday, giving them just under 2 weeks to do it. Most people had given up on Izuku after he'd started rejecting everyone who asked to be his partner, pairing up with each other instead. A few had been persistent though, but even they took the chance to pair up while they waited for Cementos to arrive for modern lit class. By lunchtime, Izuku and Shinszo were the only ones without partners for the impromptu English project. It just had to be in his worst subject, didn't it? Maybe he could get help from Bread. Izuku looked around at lunch, holding his tray in both hands. He noticed Kiroshima, but he was sitting with Kaken. Of course he had gotten in. Even with a record, Izuku hadn't even been surprised, and a few other of the hero students. A boy with candy cane hair was sitting with a brown-haired girl and another guy with glasses. He looked uncomfortable, but that's none of Izuku's business. They were more of the hero course students. He'd seen them around a few times. Finally drawing his attention from the tables occupied with hero course students, Izuku spotted who he was looking for. Shinszo sat alone on a table in the corner. The green-haired boy took a deep breath to steady his nerves before walking over, putting his tray down and sitting opposite the taller boy, who stared at him with a startled expression on his face. Hey, wanna be partners for the English project? I think everyone else partnered up already. Izuku trailed off, losing any enthusiasm and courage he had as he looked at Shinszo's expression. What, you couldn't get with any of the other kids? Shinszo asked him, glaring at his food. Actually, I wanted to partner with you. That sounds weird. Sorry. But I actually rejected most of the others when they asked me. Izuku spluttered, trying to explain and not earn any more glares from the boy. His glares were scary. Why would you want to partner with me? I'm good at English. Shinszo shook his head. 1. You aren't that bad at English. 2. Because I want to be your friend, and friends partner up for things, I think. Izuku said, looking hopefully at Shinszo, whose eyes widened. You want to be friends with me? Really? But I have a Shinszo started, before he was silenced by Izuku, leaning forward and putting a finger on his lips, telling him to shut up. You're about to say one of two things. I'd like you to not. Izuku told him, sitting back down. Well, what was I going to say? Shinszo asked him. Now incredibly confused, Midoriya was confusing. The way he was acting now was so different than in class. In class he was shy, didn't talk to anyone, jumped whenever someone who wasn't a teacher spoke to him, muttered under his breath as he took notes. This Midoriya was a lot more talkative, bubbly, a little awkward, but he didn't seem scared at all. You were either going to say that you have a weak quirk, or a villain quirk. Izuku told him, which was it? Shinszo spluttered for a second. How the hell did this guy know what he was going to say? Did he have a mind-reading quirk? Was that how he was so smart he just got the answers from the teachers? Izuku watched him expectantly, waiting for an answer. I have a villain quirk, Shinszo muttered, staring into his food awkwardly again. Oh, cool, Izuku said, a smile on his face as he leaned back on his chair and began eating. Cool, Shinszo asked in disbelief. You aren't gonna leave now? Leave? Why? Because people can't realize that people aren't defined by their quirks. Nah, I don't do that. PFD, if I decided people should be judged by their quirks, I'd probably have to kill myself, Izuku said, waving his chopsticks around as he spoke before going back to eating. Oh, don't do that, Shinszo said awkwardly, making Izuku laugh. Don't worry, I won't. Maybe I thought about it once or twice, but now I've got people who care about me now and I wouldn't be able to just leave like that. Izuku sighed, a serious look in his eyes, before they lit up. What is your quirk anyway? You really aren't going to leave? I already said, I don't judge people by their quirks. Shinszo sighed, visibly slouching in his chair. My quirk is called brainwashing. I can mind control people if they respond to me asking a question. The purple-haired boy looked at Izuku, as if still expecting him to turn away, or at least stop talking to him. That's such a cool quirk, Izuku quietly squealed, before beginning to mutter, I can't believe people said it was a villain quirk. It would be awesome for heroics. You could just tell a villain to stop attacking and get them into custody without them even resisting. Even if that doesn't work, you could be a detective. A brainwashing quirk would be perfect for an interrogation. You really think I could be a hero? Of course I do. Now we should talk about the English project. This is going to be hell. You can say that again. SC, guys. BB, what happened? Ra, you okay? SC, better than okay. I made friends with the guy I told you about. BB, congrats. Did you take my advice? SC, MHM were both socially inept FS, but he was so nice I was worried about him thinking my quirk would be villainous. But he didn't. It was amazing. Ra, that's so cool. People who don't disrespect others because of quirks are hard to find, so well done. I made a friend today too. He has a super cool quirk. I want to analyze it more. CRS, I'm sure he wouldn't mind you asking questions. Ra, I hope not. Because if he does mind, I'll probably just stalk him anyway. SC, should we be worried? Ra, no. Not long after that conversation, Izuku demed bread, hoping for some recommendations for good books in English. She'd given him 7 different book series, most of them some kind of fantasy or adventure themed, others just plain weird. Izuku had done a little research on each series, just to work out what would be the best. He'd selected a few that he liked best. The next week of school was interesting. During their English lessons, Izuku and Shinszo had been working on the project. It was hard to do without the actual book though, since neither of them had owned the book they'd chosen. They'd ended up deciding to just order it online. It would probably be a good read anyway, and Izuku needed more books that weren't manga in his collection. On the first day of the project, They'd decided on researching the first book in the Hunger Games trilogy, since Izuku had said he'd found the concept interesting when he'd done a small amount of research the different books Brett had recommended. After he'd told Shinszo the basic concept of the books, he'd agree. At lunch on Wednesday, the pair had ended up sitting on a table of hero course students. Izuku doubted that Shinszo had wanted to be there when he sat down, but it looked like it was the least crowded table in the cafeteria. Not one free table like there usually was. Their particular table was occupied by the candy cane boy, who apparently hadn't wanted to sit with his little friend group, and a boy with a bird head, who also didn't seem to have a specific set of friends. "This is just a table of loners, isn't it?" Shinszo asked, breaking the awkward silence. "I needed a break from those guys," Candy Cane said quietly with a shrug, gesturing to a few tables over, where the brown-haired girl and a few others were sat, talking loudly. The bird guy nodded. "Our class is full of noise. I'd rather remain in the darkness." "Yeah, the hero course had some odd people." "Oh, interesting," Izuku said, trying his best to continue the conversation. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, and this is Hitoshi Shinszo. We're from Gen Ed. Fumikage Takoyami," the bird-headed boy replied, holding out a hand that Izuku shook. "I'm Shoto Todoroki," Candy Cane said. Izuku's eyes lit up. "You're Endeavor's kid," Izuku squeaked, before smacking his hand over his mouth and apologizing, although it was muffled. Todoroki sighed and nodded. "I am so sorry. Why, you probably don't want people pointing that out, do you?" Izuku apologized, stumbling over his words. Shinszo just shook his head with a sigh. "It's fine, though I'd appreciate you not telling anyone. I'd rather it not be made overly obvious," Todoroki said. "I don't want to be associated with him." "Fair, I wouldn't want to be associated with that flaming trash heap either," Izuku replied, waving his hand dismissively, before realizing that he'd just insulted the guy he was talking to his father to his face and shrinking back in his seat with an apology. "You dislike Endeavor?" Todoroki asked. Izuku barely caught the small smile on his face as he spoke before it was ironed back into the trained neutral expression. If you want my honest opinion, no, I don't," Izuku answered quietly. "I don't think he deserves to be a hero. He does more damage than good." "I agree," Takoyami said. "Endeavor's casualty count in villains and civilians is higher than every other hero in Japan. His collateral damage rate is also incredibly high. If you guys hate Endeavor so much, why are you still talking to me?" Todoroki asked quietly. "Well, you aren't him, are you?" Izuku laughed. "Also, it's not every day you meet someone who could have valuable information that could be used to ruin someone's hero career, is it?" What?" Todoroki asked as all three of them gave Izuku weird looks. "Don't worry about it," Izuku said, going back to his food to hide the nervousness he was feeling. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. They probably thought he was some kind of criminal. Now he didn't want to ruin anyone's hero career except maybe Endeavor. "Did you guys see Ryoku's latest video?" Shinszo asked, steering the conversation away from Izuku and simultaneously, but unknowingly, putting him as the center of attention again. Izuku barely said anything during the conversation that ensued. It turned out that both Shinszo and Todoroki were huge fans. Izuku was sure that if they knew he was Ryoku, they'd probably freak out. "His newest video makes me wonder, how did he get the details about Midnight's personality that one might only be able to get with close contact?" Takoyami asked. "It was as if he knew her personally." Izuku choked. He knew adding those little details about how Midnight wasn't always overly sexual along with other things might be a mistake. "You okay there, Midoriya?" Shinszo asked, patting his friend on the back as he coughed, before he recovered and nodded. The bell signaling the end of lunch, and the four split off to go to their own classes. Shinszo and Midoriya heading back to 1 degrees Celsius, and Todoroki and Takoyami heading back to one for their heroics classes. The next day, Izuku had arrived to UA only to find that the gates were being swarmed by the media. He'd tried to weave his way through, but he'd ended up with a microphone shoved in his face by a red-haired reporter asking him something about All Might. He'd panicked a little. He wasn't a fan of the crowd he was suddenly in the middle of, nor did he want to say anything about All Might, who, from what he heard, was now a teacher here. That was news to him. He'd been rescued by one of the hero course students, who had some kind of sparkly quirk, since he seemed to literally glitter, a perfect target for the press. The boy had winked at Izuku, who had mouthed his thanks before scurrying into the school. As soon as he was out of sight of the media, he sprinted to his classroom. At lunch, he'd ended up sitting with the pair of hero course students from yesterday again. However, their conversation was interrupted by a shrill alarm bell. One of the third years in the room yelled about it been some kind of intruder alert and that they were supposed to evacuate immediately. One look at the hallway made Izuku sit back down in his seat. "Midoriya, aren't you coming? We're supposed to evacuate," Todoroki asked him, backed up by Shinszo's nodding. Takoyami had already made his way out of the room when the alarm first sounded. The hallway is packed. It'll be impossible to get anywhere," Izuku answered. "We may as well wait till the crowd thins." "Can't argue with that," Shinszo shrugged, dropping himself back into his seat lazily and pulling out the book they'd chosen to read for the English project. They both had a copy now and they'd decided to read it fully before starting on the actual project. Todoroki glanced between the two Gen Ed students casually continuing their lunch while everyone else was panicking. And the overly crowded hallway. Izuku was right. There really was no chance of them getting anything but squashed if they'd left, so he sat back down and continued to eat his soba. On Friday, their modern lit class was interrupted by Nezu, over the intercom, calling Cementos for backup and to come immediately. Izuku and Shinszo exchanged glances as Cementos told the class that they now had a free period before running from the room. Most of the class cheered. Some pulled their chairs over to their friends' desks, or swapped seats altogether. Others simply pulled out books or homework. A few even left the classroom together, laughing about how being left unsupervised meant they could do what they wanted. Izuku pulled his desk across the gap so he was next to Shinszo, and pulling his laptop out of his bag. He didn't usually bring it to school, but they'd decided the day before that they'd start working on the presentation aspect of the project today, so he'd brought it with him and continuing work on the few slides they'd already began. None of the teachers had gotten back before lunch, during which the lack of Class 1A students was definitely felt by everyone. A whole 20 students being missing from the cafeteria wasn't about to go unnoticed. In the last few classes of the day, they hadn't really done much. The entire faculty was still in chaos. Snipe and Midnight were refusing to tell them anything, though not much work had been given. Whatever happened to one of that day had caused chaos felt throughout the school. It wasn't back to normal until the next Tuesday. On Tuesday, the sports festival was announced. It would be happening in 3 weeks, and they would be preparing for it during their gym lessons. They could also request time in the gym after school. They were allowed support gear as well as they had any, or they could request some from the support course students if they wanted to. Another thing Izuku found out on Tuesday was that Class 1 had after-school training sessions on the UA grounds that were perfect opportunities for Izuku to get to know their quirks in secret. It was information gathering, not stalking. After school that day, he carried his notebook and pen and located the class training on a sports field with their teacher. There was a perfect wall for Izuku to hide behind to watch the training session, so he sat up there, putting his backpack down against the wall and sitting, propping his notebook against his legs, and prepared a page in the book to begin his WANA analysis. After watching the hero students for an hour, he had come up with multiple ways they could improve their fighting styles, quirk usage, and their costumes. He had already filed 2 of his pages with analysis, and halfway through a third when he was spotted. Izuku had been peeking around a corner, observing Takoyami using Dark Shadow in an attempt to take down Frog Girl when he locked eyes with Eraserhead. They stared at each other for a good 5 seconds before Izuku realized he should probably run. He wasn't supposed to be spying on the hero course, since none of the teachers were aware he was still on campus and his behavior could be considered stalking. So he grabbed his notebook and his backpack and got up to run. Unfortunately, the hesitation had been enough to let him get caught. As he ran, he felt something wrap around his ankle and cause him to trip. He yelped as he hit the ground, the contents of his bag scattering onto the floor as he hit the ground, luckily still holding onto his notebook as he was reeled and caught like a fish. It was a little painful, being dragged across the grass, but at least it was grass and not stone. He struggled, but only managed to flip himself onto his back, making himself even more helpless as he was dragged into view of the class. This was embarrassing, and he was glad he wasn't injured right now. The entirety of WANA turned to stare as their teacher shot his capture weapon at the wall. They were confused until they heard a yelp and Aizawa dragged someone out from behind the wall. He was using his quirk, looking incredibly intimidating as his hair defied gravity, and his eyes glowed red. Whoever the kid was squeezed as he attempted to sit up, only to be grabbed by the arm and hauled up by their teacher. "What are you doing spying on our class?" Eraserhead questioned, only to be interrupted. "Deku," Bakugo yelled, standing up from the floor where he'd been waiting for his turn to spar. "Midaburo?" Kiroshima asked, tilting his head to the side, confused. "Midoriya." Takoyami looked over, realizing he recognized the boy in Aizawa's hold. "Kamanari," the yellow-haired boy added unhelpfully, earning a few glares and a couple of laughs. "What? I thought we were yelling names." A hint of recognition flashed through Eraserhead's eyes as he looked at the small kid in front of him. This is the kid he'd saved in that alley, the one who'd been beaten up by a childhood friend. Aizawa immediately let him go. He didn't know that this kid got into UA. "I'm sorry for watching while your training session." Izuku blurted out, "I just spit it out, Deku." Bakugo yelled, "I'm not supposed to be effing near you, so get a goddamn move on." "As sorry, Kaken," Izuku squeaked, flinching instinctively and almost attempting to hide behind Aizawa, who was slowly beginning to put pieces together. I was just analyzing why your quirks. I really like analyzing, and maybe I could help you guys improve." "I can vouch for that." Kiroshima yelled, raising a hand. He's my friend. I also have a few costume design change ideas I could tell you guys if you wanted, of course, Izuku said, clutching his notebook to his chest and eyeing Bakugo wearily. Aizawa considered for a moment. He really should scold this kid for stalking the hero course. But if his analysis really was good, maybe he could help out his problem children. Alright kid, you can stay and help if you want. However, you aren't allowed to stalk my class anymore, okay? Aizawa told Izuku, you're welcome to watch our training sessions as long as you get permission to stay after school hours. Izuku almost jumped for joy, a bright smile spreading across his face as he opened his notebook. Hey, creation girl, can I talk to you about your costume design? For the next 20 minutes, Aizawa watched as Midoriya moved between his classmates, notably giving Bakugo a wide berth at all times and gave them advice on their quirk and costumes. He'd spend a while talking with Todoroki especially. Though Aizawa had overheard that conversation, it was just a back and forth over whether Todoroki should use his fire. Midoriya had valid points, but Todoroki definitely rivaled them with pure stubbornness alone. He'd shown Yaoyorozu an entire costume redesign idea that still allowed her to utilize her quirk properly at the same time as not having to be constantly sexualized by both civilians and her classmates at the same time, which the girl was obviously at least a little uncomfortable with. It was interesting to watch. Izuku had not only taken their quirks into consideration, but also their feelings. He'd noticed how uncomfortable Momo was in the sexual costume the support company had provided her with, and he'd considered the fact that Kamanari didn't want to kill anyone when giving him advice about using his quirk as a taser rather than indiscriminately shocking everyone in the vicinity, including himself. After a while of watching his class, he began to realize that the way Izuku analyzed and presented his thoughts was weirdly familiar, even though he'd only talked to Izuku once, and that had been when the kid was almost in pieces in the hospital. Which, by the way, was another thing on the underground hero's mind. He'd never found out more than that it was a childhood friend who did it. But the way Bakugo and Midoriya interacted worried him. He'd thought Bakugo's aggressive tendencies were just normal abrasiveness. But the way Izuku had flinched when he yelled earlier, and the way he was consciously avoiding him now. Bakugo was the only one in the class that Izuku hadn't talked to. He'd even talked to Minta. Was the childhood friend Bakugo? Why was Izuku's analysis so familiar? Those were the two questions Aizawa was left with after the training session when he returned to the teacher's lounge, collapsing on the couch and pulling out his phone. "Hes Hada," Nimiri squealed, running into the teacher's lounge, wearing a costume that was different from her usual one. Aizawa gave her an unimpressed look as she stood in front of him. "You remember Ryoku's video on me?" she asked. "I decided to change some things about my costume because of it." He was right. It's a lot easier to use my quirk without the bodysuit. "That's great, Nimiri." Aizawa yawned before the puzzle pieces seemed to click in his head. His eyes widened momentarily. "I have to go. Enjoy your new costume." Aizawa got up after that and left the room with his sleeping bag under his arm, leaving Nimiri pouting behind him. "Go tell Hisashi about your costume. I'm sure he'll make a fuss." Nimiri gasped and ran from the room again at the suggestion, and Aizawa was finally able to leave. When the hero arrived home, he found the house relatively empty save for Shinszo, who was in his room with all their cats working on an English project that Hisashi had set his class just to get their adopted son to make a friend. He quickly checked up on the boy before heading to his office and booting up his laptop, opening up a YouTube tab and searching up the famous YouTuber. After watching a good few of his videos, Aizawa was sure Izuku Midoriya was Ryoku. Their style of analysis was very similar, with seemingly jumbled thoughts organized in their own special way. Even the image he'd shown for his ideas about Midnight's costume design changes was a similar style to the one Izuku had shown for Momo. Of course, Nimiri's costume design art was done digitally and colored and annotated properly. Finished, rather than Momo's, which the kid had done in 10 minutes, it had barely been a rough sketch. Kiroshima, Todoroki, and Takoyami seemed to know Midoriya. Maybe one of them knew something. Aizawa decided to set this aside for now and concentrate on a stack of assignments that needed marking. He'd ask them tomorrow, and then he'd need to message the rat if he found anything out. The principal had already made it clear that if any of his staff were to work out who Ryoku was, that it be reported to him, even if they just found the kid on the street somewhere. Showed aside, this was going to be more trouble than it was worth, wasn't it? Kiroshima knew something was up with Aizawa that day from the moment he entered the classroom. He was continuously glaring at Bakugo, and when he wasn't, he was looking at Todoroki, Takoyami, or Kiroshima himself. It was obvious that something was up. Their teacher was also a lot more tired than normal, if that was even possible, and he'd downed a good 5 cups of coffee. After class, his suspicions were answered and then replaced with even more questions as Todoroki and Takoyami were pulled aside at the beginning of English by their homeroom teacher, who told Mikey to have his students back in a few minutes. "What's this about, sensei?" Kiroshima was the first to speak up, voicing the confusion that all 3 of his classmates were feeling, though Kiroshima was the only one to actually show it. You have been giving the three of us strange looks all of a sudden, Takoyami observed while Todoroki shifted, not saying anything. Aizawa sighed before jumping straight to the point and beginning the questions. You three are friends with that Midoriya kid from yesterday, aren't you? Yeah, I've known him since just before UA. He's a cool dude, Kiroshima answered enthusiastically, though still confused. What did Midoriya have to do with anything? We have talked a few times. Me and Takoyami sit with him and Shinszo from Gen Ed at lunch, Todoroki explained. Shinszo, yes, he has purple hair and looks like he might thrive in darkness, Takoyami explained. Aizawa smirked a little when he realized that Midoriya was the boy his son had been attempting to befriend. He knew about Shinszo being an admin on the YouTuber's Discord server and that he considered Ryoku a friend. This would either go very well for his son or very badly. I know who he is, Aizawa said, dragging a hand down his face. I need to ask you some questions about Izuku, and I don't want you to lie to me. Kiroshima frowned. Did Aizawa know? He couldn't, right? Midoriya was good at covering up his tracks. He was plain enough to be overlooked, and not to mention quirkless. Everyone theorized that Ryoku had some kind of analysis or intelligence quirk. There was a good chance that anyone looking for Ryoku's identity wouldn't even consider that he could be quirkless because of the bias in society. There was no way their teacher could know, right? Kiroshima, you seem distressed, Todoroki said, his head tilting to the side just a little as he voiced his concern. It wasn't shown on his face, but the boy made his confusion obvious by his standards anyway. What? Oh yeah, I'm fine, Kiroshima grinned. Looking back to Aizawa, whose glare was fixed on him, he went back to looking worried. Kiroshima, is there something that I need to know about Izuku Midoriya? Aizawa asked him, his voice stern but not exactly pressuring, especially any sort of secret. He couldn't know, there was no way. But what other secret did Midoriya have that Aizawa wanted him to spill? Whatever Aizawa wanted, he wouldn't get it from Kiroshima. He wasn't the type to just go around spilling his friends' secrets, especially something like his secret identity. He couldn't tell Aizawa, especially with Todoroki and Takoyami here as well. It would make him a terrible friend, and it wouldn't be a manly thing to do at all. It's not my place to tell any secrets that Midoriya may or may not have trusted with me, sensei. It wouldn't be manly, Kiroshima replied. If you want to know anything, it would be best to ask Midoriya himself. Their teacher sighed, but nodded. That's understandable. At least your loyalty to your friends is commendable. That's all I needed. You may return to your lesson now. With that, Aizawa took off down the hall, walking in the direction of the Gen Ed classrooms, leaving the three boys in the hallway. They stared after him, each wondering what on earth had just happened, before Todoroki broke the silence. He didn't even ask us anything, Todoroki observed once Aizawa had disappeared around a corner. I think he got what he needed to hear from me. Kiroshima sighed. Man, I feel awful. I know I didn't actually say anything, but I feel like I still threw Midoriya under the bus a little there. You did a good thing. Whatever secret Midoriya has confided in you wasn't yours to share, and you honored that gesture of trust. There is nothing more you could have done, Takoyami reassured him. Kiroshima sighed again, before nodding. We should get back into class, Todoroki told them, making a move for the door and pushing it open, holding it and letting the other two go through before he released the door and walked to his own seat. Math definitely wasn't Izuku's favorite subject. Not by a long shot, but it wasn't exactly awful either, though this lesson had dragged on a little. He already knew how to do what ectoplasm had them doing that day, since it was a bit of a recap of some of the previous lessons. So Izuku had finished the sheet that had been given out quickly. It was halfway through the lesson when something interesting finally happened in the form of Eraserhead arriving at the door of classroom 1 degrees Celsius. Most of the class stopped the idle chatter that was buzzing around the room while they worked on a sheet of math questions when he'd arrived, while ectoplasm had been going around the class, helping those who needed it. Izuku had been chatting quietly with Shinszo as they worked. Now both boys returned to look towards the door as Aizawa's gaze fell on them. I need to borrow Shinszo and Midoriya, Aizawa informed their teacher, who nodded and gestured for them both to go with him. Shinszo had a disgruntled look on his face. Izuku mentally noted that his friend looked like nothing worse could have possibly happened as he headed over to the teacher of 1A. Aizawa closed the classroom door behind them and turned towards them both. He chose to address Shinszo first, leaving Izuku incredibly confused. Shinszo, you're close to the YouTuber Ryoku, right? Was his first question. What? Seriously? He brought them out of class to ask Shinszo about Izuku's YouTube alias, and what did he mean by that? Why was that something he needed to be pulled out of class for? Why was Izuku even here? Izuku was dumbfounded, but he tried his best not to let that show on his face. Yeah, you already know that. What is this about? Shinszo asked, confused. Wait, what? So Aizawa knew Shinszo was close to him, but he didn't. Izuku was so confused about what was going on. How Aizawa knew something that Izuku didn't. It made sense why Shinszo wouldn't tell him he was close to his YouTube persona, but seriously, surely he would have let it slip at some point. Maybe I should go, Izuku asked nervously. I don't see how this involves me. Midori is right. How is he involved in this? You know I wanted to keep that private, Shinszo said, glaring at the teacher. Izuku was beginning to suspect that Shinszo and Aizawa knew each other outside of UA, but that was a question for another time. First he had to figure out what this was about. Don't worry, he's involved and he knows it, Aizawa answered, fixing Izuku with a knowing look that made him shudder and cringe away. Does that mean he knows? What on earth is going on? Would you please explain? Izuku stuttered out, getting more nervous every second that Aizawa's glare was fixed on him. Said teacher let out an exasperated sigh before asking him straight up, Izuku Midoriya, are you Ryoku? What? That was Shinszo, gasping in surprise and turning to stare at Izuku. It was the loudest Izuku had ever heard his friend speak. Staring at Aizawa, Izuku was frozen in surprise. Of course he knew he had already guessed that much, but to hear it be asked outright like that shocked him. Izuku wasn't sure whether he should lie or answer properly, especially in front of Shinszo, who was now also staring expectantly at him. His resemblance to Aizawa was scarily apparent. He came to the realization that he wouldn't be able to get away with a lie at this point, so there was really only one option. Why yes? Izuku asked, cowering away a little more, hoping that they'd stop glaring at him. Shinszo's glare was replaced by surprise and was that excitement, and Aizawa looked happy with the answer he definitely already knew. You guys you won't tell anyone, right? Izuku whispered, looking at them worriedly. Kiroshima already knows. Was he the one who told you? No, he didn't say anything when I asked. He's a loyal friend, Aizawa replied, and I don't plan on telling anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, Shinszo. Of course I wouldn't tell. Oh my god, Midoriya, you're really Shinszo took a deep breath. I'm Sleepy Cat 2014. Izuku stared at him for a second, before his eyes widened even more in realization. Of course you are. How did I not realize? Izuku laughed. I've been trying so hard to make friends with someone who I've been friends with for almost 6 months already. That earned a snort from Aizawa. Why is this school filled with so many socially inept teenagers? The man huffed. Get back to class, I need a nap. Yes, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku said with a bow, before smiling at Shinszo and ducking back into the classroom obediently, still attempting to process what had just happened. Got it, Dad? Of course you of all people would be the one to realize I've been struggling to make friends with my friend. Shinszo shook his head with a huff, before turning to follow Izuku, leaving his adopted father in the hallway. Aizawa smirked as he walked back towards the teacher's lounge with a yawn. Well, that was one mystery solved. Now just the issue with Bakugo and keeping Nezu away from this kid, one of those he knew to be impossible. The rat definitely will have seen the camera footage by lunch, so he'd have to focus on Bakugo for now and hope he can help the kid out of the principal's paws later. That is if they didn't end up taking over the world and destroying society before then. Principal Nezu sipped his cup of tea as he rewatched the camera footage of Aizawa's conversation with the two Gen Ed students, Hitoshi Shinszo, the teacher's son, and Izuku Midoriya, the famous YouTuber Ryoku. He'd found his golden child. Nezu was pleased to know that it was the same student he'd singled out at the beginning of the year for his excellent test scores. He'd been wondering if he would be able to find the YouTuber, whose analysis was promising and intellectual skill was obviously there. He'd make the perfect personal student. The principal waited until last period and messaged midnight asking her to send Midoriya to his office after school. A smile spread across his face as she replied with a thumbs-up emoji, which Nezu knew to mean that she would, and began to brew some tea for their meeting. Finally, he may have found a student that he could have a good, intellectual conversation with. Izuku was worried when Midnight told him that the principal wanted to see him in his office after school. Surely enough had happened today. His identity had been found out by 2 people and he discovered that his friend was actually his friend. Wait, that made no sense. He sighed, telling Shinszo he'd text him after he was free from his meeting with Nezu before leaving the classroom and sprinting down to 1A. No meeting with the principal would stop him from completing his promise to deliver the finished costume redesign for Momo today. Bursting through the door to 1A, not even bothering to knock, Izuku looked around. The class had just finished. Everyone had been in the process of packing up and now everyone was staring at him. Bakugo was glaring, the look boring into him though he tried to ignore it. And Kiroshima looked worriedly at him. I am sorry for intruding. Izuku laughed nervously. I have the costume designed for Yaoyorozu. Really? I didn't think you'd actually have it done so quickly. Momo replied, walking over with a bright smile. Thank you. I don't like breaking promises. Izuku smiled, handing her the paper before looking over Kiroshima. I'll talk to you later, but Principal Nezu wants to see me now. Izuku smiled and gave the class a wave before he ran out of the door, heading for where he'd been told Nezu's office was. Kiroshima sighed as he left the classroom. Midoriya wanted to talk to him. That couldn't be good, could it? He knew he hadn't actually told Aizawa anything, but he'd suggested that there was a secret and he'd told the teacher to go to Midoriya. That meant that if Izuku's identity was found out, it would be his fault. What's wrong with you, city hair? Bakugo yelled at him from across the classroom before coming to walk next to him as they filed out, the blonde looking grumpy as usual. "Hello, Bikubro," Kiroshima said, smiling at the boy he was attempting to befriend. "It's nothing really, I feel like I've broken Midoriya's trust, that's all." "You're worried about the effing nerd." Yeah, we're friends," Kiroshima replied, confused. Did Bakugo know Midoriya? They'd never really interacted other than Bakugo yelling at him when he was around, but he did that to everyone. "Since effing when?" Bakugo spat. "You haven't been around him at all. Besides, who'd want to be friends with a useless effing nobody like him anyway?" "Wait, what?" "Midoriya is anything but useless. He's super manly and he loves analyzing quirks." "Who are you to say he's useless? You don't even talk to him," Kiroshima defended. "It's not manly to judge someone like that. I've known Deku since we were 2 years old. City hair. He doesn't have a effing quirk. He's a useless, quirkless nobody." Bakugo huffed, glaring at Kiroshima as they walked. "How he got into UA at all is a real effing question." "Then obviously you didn't really get to know him. If you've known him 13 years and still think he's useless, then maybe you should try harder to know people before judging them based on their quirk status." Kiroshima glared back. He wasn't the type to argue or be rude to people, but he wouldn't stand for someone belittling his friend. "Quirk discrimination really isn't manly, bro. He got in because he's smarter than you think." The blonde was silent for a moment, before turning away from Kiroshima to walk in the opposite direction. "F you, city hair." Well, that went well. Izuku arrived at Nezu's office only a minute late, wheezing as he leant against the wall in the hallway and attempted to catch his breath, before turning to knock on the door, which opened before he could do so, surprising him momentarily. He stood awkwardly in the doorway for a second before taking a few steps inside, unsure of what Nezu wanted him to do. "Good afternoon, Midoriya," the principal said, waving from his desk with a smile. "Come, sit down and have a cup of tea." Izuku did as he was told, sitting down and holding the tea in both hands before sending a cautious look up at Nezu before taking a sip. What did you want to see me about?" Izuku asked after a few seconds of uncomfortable silence. "It has come to my attention that your intelligence is at a higher level than most other students despite your lack of an intelligence enhancement quirk," Nezu explained. "I also know about your status as one of Japan's most popular YouTubers. Your analysis is quite interesting to watch, by the way. I take pleasure in watching your videos. The level of your analysis is on a similar level to that of a quirk counselor." Izuku was stunned. He had almost dropped the tea but instead placed it back onto the saucer with shaking hands. Nezu knew about his YouTube channel. Not only that, but he watched his videos and thought his analysis was good. This was too much. He had no idea whether this was actually a good thing or not. Sure, it sounded great. The principal was praising him on his intelligence and skills with analysis, but from what Shinszo had said about Rat Satan, he wasn't sure he wanted to be on Nezu's radar. Thank you," Izuku stuttered out, his voice small and high-pitched. "You're welcome," Nezu chirped, before clasping his paws in front of him on the desk. "Now, I wanted to request that you take extra lessons directly from me to train your analysis skills and prepare you for any situation that you may be presented with." "Wait, what, do you want me to be your student?" Izuku asked, his disbelief showing on his face. He wasn't that special, right? The principal only ever took personal students if they were exceptionally intelligent. Even then, they were usually from the hero course. At least that's what the small amount of research he'd been able to do on the principal had told him. "Exactly," Nezu chirped, sipping his own cup of tea. Are you sure I'm good enough to be your student? You usually only take hero course students and you haven't had a personal student in years." Izuku protested a little. "And Shinszo warned me about you. I wouldn't have asked you here if I wasn't prepared to take you on, Midoriya," Nezu reassured. "And I'm sure Shinszo did. His father probably warned him about me. Eraserhead doesn't like me much either." "Wait, Shinszo is Eraserhead's kid?" Izuku gasped at the realization. He never told me." "He didn't." "Whoops," Nezu said, as if he had fully intended on telling Izuku what was most likely classified information with the knowledge that he didn't know and probably had no business knowing, which was probably the case. "Wow, that's a cool." Izuku smiled before covering up his awkwardness with a long sip of tea. "Were you both aware that you may be admitted into the heroics course if you place high enough in the sports festival, by the way?" Nezu questioned. "I know young Shinszo especially wants to get into the course." "Wait, really?" Izuku asked, leaning forward a little in his chair. "Shinszo would be happy to hear that. We could be part of the hero course. Of course, we wouldn't like to deprive promising students who didn't make it on the entrance exams a chance. The sports festival is a test to see which of the hero students have what it takes and who, from the other courses, could be possible replacements. Anyway, Midoriya, will you be my personal student?" Nezu asked, returning to the main purpose of this meeting and allowing Izuku a chance to consider. Izuku sipped the tea thoughtfully before making eye contact with Nezu and answering his question. "Why, yes, I am. I'd be honored to be taught by you." Good. Nezu smiled, taking a sip of his tea before clasping his paws again. "Our sessions will take place after school hours on Wednesdays, unless you have any other plans." "And no, Wednesdays are perfect." Izuku squeaked, still unsure whether this was really happening or not. Divided by. In that case, you're free to go. See you next week for your first session. Private messages between Sleepy Cat 2014 and Ryoku analysis. Ra, SHINSO, SCMIDORIYA. Ra, you didn't tell me your dad was a racerhead. SC, wait, how the F? Ra, Rat Satan told me. I think that's super cool. I won't tell anyone, don't worry. I know it's probably classified information. I guess you could call it a secret for a secret? Huh. SC, sigh, I guess. What did the rat want with you anyway? Ra, he decided he wanted to recruit me as a personal student. He know about me being Ryoku. SC, of course he did. That bastard has cameras everywhere. He probably overheard our conversation earlier. Ra, PF50, we probably should have thought about that. SC, yeah, maybe. Ra, anyways, sports festival is soon. You want to see if you can rope your dad into helping us train. SC, what's the point? Gen Ed students get out quickly anyway. No one cares about us. They're looking at the hero brats. Ra, a C Thule. Rat Satan told me that if we placed on the podium we could be transferred into the hero course. SC, wait, really? You're serious? Ra, as a broken jaw and tons of burned stars. SC, what the F? Ra, hey Aizawa-sensei. Izuku approached the teacher after school in the same spot he'd found one at training that Tuesday. They were doing the same thing today. Basic sparring and other battle training. Hello, problem child. Eraserhead sighed. Did you get permission to be here today? Yep, Izuku said with a smile. I got permission from Yamada-sensei. Aizawa shook his head. Fine. You can stay, kid. Help out my students, will you? I need a nap. Oh, okay, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku grinned before heading over to Momo. Hey, Yaoyorozu. Please, you may call me Momo. Oh, Momo. Did you like the costume design? It was beautiful. I've already sent it off to the support company that produces hero costumes. They told me I should have a new costume by next week. Momo replied, pausing on what she was doing to talk to Izuku more. After the training session was done, Izuku pulled Kiroshima off to the side. It was time to talk. Izuku was a little confused as they walked together towards the gates of the school. They'd hung back a little so they'd be the only ones. But Kiroshima looked nervous. He was never nervous. He was all smiles and manliness. You okay, Kiri? Izuku broke the silence, turning to face his friend with a worried look on his face. I don't know. Kiroshima replied honestly, sighing. I feel like I broke your trust or something. I made it obvious you had secrets and it's my fault. Aizawa found out. Hey, you didn't actually tell him, did you? Well, no, but then you didn't break any kind of trust. I'm grateful you didn't tell him in front of Todoroki and Takoyami. Besides, I think he already knew anyway. Izuku reassured. You have nothing to worry about. Really? Kiroshima asked, surprised. You're sure? You're a really good person, Kiri. It's not your fault Eraserhead found out. Izuku smiled. Did you know that Shinszo, my purple-haired friend, is Sleepy Cat? Wait, really? Kirishima's face broke into his signature grin. That's so manly. I'm gonna sit with you guys at lunch tomorrow. Izuku laughed at his friend's enthusiasm. Before looking at him a little concerned, don't you usually sit with Kaken and the others? Yeah, well, a Bakubra refused to sit with me today. I think it's because of something that happened yesterday, Kiroshima said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Oh, what happened? Why, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but it's good, bro. He was just being super not manly. He was insulting you and I was trying to defend you. I told him that judging people because they're quirkless isn't manly and he told me to F off, and today he's been refusing to talk to me, and yeah. Sounds bad but sounds like Kaken at the same time. Izuku sighed. Have you really known each other since you were 2 years old? Does that mean you're friends? Kiroshima asked. Izuku stiffened a little at the question, moving a hand to rub his shoulder, where one of the biggest stars were. When he answered, his voice was quiet, basically a whisper, and no. We were friends before I was diagnosed quirkless. Oh, dude, that sucks. That's so not manly. Kiroshima replied, looking down and shoving his hands in his pockets. Izuku shrugged. He was always told that he was the best by everyone. Well-meaning parents, his teachers trying to big him up. He is the best. He has an amazing quirk that would be great for heroics. People like me aren't even on the scale, let alone anywhere near his league. You Midoriya, you're amazing. You're one of the coolest people I know, and it's not just because you have a viral YouTube channel. You're a great friend and so smart and manly. If anything, Bakugo isn't in your league. Izuku sniffed and dragged his sleeve across his eyes, willing himself not to cry as he let what Kiroshima said process in his mind. You know, you're the first person who's told me that to my face. Izuku sniffed. Kiroshima stared at the floor in surprise as they stopped walking. He turned to see Izuku staring at him with tears on his face. Dude, that's what happened? Kiroshima asked. Izuku laughed, but it wasn't the happy laugh Kiroshima was used to. It was a dry laugh, full of pain. Izuku sighed, not saying anything as he slowly pulled off his UA blazer and pushed up his shirt sleeve, revealing the star-shaped scars all up his arm and peeking out from under the shirt. Kiroshima's eyes widened as his eyes moved from one to the other. They were from Kaken's quirk. Izuku whispered, tears gathering in his eyes again. We used to be best friends, but when he found out I was quirkless, Madara, didn't you tell anyone? Some of those scars look as bad as Todoroki's. Didn't your teachers do anything? I stopped reporting it when I was 7 years old. Izuku muttered, letting his shirt sleeve fall back into place and tucking the blazer under his arm. It just made people bully me more, and the teachers told me to stop picking fights or lying. That's terrible, man. Someone who did all that damage to someone just because they're quirkless shouldn't be in a hero course, Kiroshima said, fixing his glare on the concrete as they began walking again. You can't be a hero if you bully people for something they can't control. Kiri, it's fine. Izuku squeaked. Kaken will be a great hero. He won't bother me anymore. He can't. It's fine. You don't have to worry about him. Kiroshima sighed as they reached the corner where he'd have to separate from Midoriya to get to his apartment. They locked eyes for a moment. At that moment, it was obvious that Izuku had more experiences with bullying than just burns. But there wasn't time to press right now, nor did Kiroshima want to push Izuku. He'd just have to be there for the green-haired boy when he decided to open up more. Kiroshima headed straight to the teacher's lounge when Class 1 was let out of class for lunch. He considered going to spend lunch with Midoriya and Shinszo, but this was more important. He had to tell Aizawa about Bakugo. As much as he knew Midoriya wouldn't want anything to happen to Bakugo, this wasn't something Kiroshima could let go. He wasn't someone who would stand for quirk discrimination or any kind of discrimination, and the way Midoriya's arm looked, it was as if he was used as a quirk practice dummy. He couldn't believe he'd tried to befriend the blonde. After yesterday's conversation and their argument the day before, the two refused to look at each other. Emina had been asking him about it all morning. Curious as to what happened, he hadn't told her, of course. Finally, he arrived at the teacher's lounge, knocking twice on the door before cautiously pushing it open. Young Kiroshima, what are you doing here? Are you all right? All Might's loud voice boomed as soon as he was spotted. Kiroshima glared at the hero and scanned the room, spotting Aizawa curled up on the couch with his phone. Aizawa-sensei, Kiroshima asked, ignoring All Might entirely. Aizawa looked up from his phone, sighing as he saw Kiroshima in the doorway. What is it? Problem Child 3. It's lunch right now. Shouldn't you be in the cafeteria? I just wanted to talk to you about something in private. It won't take long, don't worry, Kiroshima reassured. But it's about Midoriya and it's important. Aizawa just groaned, putting down his phone and uncurling himself from his comfortable position on the couch and walking past Kiroshima. Come with me. Kiroshima was led outside of the school building to an area where he guessed there were no cameras, or Aizawa wouldn't have bothered to walk for 5 minutes to get here. Once they arrived at a spot Aizawa was happy with, the teacher leaned against the wall, staring at Kiroshima, who realized he was waiting to be spoken to after a few seconds of awkward silence and fumbled a little nervously to begin his story. He told Aizawa what Izuku had told him the day before, about the argument he and Bakugo had had on Wednesday. He described the star-shaped scars all up Izuku's arm, the bigger-looking one poking out under his sleeve from his shoulder. In the teacher's head, everything fell together. Bakugo was the childhood friend that Izuku had mentioned, and Aizawa was furious. Aizawa went straight to the UA staff group chat after sending Kiroshima off to have his lunch. He knew that most of the staff were fond of Izuku and Midoriya, and he definitely would need some backup if he was going to get the kid expelled. And Aizawa was going to get him expelled. You couldn't be a hero if you bully someone, use them as a human punching bag, and leave them scarred. It just wasn't right. Besides, now he knew for sure that Bakugo was the one who'd tried to kill Izuku all those months ago. The fact that he'd gotten off with barely a criminal record Aizawa put down to quirk discrimination. Bakugo had a powerful quirk. They couldn't dampen his record so much that he'd lose his chance at being a hero. But now that Aizawa knew what he did, the kid wasn't getting off easy. For now, he'd have to gather allies and figure out how to expel Bakugo in the best way possible. Denzawa, I found out some disturbing shit about Midoriya. Sleepy time. Who hurt my green BNS hata tell me and all. Screech personified. Who did what to our bean? Denzawa, I found out Bakugo nearly killed him and got off with a slap on the wrist because of effing quirk discrimination. Sleepy time, gonna kill a beach. All Might, please refrain from murder young Kayama. Sleepy time, he hurt the child. Denzawa, he's also been bullying Midoriya since he was a kid. There are scars to prove it. Screech personified. I'm with Nem here. And by in space, how on earth did he get into the hero course? Surely bullying on that scale was reported? Denzawa, the only bad mark on his record is a case of assault, which is badly downplayed from the actual incident. I was the one who saved him then. He had a broken jaw and multiple second and third degree burns. Screech personified. I what? Screech personified. How did he get away with that? And by in space, they probably let Bakugo off easily because of his powerful quirk, as Shota said. Denzawa, that's what I assume happened. Sleepy time, are you going to expel him? If not, then I will. Rat Satan, I wouldn't expel him just yet. Denzawa, why shouldn't I? All Might, what is with your nickname, Nezu? Sleepy time, is that seriously what you're taking from this conversation? All Might. Rat Satan. It is something a few students have begun calling me. And Aizawa, I'd like to talk to you in my office after school. We can discuss this further in person. After a painful heroics class, Aizawa made his way to Nezu's office. By now he was used to the door to the office opening before he could knock, so he wasn't fazed like the first time he'd come to the UA principal's office. "Ah, Aizawa, I was expecting you." Nezu greeted him politely. "Sit down and have a cup of tea. We can discuss the Bakugo issue further." Aizawa did just that, though he'd much rather have a cup of coffee than tea. Oh well, this conversation was much more important than the beverages. "First of all, I'd like to know how you came across this information and exactly how much you know about this situation," Nezu asked, leaning forward in his chair, waiting to listen to the teacher sitting across the desk. Aizawa sighed, before repeating what Kiroshima had told him to the principal. He missed no detail as he spoke, making sure everything he said was accurate to what he'd been told and what he'd experienced himself. He told Nezu about how he'd saved Midoriya, his injuries then, and the inadequate charge presented by the police after questioning. Aizawa wouldn't say he was fond of the principal, but still, he told Nezu everything he knew about Midoriya's situation, and Nezu sat and listened attentively while he did so. By the time he'd finished speaking, he realized he'd been ranting. Angrily ranting about how Bakugo couldn't be in a hero course when he acted more like a villain. He couldn't be a hero with the record it sounds like he deserved. His middle school sounded like a whole other issue that he'd love to deal with at some point. "Considering everything you've just said, I believe that expelling Bakugo may be inevitable and the best course of action," Nezu said. "However, actually expelling him may present us with a challenge. On paper, Bakugo is an almost perfect student. He has a powerful quirk, second best grades in the class, clean record aside from the assault charge which most people would overlook." Aizawa sighed. "I know, the Hero Commission would never allow us to expel him without a good enough reason." "Yes, well, considering all of that, Bakugo couldn't just be expelled for having no potential like half of your students." Nezu sighed. "We need to gather evidence to prove that he is the one guilty of the injuries that you have told me about. Can you get that evidence?" Aizawa huffed. He hated how Nezu was smiling, as if he had just found a reason for world domination, or maybe just knocking a few officials down a few pegs. He couldn't be sure. On Midoriya's file, it says that he went to Aldera Junior High before dropping out in favor of online courses around 6 months ago, which lines up with what you told me about his injuries. Nezu replied, "I think that may be our starting point." "So you're going to look into it?" Aizawa asked, standing up from his seat and placing the teacup down on the desk, ready to leave the room as soon as the meeting was over. "Of course, I shall update you when we begin to get somewhere. I should have at least a few leads before the sports festival begins." Nezu told him that it was as good a moment as any for Aizawa to make his exit, thanking the principal and leaving the office quickly. When he finally arrived home, Aizawa threw himself down onto his couch without a second thought, letting out an exhausted sigh as he settled into the cushions. Hizashi quickly came over and plopped himself down on the couch next to him as soon as Aizawa had just begun to fall asleep. "Aren't you cooking dinner?" Aizawa mumbled through the lost beginnings of sleep as he was pulled into a hug. "Itoshi is taking care of it." Hizashi waved his free hand dismissively. He was talking considerably quieter than he usually did when he was in his present mic persona, but he was still way louder than Aizawa could be bothered to deal with right now when all he wanted to do was sleep. "How did the meeting with Nezu go? Did you expel Bakugo?" "No, unfortunately." Aizawa scowled. Hizashi frowned. "Midoriya is the sweetest kid in my homeroom, no favoritism, I swear. I'm not letting Bakugo get away with this." Hizashi wailed. "He's not getting away with anything." Aizawa yawned. "Nezu's looking into it. We need evidence for an expulsion since he looks like the perfect student on paper." Hizashi groaned. "That sucks. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make his life any easier in the meantime." Aizawa said, glaring at the rug on the floor. "I hope you and Nimiri don't either. He hurt the bean. He's not going to have a good English lesson on Monday." Hizashi glared, before his gaze softened. "By the way, did I tell you I gave my kids an extension on that English project? Barely anyone finished it by today, so I let them have the weekend to finish it off." "You're too easy on your students," Aizawa said, stifling a yawn. "Now shut up, you cockatoo, and go make sure Hitoshi doesn't burn the house down. I need a nap." Hizashi rolled his eyes, but stood up regardless. "Fine, as long as you go and sleep on the bed." Izuku fidgeted a little as he watched another pair present their English project. They'd done something to do with Christmas and a grumpy old guy and ghosts that really didn't seem that interesting. It was nearly the end of the lesson, and Izuku and Shinszo would be the last pair to present their work. That wasn't what was on his mind right now, though. He'd already spent the weekend memorizing the script and making last-minute additions to the slides, so the project was the best it could be. Right now he was thinking about what would happen after school. Shinszo told him that morning that Aizawa had agreed to help them train later that evening. He'd also found out that 1B was doing similar training in Gym Gamma after school, so he had a lot to think about. Izuku Midoriya and Shinszo Hitoshi. Present mic called. You're up, listeners. The pair of friends ran through their presentation exactly as they had practiced. Shinszo had fumbled over the pronunciation of a couple words, but otherwise it went perfectly, earning them a polite round of applause from the class and a thumbs up from their teacher. Kiroshima had sat with them at lunch. They hadn't been able to discuss their secret identities since Todoroki and Takoyami were with them again. They'd ended up discussing the theories behind Ryoku's quirk, which had been going around the internet. Izuku had been surprised that neither Shinszo or Kiroshima had pointed out that he could theoretically be quirkless, so Izuku kept quiet about it too, saying that an analysis quirk was definitely possible. Unfortunately, quirklessness was brought up by Todoroki instead. I have a theory. Todoroki spoke up as they discussed the possibility of intelligence enhancement quirks. What is it, Todabro? Kiroshima asked, turning to the boy, who was staring distantly at his food. What if Ryoku is quirkless and just smart? Todoroki suggested. It's not impossible. Midoriya proves that. I don't think anyone's really considered that, Izuku said thoughtfully. He'd managed to get better at acting in the last week since he realized it would be suspicious if he clammed up whenever his alias was mentioned. Izuku was pretty sure he'd managed to evade suspicion from the 2-1 students for now at least. Instead of thinking about that too much, he went through the rest of the school day wondering how it would be best to crash 1B's training session. If he was going to place on the podium in the sports festival, he'd need to know about 1B's quirks too, and maybe he could help them out a little. After school, Shinszo had told him that Izawa was going to meet them in Gym Beta 10 minutes after the after-school training sessions with the Hero Course classes. Luckily, Gym Beta wasn't far from Gym Gamma, so he'd be able to get changed into his gym uniform after watching 1B's training and still get to his own training session in time. Perfect. He'd also decided that the best way to crash 1B's training would be to walk straight in there, so that's what he did. Hey sensei, who's that? A girl with ginger hair tied up in a ponytail asked Vlad King, 1B's teacher, while gesturing to him, drawing most of the class's attention. Hi, Izuku said, waving awkwardly. I'm Izuku M. Midoriya F. from Gen Ed. Do you have permission to be here, Midoriya? Vlad asked, walking over. Izuku nodded vigorously, pulling out the permission slip he'd gotten from Yamada-sensei and handing it over to the teacher, who read it over before nodding and handing it back. What exactly are you here for, then? He asked. I've been helping Wana with their training, just with advice for their quirks since I like analyzing quirks and wanted to help. Thought it would only be fair if I came and helped 1B too. Izuku stammered, fidgeting with the sleeve of his blazer as he spoke. Vlad seemed to consider this for a second. Izuku glanced around the rest of 1B, noticing that most of them were giving him confused looks. One blonde student was glaring mockingly at him, and the girl who'd first noticed him had a pleasant smile on her face. All right, you can join my class for training. I think I've heard Eraserhead talk about how you helped some of the Wana kids. Vlad nodded. Before turning to address his class, Izuku Midoriya will be helping out with our training today. Please listen to what he tells you. You may now begin your training. Class 1B split off after that. Some of the class moved to the side to practice their quirks. Others joined in groups to practice one-on-one combat, and a few asking Vlad for some specific training tips or using the time to study. Izuku went and sat down on a bench off to the side to observe, opening his notebook to a clean page and beginning to analyze the quirks he saw in action. It was 15 minutes into the hour training session, and Izuku had gotten a good basis on most of the quirks that were being used in the training. There were so many interesting and strange quirks that had some cool applications. He had gathered a few tips for a couple of people and some questions he wanted to ask, but he still wanted to spend a little more time watching before he went over to offer his assistance. As soon as he'd returned to his notebook after a couple minutes of watching the class, though, he was approached by none other than the blonde who had been glaring at him earlier. He'd hoped not to have to talk to him. The look on his face scared Izuku a little, but apparently the universe didn't appreciate what he wanted. Hey, aren't you supposed to be helping us, not sitting here scribbling in a notebook? He asked, bending down and getting a little too up in Izuku's face for comfort. I need to know what your quirks are before I can help you guys with them, Izuku muttered, shuffling sideways on the bench a little away, and hiding his notebook against his chest. How do we know you're not just getting information for the Wana brats so they can beat us in the sports festival? He glared suspiciously. How do we know you're even here to help? I'm not even part of the hero course. Why would I be here if I wasn't here to help? I'm not obligated to be here. I could leave if you want, Izuku squeaked, shuffling a little further away from the blonde. Monoma, leave the guy alone. The ginger girl from before came over. The blonde, Monoma, glared at her. Kendo, I'm trying to make sure he isn't spying on us for 1A. I heard him mention them earlier, Monoma protested. Kendo gave him an unimpressed look, before turning to Izuku with a sigh. I'm sorry about him, she said. He has a problem with Wana for some reason. Izuku nodded, looking cautiously at Monoma, still clutching his notebook to his chest. Do you want me to tell you what I think about your quirk? Will that make it better? Go ahead, Monoma scoffed. I bet your analysis isn't that great anyway. Alright, well, you copy quirks, right? Izuku asked, getting a nod confirming his suspicion. Well, that's a really cool quirk, but it would only work if you had quirks to copy. If you were against someone with a quirk that wouldn't help, like a mutation quirk for example, since I assume you can't copy those, that would be weird. You'd need to know how to fight quirkless so you'd be useful in as many situations as possible. It would also be a good idea to do extensive quirk research to get familiar with any quirk that could be good to copy in a fight. It would also help knowing what quirks would be good together, assuming you can copy multiple at once and which counter each other best. It might be a good idea to get familiar with your classmates' quirks since you'll be around them a lot and their quirks would be easiest to copy on short notice. Izuku stopped talking as he realized that both Kendo and Monoma were staring at him. Had he done something wrong? Were they upset? That was so cool, Midoriya. Kendo was the first to speak. Did you really think of all that just now? Why yeah, Izuku said, smiling. At least Kendo was nice. He still wasn't sure about what was going through Monoma's head right now. He seemed to be blue screening. Monoma, are you okay? How the heck did you know all of that about my quirk? Monoma said, seemingly snapping to his senses at the sound of his name. W was watching you training with ground softening guy. Sorry, I don't know all your names yet, and I saw you copy his quirk and get your feet stuck in the ground. Izuku trailed off. Kendo laughed. I guess researching different quirks might be helpful. Monoma sighed, embarrassed that his slip-up with the copied quirk was noticed. He didn't think anyone had seen. I could help if you want. I like researching quirks. Izuku smiled. I have 14 notebooks full of quirk analysis. It's mainly hero, but maybe it'll be helpful. Why would I get help from you? Monoma spat. You're with the one a lot. Gen Ed. Izuku corrected. I just have a few friends in 1A. Still, Monoma said stubbornly, you work with them. I am literally here helping 1B. Izuku replied, wondering if helping this guy was really a good course of action since he'd been nothing but rude so far. Kendo elbowed Monoma, getting his attention and giving him a meaningful look. The blonde sighed, before glaring at Izuku. Fine, you can help me. Monoma huffed, looking a little defeated. Izuku smiled a little bit. Cool. If you wanted to work on fighting quirkless like I said, Eraserhead agreed to train me and my friend after this. I'm sure he wouldn't mind someone else joining us. What the heck was Izuku saying? He had no idea why he was inviting this stuck-up blonde kid to join his training. But his fighting needed work. How the hell did you? That doesn't matter, Izuku interrupted, before standing up. If you want to come, we'll be in gym beta after this training session. I am going to talk to the girl who can throw her horns in now. Alright, see you later, Midoriya, Kendo said, heading back to where she had been training. Leaving Monoma standing with the blue screen look back on his face. That was the beginning of one strange friendship. To say that Shinszo was surprised when Midoriya showed up to their training session accompanied by a rude blonde boy was an understatement. He could tell that his dad Aizawa-sensei was just as surprised as he was when Izuku introduced said blonde as Monoma from Class B, saying that he needed help with training too, so Izuku had him tag along. Monoma wasn't exactly the nicest person Shinszo had ever met. That position fell to his dad's and Midoriya, but he was nowhere near the worst either. And no matter how rude he was about 1A, Aizawa seemed to find this whole scenario vaguely amusing until they actually began training. Their teacher didn't lie when he said he was serious about this. Of course, Shinszo had the most training out of the three of them. Living with pro heroes had its perks after all, even if it hadn't been enough to pass the entrance exam. That meant that he could help out Izuku and Monoma with the more basic training they were starting out with. Aizawa appreciated the help since the teacher was still injured from the USJ incident. It was interesting, especially since Monoma still refused to take criticism from anyone but Midoriya. What exactly his friend had done to get on the blonde's good side during 1B's training session must have been good. So why do you hate 1A so much anyway? Shinszo asked, sitting down with Midoriya and Monoma on the bench after grabbing a water bottle. Why do you care? Monoma spat. Geez, okay, don't need to be rude, Shinszo said, putting his hands up defensively. Monoma huffed before turning away. I'd actually like to know too. What did 1A do to upset you so much? Izuku spoke up, rescuing Shinszo from Monoma's wrath. We're supposed to be rivals, Monoma answered. They think they're so much better than us just because they got to fight a few villains at the USJ. Our field trip got cancelled because of that. I don't even think they know we exist half the time. You know, several people nearly died at the USJ, right? Shinszo said, including Eraserhead, 13 and a few of the students. Wait, what? Even All Might struggled apparently. Izuku piped up. According to my friends in 1A, things were looking grim until the other teachers showed up for backup. Why do you think Eraserhead is still all wrapped up in bandages like that? He gestured to the teacher across the gym, who was still mostly mummified. Apparently Todoroki and Kiroshima were injured too, but their injuries weren't as bad, so they were healed by recovery girls straight away, so they were pretty much fine. They were hurt? Izuku asked, a surprised look on his face. Why didn't they say? They probably didn't want to worry you, Midoriya, Shinszo said, giving Izuku a deadpan look. You worry about people you don't even know too much, let alone your friends. At the first comment, he sent a pointed look at Monoma, who just looked confused. He was impressed by my analysis, and I decided he's probably too interested in being everyone's rival to realize he needs help on his own. I'm still here, you know, Monoma huffed, crossing his arms and glaring at them both. Right, you well, just please tone the rivalry thing down a little, Izuku said cautiously. I wouldn't be surprised if half of wanna have trauma, and bringing up the USJM might not be a good idea. Monoma sighed again. Fine, whatever, I won't bother them about the USJ. The week of school that followed was intense. He'd spent his Wednesday meeting with Nezu doing a comprehensive knowledge test created by the principal. The questions had been a lot more difficult than he was used to, but he was pretty sure he'd done at least average on the question. While he'd been working through the test, Aizawa had come in to discuss something quietly with Nezu. Izuku hadn't really been listening, but he'd caught enough to know that they were working on a case that they'd almost gotten to the bottom of or something, to do with a middle school that Aizawa wanted done before the sports festival. It was interesting, but it wasn't Izuku's place to pry, and he had a test to finish. In the week before the sports festival, Aizawa and Nezu had been working on securing evidence for Bakugo's expulsion. They had decided to try their hardest to get the case closed and Bakugo gone before the sports festival, before the world got to see him as a hero student, before anyone would be able to protest because he'd placed highly in the festival. They'd managed to arrange a meeting with the principal of Aldera Junior High so they could get access to the security footage. That meeting was on Thursday, and Nezu had been the one conducting it, since Aizawa had an obvious bias that he was more than happy to admit to. The meeting had gone surprisingly well. The head teacher of Aldera had rambled on about how amazing Bakugo was and that he'd be glad to give them the footage from last year, assuming they were going to be using it to promote Bakugo. He'd promised to send them all the footage of the last few years that they had. After Nezu had told him that he better send it all, the man had been allowed to continue about his day. They had gotten the footage back that night, and what they saw was disturbing at best, a horrific case of quirk discrimination, bullying, and neglect at worst. Aizawa had barely been able to watch the scenes. Nezu had selected from the footage a compilation of some of the worst interactions between Bakugo and Midori. The worst ones had been when the teachers were present and did nothing to stop it, though. A few teachers ever quietly praised Bakugo. It was sick. By far the worst scene, though, happened almost 11 months ago, the same day as the slime villain incident that had been on the news. The scene playing on Nezu's small TV in his office shook Aizawa more than he thought it should. Bakugo destroyed the kid's notes, throwing the book out of the window before rounding on him, burning his shoulder before telling him to kill himself and leaving the room laughing. That was it. Aizawa had seen enough. Do we still plan to expel him? Aizawa asked. He couldn't help being hopeful. Well, I think that's debatable, Nezu replied, making Aizawa scowl. I think we should offer him a place in Gen Ed if one is to open up, on the condition that he stays away from the Hero Course students. I only believe this since he needs an opportunity to change his ways. He has been taught wrong for most of his life, it seems, and deserves an opportunity to correct his behavior. But we can't let him become a hero with an attitude like that. Aizawa nodded with a sigh. As long as we can make sure he and Izuku stay separated. I won't have him put into Gen Ed if Izuku is still there. I agree. Which means this option will only be available to them if Midoriya and Shinszo are transferred to the Hero Course after the sports festival. So this is all riding on Monday's festival? Exactly. Katsuki wasn't sure what to expect when Aizawa interrupted their class in the middle of third period, requesting that Katsuki joined him in the rat's office. His confusion and annoyance had multiplied when he'd reached the office to find not only the rat but the hag and his dad. Ah, Bakugo, Eraserhead, our final guests have arrived. Now we may begin. What is this about? The head asked angrily. Our Katsuki hasn't done anything. Quite the contrary. Actually, now please be quiet while I show you a compilation of security footage we've acquired, Nezu told her, effectively shutting her up before turning to press play on the television remote and beginning the string of videos. Katsuki's dread only grew as he realized what the videos were. Security footage from Aldera, namely of him beating the shit out of Deku, most of them. Is that Izuku? Mitsuki screeched on the third video. Unable to contain herself anymore, she went around on Katsuki before Aizawa answered her. If you are referring to Izuku Midoriya, then yes. Though, oh my god, poor kid Katsuki, what the hell, Mitsuki yelled. before she was shushed by Nezu, leaving Katsuki to slouch a little in his seat. He didn't want to watch these videos. He wasn't sure why he was being forced to. The hag was going to kill him after this if Yue didn't. The tape finally ended after what felt like hours, but wasn't one bit relieved. The last clip had left the room in silence. Even the hag was speechless. Why did they have to end it on the one of him telling Deku to off himself? Were they trying to make him feel terrible? Scratch that they probably were, and it was definitely working. Every pair of eyes was now on him. As you can see, Nezu spoke up, his voice cutting through the tense silence. We have discovered that Bakugo has a history of this behavior. These were not all the instances of bullying and quirk discrimination that we found. However, these were the main cases. Mitsuki couldn't seem to form words for once, so instead she just waited to Nezu to continue. Izuku Midoriya is one of our students here at UA, meaning we are planning to take this very seriously. His record was mostly clean. However, it seems that is only the result of Aldera's quirk discrimination, meaning that Bakugo got off with zero consequences for his own actions. Nezu continued, unfortunately for you, these will not be the circumstances here. What are you going to do? Expel him? Mitsuki found her voice again. Though it was filled with broken pride, she glared at Katsuki with disdain. She knew he'd assaulted someone, but she hadn't known it was Izuku. Inko hadn't told her a thing. He will be excluded for a 2-week period, after which, if a space is made available after the sports festival, he will be allowed to come back to UA as part of the general education course, or, alternatively, you'll have to find another school. No matter the choice, he will not be able to take part in the sports festival. Nezu replied. Mitsuki looked like she was thinking it over. Effing hell, Katsuki muttered. The hag sighed. It'd be better if Katsuki stayed at UA. Katsuki's father spoke up for the first time. It's been his dream for years, and I'm sure he'd prefer Gen Ed than another school. Yeah, what the old man said. Bakugo huffed, angrily accepting the fact that he wouldn't be allowed back into the hero course now. Mitsuki sighed, her usual enthusiasm and general loudness gone at the situation, and nodded, unsure of what exactly to say. She was definitely calling Inko as soon as they got home. Will you be alright taking Bakugo home now? Nezu asked them. Yeah, Mitsuki nodded, standing up and grabbing Katsuki by the shoulder. Come on, brat, we've got a lot to talk about. Inko frowned when she saw the caller ID. Mitsuki was calling her in the middle of the day. That was odd. She picked up the phone quickly, before it could stop ringing, and lifted it to her ear, only to flinch and hold it away from her as her friend yelled down the line. Oh my god, Inko. I'm so glad you picked up. I really need to talk to you. Mitsuki yelled into the phone, sounding frantic and worried and maybe even a little guilty. What is it? Inko asked, panicking a little. Not much could worry her friend enough to call her acting like this. Katsuki got removed from UAS hero course. Mitsuki wailed. Inko stiffened. Wait, what? And that's not even the worst part. Inko wasn't sure she wanted to know what the worst part was, but of course Mitsuki was going to tell her anyway. The principal he got some old footage of Katsuki and Izuku from Aldera, and well, it's not pretty. Inko was in tears by the time Mitsuki was finished with an explanation of what Nezu had shown her. She'd known, of course, that Katsuki was the one who'd hurt Izuku when Eraserhead had brought him to the hospital, but she'd never have guessed the extent of Katsuki's actions. The boy had told Izuku to kill himself. Quietly sniffing, holding the phone away from herself in a pathetic attempt to stop Mitsuki from hearing her tears, Inko tried to wipe the tears from her face. Mitsuki was silent on the other end of the phone before sighing. F it, I'm making cookies and coming over. Mitsuki huffed, hanging up before Inko could protest. When Izuku got home that day, he found his mum in tears and a half-eaten plate of cookies that looked like they'd been baked in a rush. She'd engulfed him in a hug and told him she was sorry. Izuku had no clue what had happened or what she was sorry for, but he'd assured her that he was okay. Mitsuki told me she told me what Katsuki did to you at Aldera, Inko whispered, noticing her son's obvious confusion. At that comment, though, he stiffened. Why, you don't have to talk about it, B, but I'm just glad we got you out of there. Izuku found he was unable to reply, so he settled for just nodding. Why didn't you tell anyone? I tried, they just never did anything. Telling people just made it worse. Izuku squeaked. Inko softened, looking at him with teary eyes. I'm so sorry, Izuku. It's not your fault, Mum. It was the teachers at Aldera, and mainly. Izuku trailed off. It's not happening at UA, right? Inko asked him almost hesitantly. No, never. The teachers are so nice, and I've told you about my friends. Izuku yelped. That's good. Mitsuki made these cookies. By the way, you can have one while I make dinner if you want. Thanks, Mum. The next week had gone by in a blur. After school on Monday, Izuku and Shinszo had stopped off at the development studio, hoping to ask Powerloader about support gear for the festival. Instead, they'd gotten blown up twice, and Midoriya had become a test subject for a crazy inventor girl. Hey, Powerloader-sensei, Izuku asked tentatively, sticking his head around the giant door of the development studio, Shinto looking in over his head. There was a gasp and a clang from inside, before the door was flung open by a girl with wide eyes and pink hair styled in dreadlocks who Izuku thought he remembered from somewhere. "Hello," who she gasped as her gaze locked onto Izuku. She stopped forward, getting uncomfortably close enough to his face that he tried to step back, only to bump into Shinszo. "Beach boy. Beach boy." Izuku squeaked awkwardly, trying to back up as she got close again, even though he had nowhere to go. "Yeah," she yelled, before jabbing a finger at his chest. "You're the boy who's been cleaning Takoba." It clicked in his head. This was the girl who Izuku always saw scavenging for parts there. He nodded, unable to find his voice as he put his hands up in front of him, trying to put some sort of barrier between them. "Sue, what are you doing here, beach boy and friend?" My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm that Satoshi Shinszo. We're here to see if we can get support gear for the sports festival." Izuku phrased it like a question, but the girl in front of him grinned. "Perfect. I'm Mei Hatsum and I've got some babies that I think will be perfect for you too." The next hour was spent in the support department, trying out a load of different babies, one of which had spooked him so much he'd jumped on Shinszo, who had managed to catch him before he fell onto the floor. They'd ended up with only a few things each. Izuku had a pair of jet-powered roller skates which helped a lot with speed and maneuverability, but they'd need a bit of practice for him to be stable on them, as well as a pair of goggles that let him see through smoke paired with a bunch of smoke bombs he could keep in a belt that had multiple pouches for different items and weapons, though he wouldn't be using many. Shinszo had gotten himself a similar scarf to Aizawa's. Mei had explained that it was made using a specific shape memory polymer. It wouldn't seem like magic like the teachers, but it would snap into shape if Shinszo sent heat through it. He also had gotten himself a voice changer. It was nowhere near a professional model, but it would do for short term. It was a small device that worked a little bit like a harmonica weirdly. When they had gotten to their training session afterwards, carrying their support items that Mei had been happy to give them, they were both covered in soot. Midoriya was also covered in sticky pink goo which had sprayed from one of Mei's contraptions. Aizawa had allowed them to practice with their new gadgets while he helped Monoma with a few evasion techniques. Izuku had gotten used to the roller skates quickly. The jets helped with sharp corners and jumping higher and further, but it was easier to skate normally without them since they messed with balance and propelled him a little too much. He was glad Mei had made the jets toggleable from a button on the belt. When Aizawa saw Shinszo's scarf, he'd smirked. Shinszo had glared at him and then gone over to the other side of the gym to practice using it. After 15 minutes, he'd gotten a basic hang of it and asked Izuku to practice with him. Izuku using his skates to dodge and Shinszo trying to catch him in the scarf. It was good practice for both of them. Another half hour later, and Aizawa got Monoma to join them. The hero student would have to attempt to copy their quirks without getting caught by the two Gen Ed students. It had proved difficult and taken a few tries, and then of course, there was a whole ordeal when Monoma tried to copy Izuku's quirk, especially since Shinszo didn't know he was quirkless either. It had never really come up in conversation, not that Izuku really wanted anyone to know anyway, and Aizawa had respected his privacy and kept it a secret as well, even from his son, as much as he thought it was stupid to keep it a secret. "What the hell?" Monoma yelled, looking at his hand after slapping Izuku's cheek. He'd only gone for the face since the boy kept his arms covered even when he wore his gym uniform for a reason Monoma had yet to discover. "I copied your quirk, why didn't it work?" Both Shinszo and Monoma looked at Aizawa, assuming that he'd cancelled Monoma's quirk or something. Izuku smiled a little. It was probably a more logical conclusion that him being quirkless, but Aizawa shrugged. He hadn't done anything. Then Monoma had realized something else that actually made Izuku laugh out loud. "Wait, my quirk is gone." "What the hell did you do?" Both boys stared dumbfounded at Izuku as he laughed while trying to explain himself. "Monoma, you, oh my god, I didn't think it would work like that." Izuku laughed. Monoma scowled. Aizawa hid his face in his scarf, hiding a smile as he realized what had happened. "What did you do to me?" "You copied my quirklessness," Izuku managed to wheeze. "You're quirkless?" Shinszo asked almost instantly, a look of realization on his face. Monoma just stood stunned for a second. Izuku nodded, his laughter stopping, replaced by a nervous smile. "You guys aren't going to hate me now, right?" Izuku asked worriedly. "Of course not. We're friends, right?" Shinszo said. "You didn't turn away because of my quirk, so why should I hate you?" Monoma took a little longer to reply. "Yeah, I'm basically quirkless half the time anyway, and I'm still in the hero course, so why should it matter?" The smile on Izuku's face widened a little after he let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks guys. Let's keep going." On Tuesday, he'd found out what happened to Kaken. He'd heard that the explosive boy was missing from one at lunch from Kiroshima and then asked his mom about it when he got home. She'd burst into tears again, saying this was what she found out the previous Friday and told him everything, leaving Izuku with a lot to think about. Would Kaken join Gen Ed if he managed to get into the hero course? Is that what they meant? Well, now he not only had to make the top 4 in the sports festival for himself and Shinszo, but for Kaken too, so he could keep his place at UA even if it wasn't in the heroics department. Nezu's lesson on Wednesday had been interesting. The rat had asked him about his opinion on his old middle school, and then, after he'd answered truthfully, the principal had smiled before asking him how he'd feel about trying to take them down a couple pegs, and they'd opened up the beginnings of a case together. The Friday before the sports festival, Shinszo had decided to drag Izuku to 1A's door after school, claiming to have heard about some kind of commotion going on. When they got there, they found that about 30 people were gathered outside of the door. A few Izuku recognized from 1B and their own class, but most were unfamiliar, most likely from other classes. "Shinszo, what are you doing?" Izuku yelped as he found himself being dragged to the front of the crowd, helplessly apologizing to the students who had been shouldered past by Shinszo. After a few seconds, he had found himself standing in front of 1A's door. "Hey Shinszo, Midoriya," Kiroshima yelled, recognizing them. "Get in here, we're being mobbed, we could use the backup." Izuku happily took the opportunity and got out of Shinszo's grip, going over to greet Kiroshima and Todoroki and sending a wave to the others. After a minute of contemplating, Shinszo dropped his initial intent of declaring war and joined them as well, letting some of the more social members of Wanna try and talk the mob into leaving them alone. It was fun for the 2 Gen Ed students to watch. The rest of the week had gone by in a flash, and suddenly it was the day of the sports festival. Inko had wished him luck as he left in the morning, promising that she'd be watching him live and waving as he left. Izuku sat with Shinszo in the 1°C waiting room, wearing the support gear he'd filled in the forms for the Friday, waiting for their class to be called to prepare to enter the stadium. He'd already been to visit both 1 and 1B. Now all that was left to do was wait. "Class 1°C, please prepare to enter the stadium," said the intercom speaker in the corner, followed by the loud scraping of chairs as the class headed towards the exit. Izuku smiled, standing up and turning to Shinszo. "We're going to do our best," Izuku said, smiling. "We're going to get into the hero course and we're going to be there together. We can do this." Shinszo nodded before following Izuku out of the door, his new scarf around his neck. They entered the stadium to the cheering of the crowd. It wasn't as loud as the cheers for the hero course, but it was still there, and there were still a lot of people. Izuku absently wondered if his videos got more views than the amount of people in this stadium. He wasn't sure. But even if his videos did get more views, this was absolutely more intimidating. He was here in person, being watched in person. Everyone was watching, and they'd see any stupid mistakes he might make. He wasn't sure if he wanted to be here, but he couldn't back out now. The sports festival was about to begin. "Now for the athlete's oath," Midnight yelled, cracking a whip as she sauntered onto the stage. Izuku could hear mutters and mumbles from the crowd about whether this was actually appropriate, but Izuku thought it was much better than before she changed her costume. Same aesthetic, a little less possibly traumatizing for a bunch of teenagers. "Be quiet. Your class representative is Ijiro Kiroshima from 1A. It's Kiri," Izuku asked quietly, a little confused as Kiroshima made his way to the stage. Izuku could see the nervous look on his friend's face, though it was quickly disguised with a smile as he stood in front of the microphone. "Well, I didn't expect to be doing this, and I don't know the athlete's oath, so just do your best, everyone. You're all super manly." Kiroshima spoke into the microphone, giving the crowd an awkward fist pump. Shinszo facepalmed next to Izuku, who cheered for his friend despite the awkwardness of that short speech. It was clear that Kiroshima hadn't known what to say when he went up onto the podium and was now making a beeline for Izuku and Shinszo. Now he was out of the direct eye of the crowd, who were now listening to Midnight stalling for the first event. "This," Midnight yelled, catching their attention again and pointing to the large roulette wheel on the screen behind her, which landed at the same time on obstacle course race. The crowds lining the stadium cheered as Midnight began to explain the event. They'd just have to go around the outside of the stadium avoiding the obstacles. That wouldn't be anything easy if UA had set it up. Izuku elbowed Shinszo's side as a door in the side of the stadium opened up, revealing a tunnel that was the first obstacle. Everyone would rush for it and end up being squashed, just like the corridors when the press invaded. "What is it?" Shinszo looked at him questioningly as Midnight continued to explain the rules. "The tunnel's a bottleneck. Everyone's going to rush for it and get stuck," Izuku replied quietly, not wanting anyone else to overhear. This was a competitive event after all. "You have a plan?" Shinszo asked. "Oh, of course," Izuku smiled. If you carried me, and then used your quirk on us, some people, you could make them clear a path for us, or even carry us through." "Racers, to your positions," Midnight called. Everyone rushed forward, everyone trying to get in front as they lined up. Shinszo nodded to Izuku. The plan was undefined and very quickly put together, but it was the best they had. Izuku nodded back and Shinszo crouched down, allowing the shorter to jump onto his back in a piggyback style. Izuku clutched his friend's shoulders and looked forward in determination. "Here we go." Start. They were off. Shinszo ran through the crowd, carrying Izuku until they got into the tunnel, where everyone got stuck just as the boy had predicted. Shinszo, do it now, Izuku whispered so no one would catch on to their plan. Shinszo nodded, quickly thinking of anything he could say that would get a response. Are we all gonna do our best? Shinszo yelled after a second, earning a range of responses from yeah to plus ultra, and even an of course, dumbass. That was all he needed. Anyone who did respond, mostly just people close to them who worked fine, were now under Shinszo's control. Lift us up and get us out of this tunnel. And so they did. It turned out to be a good decision on Shinszo's part to have the crowd lift them as well as shoving past the others, because only a few moments later the ground had frozen, getting anyone on the ground without a good counter for the ice stuck. Though that included everyone Shinszo had brainwashed, it now meant they could get through a lot easier, especially Izuku, who scrambled to the ground and pushed through everyone before using the ice and his roller skates to his advantage. It only took a few seconds of the jets being powered up for Izuku to gather enough momentum to pass most of the others and begin to catch up to Todoroki. Hey Todoroki, Izuku yelled, quickly catching up with the ice user, who barely acknowledged him as they turned the corner. Izuku had to power up the jets again as the ice ran out to turn and catch back up. What was that for? Have to prove I can do this, Todoroki said, stopping as they got to the next obstacle. Izuku had to spin in a circle to stop himself from crashing as they stood in front of an army of giant robots. What the heck? Can they really stand a chance against our Robo-Infernos? Mike announced the obstacle in front of them over the loudspeaker. Izuku looked over his shoulder, surprised at how many others had already escaped the ice, before turning back to Todoroki. This must be what they used in the hero examinations, Todoroki muttered. Obviously they went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they'd prepared something a little more difficult. Izuku saw his friend preparing a massive attack. His right hand was steaming from the cold and only just managed to scramble backwards as a wave of ice enveloped the robot that was leaning for them. Todoroki, Izuku yelled as his friend ran off, leaving the robot creaking dangerously. A lot of other students ran for the opening that Todoroki had left, but Izuku skated back the way he came. He knew it was going to fall. Todoroki had left it like that on purpose. As the robot crashed down on top of Kiroshima and Tetsu, who Izuku knew would be fine since their quirks were basically identical, Izuku wasted no time racing forward. He'd lost enough time from Todoroki's move just now. On his way, he grabbed a sheet of metal that had been lying on the ground from the robot. It would be good to have a shield just in case. It might come in handy. It did come in handy only moments later when a smaller robot started chasing him. He managed to swing the metal and damage it enough to stop it and keep going as the other giant robots in the way were taken down by Yaorazu, who'd made a cannon. Surely that took a lot out of her. But he couldn't dwell on that now. He had to keep going. The second obstacle couldn't be that much harder, right? Wrong. For the second obstacle, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. When Izuku arrived at the giant pit, there were already people making their way along the ropes. Suitsu had already reached it halfway across, using her quirk to move quickly. Todoroki was still in the lead, freezing the ropes as he glided across them, at the same time making it difficult for anyone else to follow his path. And Meihatsu, using grappling hook-like support gear to fling herself across, as would be expected. She was using this whole thing as an advertising campaign after all. Izuku looked around for anything that could help him get across quickly. He saw Shinszo in the crowd. Good. He'd made it too, but he wouldn't be much help here, nor would Kiroshima. He was about to give up and just shimmy along the ropes when he was tapped on the shoulder. He turned to see Monoma. Come with me, Monoma commanded. Izuku gave him a confused look, before shifting his gaze to the solid plate of was that air under his arm. He must have copied Tsurubara's quirk. The blonde scoffed at Izuku's hesitation. Do you want to win or not? Why, yeah. Okay. Izuku nodded, following Monoma, who led him out of the way a little after Izuku had tied the hunk of scrap metal that he'd insisted on keeping to his back. He was glad it wasn't too heavy. They began to move across the canyon, using the platforms of air as stepping stones. Izuku had almost fallen once. Roller skates weren't really the best for jumping onto a small platform, but Monoma had grabbed his wrist just in time, and afterwards he'd managed to get the hang of it. Izuku was glad for his friend's help. He knew most of Class 1B had a strategy in place: hang back so you're not a target and they won't know your quirks, so Monoma hadn't needed to help him, and this could be putting them both in the top 10 if it worked well. It worked spectacularly well. They'd managed to get ahead of almost everyone. With some exceptions, they'd ended up in around 10th place by the time they'd reached the other side of the canyon. Monoma was panting. Izuku guessed the lack of air was a side effect of Tsurubara's quirk, but the blonde had insisted that Izuku go on without him while he recovered. After another moment of hesitation on Izuku's part, he realized that Todoroki was already halfway across the minefield. He had a huge lead, and more people were completing the last obstacle and making their way onto the minefield as well. He saw Shinszo almost across the canyon and stood up. Okay, good luck, Monoma. Izuku smiled, grabbing the bit of scrap metal and running towards the edge of the mines and looking around. Everyone had been a lot more careful at the start, so there were a lot more mines. They weren't that powerful, more of a hindrance to stop people or slow them down, but a lot at once, yeah, that might work. And since everyone had to go slowly, including Todoroki if he didn't want to make it easier for everyone else by creating an ice path, he'd have time to do this. Izuku smiled a determined smile as he began digging up the mines, getting odd looks from everyone, including Monoma, as they rushed past him as much as they could in a minefield. As he dug them up, he began making a careful pile, making sure they'd all detonate when he slammed the metal plate onto them. Once Izuku had a pile that he deemed big enough, he tied the wires sticking out from the plate around his wrists and rolled back a little, powering up his jets and giving himself momentum as he flung himself onto the pile. There was a brief moment of silence before the bright flash, the loud sounds of many explosions at once. Izuku screwed his eyes shut, flinching as each went off before he was thrown into the air. He could feel the wind raking his hair back. He peeked out of one eye, the sight making him widen them in surprise. He was flying over the minefield. It worked. Then he began to descend, losing momentum as the ground got closer. Todoroki had reached the end of the minefield and was taking a moment to breathe before preparing to run again. Izuku realized he would just about make it to where Todoroki was standing. That's why he did something that would probably be considered stupid. Izuku untangled his wrists, pushing himself up from the board and kicking it away with as much force as he could, sending himself flying forwards, straight towards his friend, Todoroki. Izuku screamed seconds before crashing into the bewildered teen who'd barely had a chance to turn around before Izuku barreled into him, sending them both crashing to the floor. Todoroki was the first to recover, briefly checking Izuku was okay before standing up and running for the finish line, making a path of ice so he could move faster. Izuku tried to stand up too, only to find that one of his hands had been frozen to the floor. Izuku glared at the ice, using his other hand to try and break it. Luckily it wasn't too thick and he managed to free himself moments before the next people completed the third obstacle. Izuku skated after Todoroki, using the ice to gather momentum just as he had at the beginning of the race. The crowd roared as Todoroki crossed the finish line only 7 seconds before Izuku did. Mike yelled something about Izuku being one of his students and Izuku felt tears in his eyes. He'd come second. He was second. It wasn't first, but he'd be happy to settle for second, especially since Todoroki had come first. He deserved more than Izuku did anyway. Speaking of Todoroki, the hero student was walking over to him, having only just recovered from running so fast. "Hey, Midoriya," Todoroki asked him, as others began crossing the finish line too. "Are you okay?" "I never got the chance to properly ask earlier. I was so focused on winning." It's fine," Izuku quickly reassured, waving his hands. I really should be asking you. I crashed into you on purpose after all. I'm okay. Probably just a few bruises." Todoroki reassured him just as Kiroshima and Shinszo crossed the finish line together. Izuku's friends quickly made their way over. "You two were so manly," Kiroshima yelled. "That stunt at the end was so amazing, Madabro." "Well done, Midoriya." "And you, Todoroki, I'm glad one of us made a splash at least." Shinszo nodded his approval. "Don't worry, Shinszo." Izuku smiled, tearing up a little at the praise. "You'll be able to show off later." Soon Mei joined them, grinning and telling Izuku how well her babies worked, followed by Monoma, who eyed the two Wana students suspiciously as he stood with them, congratulating Izuku on getting second place and blatantly ignoring Todoroki. Izuku smiled, saying that they all did amazingly too. Slowly but steadily people continued to finish the obstacle course, some in more questionable ways, like Minta, who stuck his balls to Momo, who seemed absolutely disgusted and uncomfortable. Surely that was classed as sexual assault. Izuku didn't have time to dwell on that though, since Midnight had stepped back up onto the podium, ready to announce what would happen next. The top 42 contestants from the obstacle course will be going through to the next event, Midnight announced once everyone had returned. "Don't feel too bad if you didn't make it though. You'll still have a chance to shine later." Izuku smiled at the others. All his friends had made it through. That was good. "The next event will be..." Midnight smirked as she looked down at the group of 42 contestants in front of her, waiting for the board to stop spinning. "This Cavalry battles." Kamanari whined from near Izuku's little group. "I'm so bad at those. It's just like the playground game. Soon you will be given 15 minutes to decide on your teams. For now, you'll be assigned points based on your placing in the last event, going up from 42nd place being worth 5 points and going up by 5 from there. So we'll have to steal people's points, and creating teams will be more difficult since we'll need to think about each person's points as well." As Tsu croaked from the front of the crowd, looking at Mina before she was interrupted by Midnight pointing her whip at them. "If you shut up, I'll finish explaining," she yelled. "You will be in teams of 2 to 4 people. Your rider will wear the headband displaying your team's points and any captured headbands around their neck. If you lose your headband or your team crumbles, you'll be allowed to keep playing. Also, Izuku couldn't help but notice Midnight smirking at Todoroki as she paused. The boy himself looked pretty unsettled if you were able to pick emotion out of the deadpan look he always wore. First place is worth 10 million points, she yelled, snickering as every student's gaze locked onto Todoroki, who looked as though he may be about to crack under the social pressure of being the center of attention. You may begin making your teams now. I suggest you get started. Anyone with an objection to us being a team, raise your hand. Shinszo deadpanned, turning to Izuku, Kiroshima and Todoroki, who still looked like his deadpan look was about to shatter. I'm making a team with some of the 1B guys. Good luck, Team 10 Emilian. Monoma saluted them before disappearing into the crowd. Todoroki sighed. I doubt anyone else will be willing to team up with me, so I'll team with you guys. Are you saying we're just the second choice? Shinszo asked in a mock offense that Todoroki didn't seem to catch on to, seemingly thinking that he'd actually offended the Gen Ed student. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that. I simply meant that I'd prefer to find people with quirks that I was more familiar with and complemented my own. Todoroki explained. Izuku sighed. Welp, you have us now. Izuku replied. You're the only one with a powerful offensive quirk here, Todoroki. I'm not using my fire. Todoroki huffed. Yes, we know. Shinszo sighed. Todoroki had brought it up a good few times during their conversations at lunch. But your ice would be good for offense and defense. Izuku smiled. And for maneuverability too. My roller skates will be pretty much useless to us here, but with your ice for long-range defense and Kiroshima and Shinszo for short-range. All right, Madabro, you're the strategist here, so what's our strategy? Kiroshima interrupted. Izuku smiled. I've got a plan. Time's up for our teams. Mike yelled over the speaker system. Everyone into your formations and get ready to begin. What do you think of our team's Eraserhead? There's an interesting mix. Some people seem to have gone for friendship over power and others have stuck with classmate. Aizawa sighed, obviously singling out Izuku's team and also obviously very bored. There's no telling what might happen. Awesome commentary. It's time to begin the cavalry battle. Izuku looked around the stadium determinedly. Their team had decided that he should be the rider since he was small and quick, light enough to be easily carried and small enough to dodge out of the way of attackers. Todoroki was on the right of their formation, meaning he could use his ice without endangering his teammates. Kiroshima was on the left, prepared to use his hardening to defend from others. He had admitted that he might not be so useful, but he'd be good to defend against certain attacks. Shinszo was in the front, able to use his scarf for defense along with his quirk, which he would use if they were out of options since he didn't want people to catch on before the final rounds. Kiroshima and Todoroki were wearing one of Izuku's skates each. They hadn't thought it would be overly useful to use them, but it was good to have a last resort. They were all set, ready to go. It was about to begin. As soon as the event started, almost every team came rushing for them. Todoroki stamped on the ground, freezing the floor, which either got the team stuck or at least slowed them down and bought their team time to get away, which they quickly did, retreating to a less busy area as most of the other teams started going for each other, deciding that it would be a better strategy to steal other headbands than got for the 10 million. Unfortunately, not every team was thinking that. Monoma was keeping his team away from them, going around and taunting people while gathering a growing collection of low-point headbands that currently had his team in 4th place. One of the teams that didn't give up on their point was Yaoyorozu's team, comprised of her, Hida and Kamanari. They were a dangerous team and they were already on the approach. Todoroki, can you make an ice wall? We need to talk strategy. Izuku yelled as they approached. Todoroki nodded with a determined look on his face, dragging his hand forward and creating a barrier of ice between them and Yamomo's team. Akak, this'll have to be quick. We need to get rid of Kamanari first. We need to make sure he overuses his quirk. I don't know if the jets on my skates are enough to get us off the ground, but if we get enough of a boost we should stay up long enough to avoid the electricity, but we need to make sure he uses it. Izuku told them quickly. I can boost us upwards with my ice. Todoroki nodded quickly. I can probably brainwash him into doing his power move, Shinszo suggested, but Izuku shook his head. No, we can't reveal your quirk like that. We need to get into an area with more teams. If everyone's coming at us, they'll use the indiscriminate move to stun them so they can focus on us, Izuku said firmly. Shinszo nodded. You think that'll work? Kiroshima asked. It seems risky, man. It's better than waiting behind this ice for them to come for us. Todoroki pointed out. It should work as long as we make sure they follow us. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Todoroki's right. So are we all in? Their team skirted around the ice barrier Todoroki had made, making sure to go out of bounds as they did so. Momo's team saw them almost instantly and began to charge for them. They didn't use it as quirk, but they were still doing exactly as Izuku had predicted. Leading them into the midst of the fray hadn't been easy. Multiple teams were now going for them, though Yaoyorozu's team was definitely the most powerful. Team 10 million were being backed into a corner, holding out for Kamanari to use his quirk. Finally the moment came. Now Kamanari, Momo called to her teammate, having just finished making a mechanism that would stop her and Ida from being shocked. Kamanari grinned, pulling the electricity to use to stun everyone within reach. Now, Todoroki asked quietly. Izuku shook his head. Timing has to be perfect. Kamanari yelled the name of his move, the electricity traveling across the field. Now, Midoriya yelled, hold on. All four of them held onto each other for dear life as Todoroki created a blast of ice which pushed them off of the ground just in time. Izuku activated the jets on the skates and Kiroshima and Todoroki angled them so they were facing the ground. As Izuku had expected, they didn't keep the team up in the air. They were only built to increase speed, not to be used as rocket boots after all, especially when there was 4 people to support instead of 1. The electricity from Kamanari's blast settled over them as static, not shocking them like it did to the other teams, but it made Todoroki's hair stick out at odd angles and made Izuku's poof up even more than it already was. Quickly they were back on the ground and Izuku deactivated the boots. One look at Momo's team showed them that their plan had worked. Kamanari had been brain fried and most of the other teams were stunned. Momo was now basically fully relying on Ida to hold her up while trying to keep Kamanari in position while he tried to limp away. It would have been hilarious if they weren't trying to win a competition. The timer on the board showed that only 5 minutes had passed from the beginning of the event. They'd still have to survive for 10 more before they could let their guards down. Next target is it. We just need to get Todoroki close enough to freeze his engines, then they're as good as out, Izuku said, leaning down to whisper to his team, who nodded. What about Yaoyorozu though? She'll probably steal the million if we pass her, Kiroshima replied. Izuku frowned. He was right. If they just approached without a plan, Yaoyorozu would definitely snatch the points. They seem to be struggling enough with the idiot over there, so we could just leave them be, Shinszo suggested. Izuku nodded after a second. I think that's the best idea. Let's just try and evade other teams for now. About 7 minutes had passed now and there was only just under 3 minutes left. Izuku's team had ended up dodging and evading attacks from multiple people. Monoma's team had started helping them out by taking on the teams that were gaining on them now that they were in second place on the board. Third and fourth spots were currently occupied by Mina's team and Yaoyorozu's team, who had somehow managed to keep their headbands even with Kamanari being dead weight. In the last 2 minutes, teams with less or no points started coming after them, hoping for a chance. Minda and Shoji had attempted to steal their headband only for Shinszo to unceremoniously wrap him up in his capture scarf and leave him unable to do anything. Multiple teams had ended up iced to the floor and one team, Ajira, Aoyama and a couple others from 1B, ended up brainwashed by Shinszo to go after the other teams. He'd done it a little reluctantly, but it ended up being the only option. In the last 30 seconds, Yaoyorozu's team struck yet again. Her team had lost their headband and dropped multiple ranks on the board, now ranking 6th. Ada ended up using a special move that he'd been working on without the class's knowledge, making them go incredibly fast, too fast for Izuku to dodge in time. Their plan was a desperate one. Momo had grabbed blindly as they went past instead of a calculated swipe, so she'd ended up with a handful of the few headbands that had accumulated on Izuku's shoulders rather than the one around his forehead. Team Yaoyorozu had celebrated, before realizing that the 2 headbands only put them back into 4th place. As her team realized this, they turned to take another strike at Midoriya's team. But Ida's engines were busted and Kamanari was deadweight, so there wasn't much they could do before. And time's up, Mike yelled, whacking the surface in front of him. Let's take a look at the scores. Mike proceeded to announce the scores, with the odd comment in between about how he hadn't expected a team to go so well. Midoriya's team were in first, having miraculously managed to keep hold of the 10 million points headband for the entire round. And second was Monoma's team, who'd gone round picking up smaller points in the background, not going for the million once. Mina's team was third. They'd only gone for the million right at the end after getting enough headbands to feel safe. They'd ended up frozen to the ground. But luckily Mina's acid got them out of it and they managed to protect their hoard until the end. Fourth was Yaoyorozu's team, who looked thoroughly disappointed with their failure to take the 10 million well. And Yaoyorozu did. Kamanari was giving everyone a thumbs up and making dopey happy noises, so everyone assumed he was alright. Now we'll have an hour lunch break, Mike announced. Come on, Eraserhead, let's go get food. I'm starving. Izuku's team quickly let him down from their shoulders before happily congratulating each other. Momo came over and told them that they did amazingly well and they returned the favor before the girl headed off to lunch, dragging Kamanari behind her. Todoroki and Kiroshima gave Izuku back his states before Todoroki took a step back and Kiroshima grinned at them. We should probably head to the cafeteria too, Kiroshima said. We need energy for the final event. Actually, Midoriya, could I talk to you before we go to lunch? Todoroki asked, giving Izuku a look that clearly said this was important. Todoroki, yeah sure. You guys go on ahead. We'll be there soon. Izuku smiled, waving Shinszo and Kiroshima off before turning to Todoroki, who led him off to the side, over to a secluded hallway. Hey, what's this about? Midoriya asked, standing in the hallway leading towards the side entrance. There's something I've been wondering if I should tell you about recently. It's about why I don't use my fire. A secret for a secret, Izuku asked. Todoroki's eyes widened momentarily. Huh. You tell me your secret and I'll tell you one as well. It's like an exchange. I think it's supposed to make it easier to trust someone. Oh, well then sure, we can do that, Todoroki said, before sighing. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku listened as Todoroki told his story. He watched silently while his friend explained what Endeavor had done to him and his mother, that the hero had driven her to pour boiling water onto his face. By the time Todoroki fell silent, Izuku realized he was crying silent tears and quickly moved to wipe them away. Did I make you cry? Todoroki asked him after a second, noticing the glint of tears on Izuku's face. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to. Izuku mumbled. That was a lot to take in. I apologize, maybe I shouldn't have. No, it's fine. Izuku yelped. I'm glad you told me, Todoroki. Wow. I knew Endeavor was a terrible hero, but I never thought he'd do something like that. Todoroki offered him nothing more than a single nod of his head, and they lapsed into an uncomfortable silence that lasted a few moments too long. Hey, I guess it's my turn now, huh? Izuku said, trying to bring back a happier atmosphere after that revelation. When Todoroki nodded silently again, Izuku continued, you remember the first time we talked and I said about taking down Endeavor's hero career? You said that it wasn't every day you met someone with valuable information to take down someone's hero career. Why? Todoroki asked, confused about where this was going. Well, there's probably a chance that I could theoretically do that. Izuku phrased it like a question, offering Todoroki a nervous smile, though he still looked confused. What exactly do you mean by that? Todoroki asked him, before glaring suspiciously. Are you a villain? No, of course not, Izuku yelped, raising his hands in front of him. I'd never do something villainous, I swear. I have a big enough platform to theoretically bring down Endeavor's hero career. I considered doing it before actually, when I did a video on him, but I decided not to now that I know what he did to you though. Well, let's just say that with your word I have more than enough evidence. The slight tilt of Todoroki's head and his frown, a little more intense than it usually was, showed how Todoroki was obviously trying to put together the pieces of what Izuku was saying. Izuku waited for him to get there, but eventually Todoroki sighed. I think I'm missing something here, Todoroki told him after a second, and Izuku gave him an embarrassed laugh. I'm Ryoku Analysis and I want to take down your father's hero career. He decided to simply put the point straight, saying exactly what he meant to say right to Todoroki's face. Todoroki's eyes widened momentarily, his mouth forming a small surprised O shape which lasted only moments before it disappeared back to the deadpan look. You wait, you're serious? Todoroki asked him, his tone suggesting despite the neutral look on his face that he wasn't sure whether he could believe Midoriya. Midoriya smiled before turning to walk away. Now we should get lunch. Yeah. Does anyone else know about this? Todoroki asked him before he could get far. Shinszo, Kiroshima, Aizawa and Nezu and my mom, but that's kinda a given. Izuku gave the same nervous laugh again. Shinszo and Kiroshima are two of the admins on my Discord server. Right, okay, let's go then, Todoroki said before heading out of the hallway, followed quickly by Izuku, who jogged after him so they could walk side by side. They never noticed the blonde eavesdropping on the conversation from the other end of the hall. Katsuki stood with his back to the wall, trying to silence his breathing. He couldn't believe his ears. First half and half spilling his life story to the damn nerd. As much as Katsuki didn't like the Ice Prince, he couldn't deny that Endeavor was a complete a-hole. Katsuki decided, in the moments after hearing all that said, that he absolutely didn't want to be like that. He knew he was angry. He knew he probably had a few issues. He knew that if he kept trying to blow up his problems, he wouldn't get anywhere. Hell, now he was further from his goal than he was to begin with. He couldn't be a hero if he was stuck in Gen Ed after all. He wasn't even supposed to be here. He was lucky enough to have been able to buy himself a ticket to watch the festival. It had taken almost all the money he had saved. Katsuki could have just gone to buy lunch from the multitude of stalls set up by the business course students. Maybe he should have. But he'd seen Icy Hot and Deku sneaking off and decided on a whim to follow them. And so he'd found out Todoroki's sob story, and something that was so glaringly obvious now that he knew. Even if it was obvious, even if he cursed himself out as he walked back to the stands, Katsuki almost wished he didn't know. Deku was Ryoku. Now that Katsuki knew, it seemed obvious. The animated way he rambled was so familiar even if he hadn't seen it in years. The way his eyes lit up behind the mask when he mentioned a hero he was especially fond of. The way he'd smile widely, even his voice was the same. Though Katsuki hadn't heard him talk with such confidence since before he was diagnosed quirkless, Katsuki almost paled at the thought. Deku hadn't been as confident as he was in his YouTube videos since they were 4 years old. Then another realization hit him. He was the reason Ryoku disappeared for almost 8 weeks. He'd almost killed Deku. The reality of that only really set in then. He'd made it so that Deku couldn't make videos for over 2 months. He'd asked the person he almost killed if he could still be a hero. He'd asked the person he'd bullied for 10 years if he could still make it into the top hero school in the country, and he'd said that he could. He was no better than Endeavor. The blonde felt like screaming as he paid for lunch, his body on autopilot as he was lost in thought. He wondered if things could have been different if he'd been able to look past the fact that Izuku was quirkless. But no, even before that, memories flashed through his mind. All Deku had ever wanted to do was help since they first met. All he was kind and pure, and Katsuki decided even before he'd been diagnosed quirkless that he was small and weak and useless. But he wasn't, was he? Deku had helped so many people all across the world without even getting into the hero course. Deku was the reason Katsuki had trained so hard for the entrance exams. Deku was the reason his former classmates knew better ways to use their quirks, and the reason Creation Girl had a costume that wasn't so horrendously sexual. Deku had even helped Katsuki with his quirk, albeit unknowingly. He'd made a video on explosion quirks when Katsuki had asked for it. The video had been choppy and hesitant compared to his others, but that only made sense, considering. He was even relying on Deku to get into the hero course so he'd be able to join Gen Ed, hopefully get another chance at heroics next year, though it seemed like it would be impossible now. Katsuki knew as he took his seat back in the now considerable more empty stands that he had a lot to learn. Maybe the first step would be to stop calling him Deku, but it had been so long now that it felt wrong calling him anything else. Yeah, Katsuki had a lot to think about. Hey guys, Izuku slid into his seat next to Shinszo at their lunch table as Todoroki sat across from them, next to Kiroshima. So, are you two ready for the final round? Kiroshima asked them as soon as they were in their seats. I can't believe we made it this far. I guess I'm a little nervous. I really don't know how I got this far since, I don't have a quirk and all. Midoriya mumbled. I guess I'm just worried about how people will take it, I guess, since they'll probably announce our quirks and all. Yeah, but you're one of the smartest people I know, Kiroshima yelled, banging his fist on the table and making all the trays rattle. It doesn't matter if you're quirkless. Besides, you still have the support gear and the training from Eraserhead. You'll be fine, Midoriya. Shinszo replied. I guess you're right. Oh, also, Izuku shot a glance at Todoroki, who looked up from his soba when the other two followed his gaze. I told Todoroki about that. Oh, really? Awesome, dude. You can be part of the crew now. Kiroshima grinned, before leaning forward. Are you on the Discord server? Yes, my username is Hot and Cold. I requested the video on Endeavor. Todoroki replied. Izuku snorted and then slapped a hand over his mouth when everyone at the table looked at him. I really should have realized that was you, Izuku said after recovering. Is it the song? The song? Todoroki asked after a second, looking more confused than any of the four had ever seen him. Oh my god, he doesn't know it, Shinszo, please. Izuku looked at his friend, hoping that he'd understand. For once, I'm glad my dad likes English pop music because it means I know what you're talking about. Shinszo nodded. We'll force you to listen to it after the festival. Right. Speaking of which, we should probably be heading back now. Kiroshima cut in. Time's almost up. Oh, right, the final round. Izuku yelped, quickly finishing his lunch. Kiroshima grinned at them while he waited, having already finished his lunch, before they began heading back to the stadium together. Yo, Shinszo, Madabro, do you guys want to come sit with me and Todabro in the Wanna booth during the final matches? Kiroshima asked the pair as they made their way back to the stadium after lunch. Is that allowed? Izuku asked, glancing up at Kiroshima. Yeah, you'll be part of Wanna soon anyway, won't you? Besides, Madabro is basically an adopted member of our class already, and I don't think Aizawa-sensei cares. Shinszo shrugged. Good enough for me. We'll be there, Izuku replied as they gathered in front of the platform, waiting for Midnight to announce what the final round would be. I'm gonna die, Izuku whined as Midnight announced that it would be an all-out quirk battle. You'll be fine, Midoriya. Todoroki tried to reassure him. Yeah, sure, Mr. Most Powerful Quirk in 1A. Midoriya mumbled. I think that honor goes to Yaoyorozu. Todoroki countered. Izuku rolled his eyes. Second best then, at least you have a quirk. You don't need a quirk to be powerful, Midoriya. Shinszo butted into the conversation. You are one of the best analysts I know and you still have the support equipment. Yeah, sure, Izuku mumbled before jumping when Midnight started talking again. Since there was an odd number in the last round, we'll be bringing up the rider from the 5th place team, Tetsu, Midnight called, earning a cheer from the Metal Boy and his team. Now, you will all draw lots to decide your matches before we begin the games for those who didn't make it this far. Those of you competing in the final round are welcome to participate, but I'm sure you'll want to save your stamina. Midnight cheered before grabbing a box and climbing off of the podium to head for Todoroki and the others from the winning team. And here's the bracket for the final round. Now you'll get some time to prepare for your matches while we have the games for those who didn't make it, Midnight announced after the lots had been drawn, gesturing to the screen behind him. Izuku felt his worry disappear as he saw who he'd be up against. He almost laughed. His first match was against Monoma. That's probably the best matchup I could have hoped for, Midoriya said. It'll just be a quirkless fight except I have support items and he doesn't. Got him, Midoriya, why did it have to be you? The 1B student yelled, this is rigged. Sorry Monoma, I'm against that metal guy. Kiroshima yelled, you're one to talk about this being rigged. Our quirks are literally the same. Who the hell is Kiroshima? Shinszo asked, glaring at the board. He's in 1B. He has a quirk that lets him merge with darkness. It's pretty cool, Midoriya supplied. Maybe we should all strategize together. I can help you guys with your matches. Is that fair? Kiroshima asked. Yeah, that's not fair. He knows everything about our quirks. Monoma yelled. You can't help one of Midoriya. I thought you were on our side. They're my friends Monoma. And Shinszo isn't even in 1A. But I guess it might not be fair if I give them an advantage, but there's no rules against it. I'd help you too if you weren't fighting me. Monoma scowled, before turning away. Well, I'm gonna go and tell them everything I know about you guys. Okay dude, see you later then I guess, Kiroshima said, watching as Monoma sauntered away. He really doesn't like us, does he? I wouldn't take it personally. Midoriya waved him off. So, do you guys want help for your rounds? For our first one-on-one match of the tournament, we have Izuku Midoriya, who passed the General Studies exam with flying colors, and Nito Monoma from the Hero course, with a powerful copy quirk. Midoriya clenched his fists in determination as fire lit off in the corners of the cement platform where their match would take place. He walked up the stairs with a determined look on his face and took his place across from Monoma, who looked equally as determined. Begin, Midnight called, cracking her whip to begin the match. Monoma made the first move, rushing forward in an attempt to get Midoriya out early using the element of surprise. Midoriya pulled the smoke goggles that had been resting on the top of his head before throwing a smoke grenade at Monoma's feet, engulfing the boy in smoke and allowing Midoriya to use his skates to move away from the boundaries before making his next move. After Midoriya threw the smoke bomb, the match was doomed for Monoma. The blonde was stuck in a cloud of thick smoke, left stumbling around trying to find his way and also trying not to move since he was a little too close to the boundaries for comfort. He was trying to regain his sense of direction when his arm was grabbed and then he was spinning. Midoriya knew that using his skates to gain enough momentum to throw Monoma out of bounds was unnecessary. But he needed to do this quickly and would rather not fight Monoma head-on since Monoma probably had more combat training that he did from being part of the Hero course. Getting this over with quickly was probably the best strategy. So, with that logic, Izuku used the fact that Monoma was disorientated by the smoke to grab him by the arm and used the jets on his skates to spin around a few times, gathering enough momentum to lift Monoma off of the floor and fling him out of bounds, simultaneously blowing all the smoke away. Monoma is out of bounds, Midnight yelled as the smoke cleared. Midoriya advances to the next round. Hey are you okay? Midoriya asked Monoma as robots loaded him onto a stretcher. Hello, Midoriya, Monoma said. He'd been winded by the landing and hadn't yet properly recovered. I'm fine. Well done. I can't believe you won so easily. Midoriya laughed awkwardly. Why yeah, me neither. Just don't lose the festival, okay? It'll make me look bad. Hey dude, you did amazing out there, Kiroshima called as soon as Midoriya got to the Wanna booth, quickly scanning the seats to find Shinszo, and Kiroshima already sat at the front waiting for him. Todoroki must have already left to prepare for his match. He was up next after all. I didn't really do much. Nonsense, Midoriya, you did well. Yaoyorozu congratulated him. Yeah man, you were super cool. Two of the boys, Kamanari and Siro, leaned over the back of their chairs to tell him. Midoriya found himself smiling. Thanks guys. How do you think this match will go, Midabro? Kiroshima asked as they waited for Present Mike to announce the next match. Well, Todoroki's quirk is offensive and Tsuburaba's quirk is mainly defensive, so it really depends how they use them, but I think Todoroki will win. Tsuburaba's quirk is too small scale for Todoroki's massive ice attacks. I guess we'll have to see, Shinszo said as the two opponents walked up onto the arena. The fight was over in a few moments. Izuku barely managed to pull Shinszo and Kiroshima back before the front of the Wanna booth was covered in ice. They could only guess what was happening from the muffled yells of Present Mike and the glacier that Todoroki had won. Oof to the 1B guy though, Kamanari said behind them. Siro nodded in response. Glad that wasn't me down there. It's freezing. The girl with pink cheeks, Uraraka, Todoroki had called her, said as she wrapped her arms around herself. That was a little overboard, don't you think? Maybe, Midoriya said thoughtfully. He looked sad. I wonder what happened. Was he upset when he was here? He didn't seem like he was in a bad mood. No. Ada told him he was acting like himself. Interesting. Well, Shinszo, it's your match next, right? Izuku turned to his purple-haired friend, who nodded. Good luck. I think you have an advantage in this one. Kurwaro doesn't really have a way to use his quirk in the arena. Yeah, right, I got this. Shinszo nodded. I'll see you guys after I win. Shinszo got up and headed out of the Wana booth after Kiroshima, and Izuku wished him good luck, and while he was gone the ice was finally melted and the stage was made ready for the next match. As Todoroki walked away, Izuku noticed the look on his face again. Something had happened between him leaving the Wana booth and the beginning of his match, and Izuku had a few guesses as to what. After the sports festival, he was definitely bringing Endeavor down. Shinszo's match was over quickly too, and even more uneventful than Midoriya's match against Monoma. It was obvious that Mike was getting bored of the short matches with nothing to comment on, but Izuku knew it would get better in the next round, especially since his next fight was against Todoroki, which, frankly, was something he didn't even want to think about. Izuku didn't plan on getting frozen in a giant glacier like Tsuburaba did, but if Todoroki decided to take that approach again, well, let's just say Izuku didn't really have a way to avoid it without a quirk. Hopefully, his skates would help him avoid smaller blasts of ice. Shinszo's match was over quickly. Kiroshima had no way to use his quirk like Izuku had predicted, and he wouldn't have gotten a chance anyway. Shinszo had brainwashed him and had him walk out of bounds right at the beginning anyway. It was only when the match was almost up that Todoroki returned to the booth, sitting down next to Kiroshima silently ignoring Kamanari's pestering over his massive attack in his round. Izuku gave him a worried look as Shinszo was announced the winner, before cheering loudly for his friend with the rest of the crowd. "Hey, Todoroki, are you okay? Did something happen before the match?" Izuku asked him quietly. "You looked upset, and that glacier was excessive, I know." Todoroki replied solemnly, looking at the ground. "I was angry. My father talked to me before my match." Izuku nodded. That was all Todoroki had to say to confirm Izuku's suspicion that Endeavor had something to do with it. "Who do you think will win this match, Ada or Zero?" Izuku asked him, deciding to try and distract him from whatever Endeavor said. "Aren't you the analyst?" Todoroki asked. "Yeah, but a second opinion is always helpful," Izuku said. "Plus, a conspiracy theorist is usually good at analysis, right?" "Conspiracy theorist?" Todoroki asked him, a question that was quickly echoed by Kiroshima and Kamanari. "I've seen some of the theories you come up with on the server. You can't tell me you're not a conspiracy theorist." Todoroki sighed in defeat. "Okay, maybe I have a few theories. Anyway, I think Ida will win unless Zero can tape his engines, but I think Ida can outrun Zero's tape." "Agreed," Izuku said happily. "I think Ida's speed is fast enough, especially since Zero can't change the direction his tape goes after he shoots it out. Ida could even grab Zero's tape and use it to his advantage, by swinging Zero out of bounds like I did with Monoma." "Yeah, I appreciated that, by the way," said Blonde, popped his head up over the barrier between their booth. "And I can't believe our resident Elsa is a conspiracy theorist. I'd never have guessed." "Who's Elsa?" Todoroki said, furrowing his brows in confusion before looking back up at Monoma. "If you want to discuss conspiracies, I'd be happy to share." Izuku quickly pulled out his notebook and added watch frozen to the back page, which currently contained a list of all the things he had to do involving Todoroki, as he and Monoma began discussing some conspiracy about Nezu being the actual manifestation of the god of hell or something. Shinszo got back halfway through the conversation and sat down next to Izuku, giving him a questioning look about Todoroki and Monoma, to which Izuku just shrugged before looking back at the arena, where the match had just started, tuning them out and turning his attention back to the match. Izuku watched as Ida kicked Zero in the stomach that looked like it hurt and sent him flying out of bounds, too winded to use his quirk to save himself. "It happened just as we predicted," Izuku observed. Todoroki nodded before looking over at Shinszo. "Hey Monoma, what do you think about Shinszo being Aizawa-sensei's secret love child?" Shinszo silently choked on his own breath, and Izuku had to pat him on the back until he could breathe again, while Todoroki and Monoma launched back into conversation, and Izuku worried a little about whether he'd started something. The next match, Takoyami vs. Yaoyorozu, went just as well as a bunch of seagulls fighting over a goldfish might go, terribly for Yaoyorozu at least. Izuku had predicted that she'd win, but she'd frozen up and been overwhelmed by Dark Shadow's attacks and ended up out of bounds. Izuku kind of wished he'd helped her, because that defeat must have been a blow to her confidence. "Have you seen them together?" "Because I have, and they basically look like father and son," Monoma said. "And Shinszo has a capture scarf just like Aizawa-sensei." "I know, the resemblance is definitely too obvious to ignore. Plus, Aizawa-sensei has a soft spot for Midoriya, who's Shinso's best friend. Coincidence?" "I think not." "Will you two shut up? I'm trying to watch the match," Shinszo said, his tone bored. He sounded like Aizawa-sensei. If only they knew. The next match wasn't much to look at. Denki went all out with his quirk and knocked the poor 1B dude unconscious. He'd left himself in his dumb state, but he was still able to move, so he won the match interestingly. Izuku wasn't sure whether he'd be able to participate in the next one. Hopefully Recovery Girl would be able to get him back to himself before then. The next match, Asui vs. Mina, was probably the first match of the day that actually had everyone on the edge of their seats. It lasted long enough for Mike to finally get in some good commentary since both girls managed to keep the fight going for a significant amount of time. Both of them had good evasive techniques. Asui could jump far and Mina could skate quickly on her acid, but eventually, Mina managed to take Asui down. Izuku figured it was because Asui's frog quirk was better suited to natural terrain, where there were walls for her to stick to and vantage points to use her long tongue properly, which she didn't have for that fight. I guess it's my turn. Kiroshima sighed. They hadn't managed to come up with a strategy for him to beat Tetsu since their quirks were almost exactly the same. So Izuku just told him to try and outlast the 1B student. It wasn't much of a strategy, but it was the best they had. The fight had been exhausting to watch. It lasted a good 15 minutes of back and forth, neither of them managing to take down the other with their almost identical quirks. In the end, they both passed out and the match ended in a draw. While that was anticlimactic, Todoroki observed, "MHM. Well, I guess I'll see you down there for our next match," Izuku said. He'd been trying not to think about it and how he had to think of some way to beat his friend. Yeah, Izuku had really hoped to avoid any kind of confrontation as he walked down to the gates to face his friend and definitely formidable opponent. He really wasn't in the mood for someone to interrupt his frantic strategizing. He was trying to find a way to win, unfortunately. But Izuku really should be used to it by now. The universe decided against giving him what he wanted and blocked his path with probably the last person he wanted to see, Endeavor. At first nothing was said. They just stood and stared at each other. Endeavor looked over him as if he was sizing him up. His eyes locked onto Izuku's skates for a second longer before looking back up at him and finally speaking while Izuku's mind was running at a mile a minute. What the hell did he say to the person who basically abused one of his friends and is simultaneously the number 2 hero and could probably kill him where he stood? "You don't look like much," Endeavor finally huffed. The almost smug look on Endeavor's face was almost enough to make Izuku scowl back. But he managed to keep his expression neutral. "Either way, my masterpiece had decided to hang around you for some reason. For some reason he's been rebelling recently and refusing to use my power. I want you to make him use his potential, even if you're too weak to be able to fight for yourself, having to use support gear like that." "I'm sorry, sir." Izuku put on his best innocent act. Usually it came naturally, but right now he was pretty close to resorting to jet-powered violence. But it's Todoroki's choice whether he uses his power or not, and it's not my job to make him use his potential also. He's not an object. He's a teenage boy who shouldn't be used as a tool to achieve something you couldn't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a fight to win. Izuku couldn't suppress a smile as he skated past Endeavor down the hall towards the entrance gate. He could hear Todoroki being announced. Endeavor had really held him up. He was almost late. But the look on the hero's face had been absolutely worth it. Now he was out there, standing in the arena across from his friend. Izuku had to win this fight if he was to get into the hero course, just this one, and he'd be on the podium. If he won this battle, he'd be in third place with one other person. He just needed to win. He waited apprehensively for the start signal. Todoroki wasn't subtle with his attacks, but he was quick, meaning Izuku would have to predict his attacks to be able to dodge them. He knew his friend wouldn't use his fire, but as much as Izuku wanted to help him, he would have to wait for later. He had to win this, and to do that he'd need every advantage he could get. If that meant exploiting his friend's trauma as much as he hated it, he had to. Izuku guessed right. As soon as the match began, Izuku zoomed off to the left, narrowly avoiding a large ice attack. He grabbed 2 of the 6 smoke bombs he had left and tugged the goggles down over his eyes. Using the cover the ice had given him to an advantage, as he threw them he had to engulf the arena in smoke. If Todoroki couldn't see, he couldn't attack properly. From his corner he managed to throw 2 bombs before Todoroki sent another blast of ice his way. He threw another as he was skating, using his jets to speed away from the attacks. Slowly the arena was enveloped in smoke. Izuku could see perfectly, but Todoroki was fumbling in the smoke, trying to work out where Izuku was. Perfect. To anyone who could see, it would have looked almost like a dance. Izuku was darting forward, throwing a punch or a kick at Todoroki before spiraling back, dodging the blind attacks Todoroki sent in the direction of the blow he had received before. Izuku would repeat from a different angle from before. It was slow going, but slowly but surely Todoroki was edged closer towards the boundary line. He'd had to drop his final smoke bomb since the smoke had been starting to dissipate. He couldn't risk Todoroki landing a good attack. If he did, it would all be over. The battle had lasted a good 5 minutes before Izuku stopped his relentless attacks. Todoroki was confused, still on guard and expecting another attack. What he didn't know was that he'd stepped over the boundary line. Izuku was standing nearby, waving the smoke away so that the teachers would announce his victory. When the visibility was finally cleared up well enough for Midnight to see them, she made the announcement. "What?" Mike yelled over the speakers. "Todoroki's stepped out of bounds, yo. The winner is Izuku Midoriya." Izuku gave Todoroki a sorry look at the dawn of realization on his face as he saw the white line, both of his feet on the wrong side of it. Izuku had hopped over to Todoroki afterwards, making sure he was okay before walking with him out of the arena. Sorry, I feel like it was a little underhanded of me to use the smoke like that, Izuku mumbled as he walked side by side with his friend, who was still able to walk fine though he knew he should be going to Recovery Girl with the amount of hits Izuku had handed. It's fine, Todoroki reassured. You used the support gear that you were allowed to win against me. You did nothing wrong. Besides, I know you need the place on the podium more than I do. Feeling the ghost of a smile on his face, Izuku allowed himself to laugh for a moment before the mood returned to the somber state it had been. Still, I didn't even give you a chance to fight properly. And what about Endeavor? He won't be happy you lost to N. Don't worry about him. He's not your problem to deal with. I'll make him my problem, Izuku muttered, a determined look on his face. He talked to me before our match, and now I'm even more sure about, what we talked about. Todoroki smiled at that as they reached the door to the infirmary. Thank you. Izuku knew he was genuine. But you should go back up to the booth. Shinszo's match is next. Right. You shouldn't miss it. But I'll be fine, Todoroki reassured. I'll join you as soon as Recovery Girl is done with me. Izuku smiled and nodded, waving a quick goodbye before sprinting off back towards the booth. Todoroki was right. He didn't want to miss his best friend's fight. When Izuku dropped himself into his seat next to Kiroshima, panting heavily from running all the way here from the infirmary, he found that his rush was for nothing. They were still clearing the ice and smoke from the last round. Shinszo's match probably wouldn't start for another few minutes. Still, his best friend had already gone down to the waiting room. Dude, you were amazing. Kiroshima grinned at him. I couldn't see what was happening, but I'm sure it was super manly. Izuku gave his friend a breathy laugh, smiling brightly. Thanks, Kiri. I feel kinda bad for Todoroki, but I made it onto the podium. I'm gonna be in the hero course. Kiroshima froze at the realization for a second before grinning widely and cheering, along with some of the others from 1A, Kamanari, Siro, Mina and Uraraka, who had overheard their conversation. It'll be great to have you, Midoriya. Uraraka cheered, before grimacing. That sounds weird. I don't know why, but I feel like I should be calling you something else. Izuku looked at her confused before she shrugged and smiled. I hope Shinszo gets in too. Then we can all be together. Kiroshima grinned. Maybe we can get Monoma to hang out with us too. He seemed to like Todoroki, and he's you and Shinszo's friend too, right, Midoriya? You guys were all talking earlier. Izuku was sure he heard a scoff from the booth next to him. Yeah, Izuku smiled. Ooh, Shinszo's match is starting. As soon as he said that, Mike's voice boomed over the stadium. For our next match, we have Hitoshi Shinszo from Gen Ed, who won the last match by making his opponent walk right out of bounds with his quirk, versus Tenya Ida from the Hero Course, whose engines won him the last match with a blast. They called the beginning of the fight, and Izuku found his eyes glued to the arena. He didn't even notice Todoroki return just a minute later. Ada rushed forward instantly. Shinszo barely dodged a kick before yelling something Izuku couldn't hear, obviously trying to get a response from his opponent. It seemed Ada bit his tongue though. Since Izuku didn't see him get brainwashed, he'd gone in for another attack before Shinszo could dodge, ending up being flung into the concrete with another powerful kick. Come on, Shinszo. Izuku was leaning forward, gripping the railing as he watched, yelling his support to his friend at the top of his voice. Shinszo got back up quickly, grabbing onto his capture weapon as he yelled something else. Izuku grinned. He was going to have to fight for this one. He wondered how much training Aizawa and Mike had given him before the beginning of the school year. But Izuku knew he had more training than him, so hopefully he could win against Ada. And he did. It only took a second, but Shinszo shot out the capture weapon and Ada was going to quick to dodge, first tripping over then getting wrapped up in the weapon. The hero student had squirmed for a minute before admitting defeat and giving up the match. Izuku cheered loudly, almost screaming with delight his best friend would be in the hero course with him. I was worried for a second, Todoroki stated quietly. Izuku smiled and sat back down before nodding. Me too, Ada's really strong. I think if Shinszo didn't have the scarf he might not have won, Izuku said, devolving into muttering. Todoroki and Kiroshima half listened to him with smiles on their faces. Izuku and Shinszo had done it. It didn't matter that they'd be fighting each other next. They'd both gotten onto the podium either way. Though silently, Izuku wondered. One of them would be in the final if he actually won the festival. He might be able to prove that just because he's quirkless, that doesn't mean he was useless. Maybe he'd give his match against Shinszo a little more than his all. The others didn't need to know that. Izuku felt a little bad about it, but he hadn't really paid attention for the last two matches. Kamanari had won against Takoyami, which had left most of the class in shock. In reality, Kamanari only really won because of some advice he'd basically begged Izuku for before the match. Izuku obliged with a smile, telling Kamanari that Dark Shadow was weak to light and that Kamanari should use smaller blasts at intervals. The blonde had heeded Izuku's advice and taken the match. Kiroshima had won against Ashido, which had been expected since Kiroshima's hardening quirk meant that he could resist Ashido's acid. It had been a good fight. Mina was incredibly flexible and good at dodging, but ultimately Kiroshima had overpowered her. When Shinszo had gotten back to the stands, Izuku had immediately disregarded the match in front of him in favor of basically jumping on his friend, congratulating him with a wide smile on his face. "We did it. We're gonna be in the hero course." Before long, it was their turn to make their ways to the arena again. Midoriya would be up against Shinszo this time. Idly, as he sat down to formulate a strategy in the waiting room, Izuku wondered why Present Mike hadn't announced his quirklessness to the stadium yet. When he'd announced every other competitor's quirks at least once, was Mike trying to save him from any prejudice in the stand? Izuku sighed. It wasn't time to think about that right now. He needed a strategy. He needed to win against his friend. The first part was obvious. He couldn't speak a word no matter what his friend said. Second, he needed some kind of failsafe for if he did something stupid. When people were brainwashed, they usually went rigid, waiting for an order. To break the control, he'd need to jolt himself out of it with some sort of outside force. His roller skates could do the trick if he wasn't balanced properly when using the jets. His legs would move too fast and he'd fall backwards. That would be enough of a jolt to wake him up. He just needed a way to activate them, maybe if he kept his hand clamped over the button without pressing it. And suddenly it was time to go up into the ring. "You got it, folks. It's the first match of the semifinals." Mike roared over the cheers from the stadium. Izuku stood across from Shinszo on the arena, and Izuku waited with bated breath as Mike continued his announcement. "Two students from Gen Ed. Izuku Midoriya, who's made it so far already without even needing a quirk." There it was. Mike just told the whole world he was quirkless. It wasn't directly, which is the best Izuku could possibly hope for. It left the crowd to make their own assumptions, either assuming he had a quirk and refused to use it, or that he was quirkless, or maybe some other far-fetched theory. Izuku watched the crowds carefully. Mostly it was confusion that ruled over anything else. There was a bit of anger, but even more people had ignored it than Izuku thought they would. The match began. Of course, Shinszo started by attempting to get him to talk. First, the brainwasher tried to confuse an answer out of him, but Izuku wouldn't fall for that. He was the one who suggested it after all, so Shinszo tried to insult him. If the insults truly hurt him, it was for Izuku and Izuku only to know. Besides, Izuku was used to keeping quiet while insults were flung at him from every direction. It was easier than Izuku thought to avoid being brainwashed. Izuku skated forward, gaining enough speed to effectively dodge Shinszo's capture weapon just as they had practiced in training. That was the problem with them actually fighting in a match. Since they trained together, they knew each other's fighting styles well. He considered using the smoke bomb tactic again, but after searching the pouches of his belt as he sped around, he found that he'd used up all the bombs during his match with Todoroki. Izuku wondered how he would win this. Shinszo was more physically powerful than he was, but Izuku was smarter. They were matched. The match lasted another intense 5 minutes, consisting purely of attacking and dodging. That was until Izuku had the bright idea to grab Shinszo's scarf. He grabbed onto the fabric with both hands as it shot towards him, yanking it harshly. Emotion pulled Shinszo off balance, making him stumble forwards. Izuku used the opening to jet forwards, grabbing Shinszo's shoulders and shoving him hard, causing him to stumble backwards and fall. As he tried to stand up, Izuku slammed into him again, sending him flying out of bounds. "Shinszo is out of bounds," Midnight cried. "Midoriya is the winner." There were notably less cheers than there were when he beat Todoroki in the last round. Izuku tried hard to brush off the feeling of dread as he offered a hand to help Shinszo up. His friend didn't miss the worried look on Izuku's face though, and managed to smile through the defeat. "Well done, Midoriya," Shinszo told him. "You did well. But you wanted to prove you could be a hero. I ruined your chance." And Izuku sighed sadly. "The crowd probably hates me." "They don't matter," Shinszo said. "Besides, you have something to prove too, don't you?" Izuku nodded silently. "I have to prove that just because I'm quirkless it doesn't mean I'm useless." Shinszo just smiled and shook his head. "I think you've already proven that to everyone who matters." "I can't believe I'm in the final," Kamanari said to anyone who would listen for the 26th time since he got back to the booth after winning against Kiroshima. It was obvious that the blonde hadn't even expected to make it to the third round, let alone do well in it. The matchups had definitely been in his favor. He'd even asked Emina to pinch him when he got back up, just in case he was dreaming. Alright, now there was a 10-minute interval before the last match, allowing the opponents to prepare themselves and for the audience to have a short break. Izuku and Kamanari were both spending it in similar ways. Kamanari was being psyched up by Mina, Shiro, Uraraka, and Ida, while Izuku, Todoroki, Kiroshima, and Shinszo were huddled around the barrier. It seemed that Izuku was getting similar encouragement from his friends. All too soon in Izuku's mind it was time for the match. Kamanari was happy it was time. He was starting to get nervous and didn't want the nerves to get too much. Izuku just felt unprepared. Kamanari was a pretty bad matchup for him. He could simply use his indiscriminate shock move and Izuku would be out of commission instantly. He could easily do the same thing he did with Kiroshima, try to tase him and knock him unconscious. No matter how many ways Izuku looked at this, he couldn't see himself winning unless Kamanari gave up, which was definitely not going to happen if the blonde's excitement was anything to go by. The match was over as soon as it started. Kamanari had been watching the other matches. He knew Izuku was fast, so he'd put his all into a huge move right at the beginning. Before the other could react, Izuku was unconscious, muscles still spasming from the shock, and Kamanari was stuck weighing as he stumbled around the arena. He was vaguely aware of Midnight announcing him as the winner before Recovery Girl's bots carted both him and Izuku away. Izuku had woken up in Recovery Girl's office 5 minutes later with no lasting damage. She'd sent him away and told him that they were preparing the awards ceremony, and that he needed to go back out onto the field with Kamanari, who had barely recovered from short-circuiting. He'd smiled wide as he stood proudly on the second-place podium. Shinszo and Kiroshima grinned at him from the third-place podium, and Kamanari stood dumbfounded on first place as if he couldn't quite believe that he was there. "I am here, the #1 hero. All Might, I kinda ruined it, didn't I?" Midnight trailed off, a little embarrassed at messing up the hero's entrance, but Izuku didn't notice. All he could do was stare. All Might was here. Obviously, Izuku knew he was a teacher at UA, but he only taught the heroics class, so he hadn't actually come into contact with the person he used to idolize. The hero who threw his dreams onto the floor and stomped on them for good measure. Izuku zoned out as All Might talked to Kiroshima and Shinszo as he presented them with their medals, telling them that they'd both be great heroes and winking at Shinszo with a smile. They'd both smiled back through to anyone who knew them. While their smiles were a little forced, they both knew what All Might had done to Izuku. And then Izuku found himself face to face with the hero. He almost laughed at the lack of recognition All Might showed. He didn't even remember Izuku. "And you, my boy." All Might grinned at him. "You impressed everyone today, coming in second without a quirk." All Might pulled him into an awkward hug, which Izuku barely resisting the urge to pull away from. Instead, he whispered something that only All Might could hear. "How's this for keeping it realistic, All Might?" The hero pulled back abruptly, coughing into his fist before recovering and quickly placing the medal over Izuku's head and leaving it to settle there before moving on to Kamanari. Despite how quick it had been, Izuku didn't miss the look of horrified realization that crossed All Might's face in just a second. Izuku smiled sweetly at him when the hero sent him a look after he'd given Kamanari his medal. The sports festival was now over and things would be returning to normal. Or so they thought. Ryoku admin group chat. "Our Lord and Savior, hi guys. Grain God, RYOKU. Did you see my live stream of the sports festival? I traveled to effing Japan for a front row seat. I thought you'd live stream it, but you didn't, so I did. Our Lord and Savior. Our Lord and Savior. You really paid all the money to come here and get a front seat for a live stream. Grain God, you didn't. God of therapy, I saw it. Grain God, good, at least someone saw it. Was it good? God of therapy, it was good. Grain God, honestly though, front row seats were awesome too. I got to see so much. Did you see the adorable green-haired boy? He got second and he was quirkless. I like that, so awesome. Insomnia Overlord, he's my friend. The manliest god, me too. He's an awesome guy. Private messages between SleepyCat2014 and Ryoku Analysis. SleepyCat2014, Midoriya, I can see you across the room. Your face is bright red. Ryoku Analysis, everyone's complimenting me. I don't know how to respond. SleepyCat2014, sorry. Ryoku Analysis, you aren't. SleepyCat2014, not one bit. You deserve the compliments. Ryoku Analysis, FKJDSLFD Nuo. SleepyCat2014, get back onto the main chat. Ryoku admin group chat. Grain God, I can't believe some of the crowd actually booed him. He looks so nice and he's super powerful too. I can't believe they'd just chuck that aside because he's quirkless. Greater than our Lord and Savior. It's fine, don't worry about it, it was bound to happen. Anyway, I'm adding someone. Our Lord and Savior added hot and cold to admin chat. Our Lord and Savior, say hi friend. Hot and cold, hello, hot and cold, why am I here? Grain God, yeah Ryoku. Who's this? Are they a new admin? Our Lord and Savior, he's my friend from school. He's here temporarily to help me with a new video about Endeavor. Hot and cold, you didn't forget about that. Our Lord and Savior, of course not. How could I? Are you still in? Hot and cold, yes. Our Lord and Savior, good. D. Grain God, right, well I'm bread. Nice to meet you. Insomnia Overlord, heyo icy hot. Hot and cold, nice to meet you, bread. And really, icy hot. Insomnia Overlord, shrug. Hot and cold, what's with the nicknames? Grain God, we're gods, you can have one too if you want. Hot and cold, oh, okay. Grain God changed Hot and Cold's nickname to Mystery God. Mystery God, why this? Grain God, I don't know enough about you to give you a proper god name yet. Mystery God, right. God of therapy. Okay, I'm Sadness, and what's this new video about? Our Lord and Savior, I'm glad you asked. Grain God, oh no. God of Therapy, oh no. Mystery God, should I be scared? Grain God, you know what's going on, so nope. Our Lord and Savior, drumroll please. Our Lord and Savior, we're ruining Endeavor's hero career. Everyone is typing. And so the takedown begins. Izuku grinned a little evilly, he would admit, at his screen, watching the other admins going crazy over his announcement. They had been given a few days off of school to recover from the sports festival, and Izuku planned to use them to get started on his new side project. He'd texted Todoroki and Shinszo, asking them both to come over on Saturday to begin working on the new video. Izuku knew he needed help with this one, especially from Todoroki, but the hero course had to go into school today for a special announcement, so Izuku would have to wait until the next day. After texting them both his address, he'd grabbed his notebook and began noting down things he'd need to talk to Todoroki about or research on the internet. Izuku had a few ideas of how he was going to do this, but a lot of them relied on Todoroki, and it was his choice. Inko had probably been even more excited than Izuku had to meet his friends. It was probably the first time Izuku had decided to have friends over. Obviously Mitsuki and Katsuki had come over before, but that was usually Inko's doing. She had been hassling Izuku that morning, trying to work out whether she needed to get snacks or clean the house. She even asked whether she was good enough for Izuku's friends once, to which Izuku spent 10 minutes reassuring her that this wasn't a big deal and she was absolutely perfect. Shinszo had arrived first, and Inko had spent 10 minutes fussing over him, asking him about himself and his friendship with Izuku, while at the same time trying to give him multiple different foods, until Izuku had to drag him away into his room while awkwardly apologizing to his mom. Todoroki had arrived almost 2 hours after the time they agreed on. Izuku had grabbed him at the door and dragged him straight into his room to avoid the same chaos Shinszo had experienced. They'd say hi to Inko later. Once all three of them were situated in Izuku's room, they finally got to business. I'm sorry I was so late. Todoroki apologized as soon as he sat on a beanbag next to Izuku's bookshelf. My father was trying to keep me back for training. I ended up telling him I was going to work out outside for a few hours. For some reason he believed it. Don't worry, Todoroki. Izuku smiled, straddling his desk chair with his arms folded on the back. I was just telling Shinszo about what our video would be about anyway, since I didn't really tell him. Shinszo nodded. It sounds like we really are ruining Endeavor's career. You know I'm not a fan, but are you really okay with this, Todoroki? I'm more than okay with this, Todoroki replied with a shrug. What are we doing first? Well, Izuku said, pulling forward his planning notebook and opening it up to the pages he wrote down his ideas for the video on Endeavor. Okay, I'm planning on doing a lot of research into his hero career, statistics and public opinions and such. Basically, I'm showing how bad of a hero he is for the public and the villains. My job is to ruin their trust in him as a hero. Shinszo's job will be editing and sourcing. Hopefully you can dig up camera footage, news reports, articles, anything that could be used as proof. Obviously I'll be sourcing my stuff too, but you'll be the behind the scenes. I'm hoping you can help edit the video too. Izuku nodded decisively, looking around at the other two for objections so far. Shinszo nodded with a smile, seemingly happy with his job. I won't be in the video, right? Shinszo asked him. Nope, don't worry, Todoroki, you'll need to be in the video though, sorry. Izuku smiled at his friend, who shrugged again. I've been interviewed on live news broadcasts before, I'll be fine with this, Todoroki said. Right, well, Todoroki's job is a little more complicated. See, there's a few things we could go for here, Izuku said, before launching into an explanation. The hero course internships are coming up soon, right? Yes, Todoroki confirmed. Aizawa-sensei told us yesterday. Good, well, see, this is a huge ask of me and you might not want to do it, though it'll be most effective, but I made a backup plan just in case you anyway. Basically, I want you to intern with Endeavor, Izuku said, rushing the last part as if he was afraid to say it. He might have been afraid of how Todoroki would react, but his friend just stared at him. What? Why? We need concrete evidence, something we can't fake. We need undeniable proof of how he treats you at home. To do that, we need you to secretly film your training. Izuku did air quotes with his hands when he said that, and generally record how he acts around you and your siblings if they're there too. We'd need you to get as much evidence as you possibly can, so a week of training should do that, but I fully understand if you don't want to do that. I wouldn't either, so it's completely up to you. Todoroki seemed to consider his options for a monument, before citing, I'll think about it. I don't want to have to endure a week of his training, but if it means I'll never have to do it again, then it's probably worth it. Again, your choice. Just let me know before the internships so I can start working properly on the video during them, since I won't have much to do. Izuku laughed. Other than that, if you don't go for the internship, the video might take longer. It'd be the same thing needed, but just, normal levels of Endeavor. Todoroki nodded. The only other thing you'd need to do is join me for the actual filming. To give a proper statement, you'd just need to brush over your experiences enough to get pros interested or the police involved. Izuku said, you don't need to say anything major to the public, just vague accusations that can't really go ignored. Alright, so what do I say? Todoroki asked. Well, we can work on that now, if you want, Izuku replied, before there was a knock on the door before Inko swung it open. Are you kids plotting murder in here? Inko asked after a second of processing, the three teenagers staring wide-eyed at her. Nope, Shinszo replied, just plotting ruining hero careers. One specific hero career, Izuku inputted quickly. I heard, Inko said with a soft smile, just be careful, okay? I don't want Endeavor after you three. She smiled at their confirmations as she put down the plate, saying to just come out to the kitchen if they wanted more, and left them be. Midoriya, your mom is an angel, Shinszo said, staring at the door. If I was still in the care system, I'd probably ask her to adopt me here and now. You know she probably would, Izuku said quietly. He could hear Inko in the other room. Their walls absolutely were not soundproof, and she had definitely heard that quietly, containing a squeal. Your mother is very nice, Todoroki agreed with a firm nod. After taking some of the food from the plate she'd left, she makes good food too. I wonder if she'd make me soba. Again, I'm sure she'd do literally anything for you two. You're the first friends I've had round willingly since ever, Izuku said sheepishly. Oh, well, that ruined the atmosphere a little. Hey Todoroki, Izuku asked a little tentatively. Todoroki looked up from the snacks in his hand, giving Izuku his attention wordlessly. Why, you said Endeavor put your mother in a mental hospital for. Todoroki looked down and nodded slowly. I haven't seen her in years. Well, it might help if we go in and talk to her as well, maybe, Izuku said quietly. And it might be good for you as well, just to see her again. Todoroki sighed. I don't know, Midoriya. If you don't want to, that's fine, obviously, Izuku quickly reassured, waving his hands around. But if we do manage to get rid of Endeavor, she might be able to get out of the hospital. She's been away from his tormenting for years, and I don't know her, but she might be better now. And I'm sure she'd want to see you. And we'll have your back all the way, right, Midoriya? Shinszo said. Izuku nodded vigorously, his hair flying everywhere as he did so. Of course, we'll support you in whatever you want to do. I think I want to see her. I need to apologize to her, Todoroki said. And if anyone deserves to know what we're doing, it's probably her. Do you want us to go with you? Izuku asked slowly. Admittedly, he was an expert in quirks, not how to deal with family issues, and he really had no idea how to properly approach this situation at all. I'd rather talk to her alone the first time I go, Todoroki told them. I'd rather bring you two to meet her once we're on speaking terms. All right, Izuku nodded. Well, should we get planning or what? Shinszo asked, abruptly steering the conversation back on track. Yes, let's do this. The next week of school was packed full of progress. Apparently, a lot of paperwork was needed to transfer into the hero course, which is something Izuku and Shinszo found out on the first day back after the sports festival. They had both been given large packets of paperwork. Some was consent forms, terms, confirmations, and other professional things, similar to the stuff they needed to sign at the beginning of the year to be allowed to take the entrance exams. There had also been quirk registry forms. They were required to submit the form, whether they filled in the blank one or printed the one that had previously been submitted for the government. Izuku had laughed at that one when he and Shinszo had flicked through the documents. That would be an easy one, because the word quirkless removed all need to fill in anything else on that form. After that, there had been a few more interesting ones that Izuku and Shinszo had actually been a little excited to fill in. Those ones were the ones specific to the hero course. One was a costume design request sheet, where they could fill in a form for UAS support contacts to make them costumed. The other was more hero-specific consent forms and things that the hero course had already done, like registering hero names and such. They'd discussed it at lunch with their friends and won it. Shinszo had a lot of obvious names based on his quirk. He could be Brain Freeze or Hijack or Blank or even the Manipulator, which had been an ominous suggestion from Todoroki. But Izuku was a lot more difficult. Shinszo had so many options. While Izuku didn't have a quirk, he had nothing to base his name off of. Well, it should symbolize what you want to be as a hero, right? Kiroshima asked. Mine's based on my idol, and Todoroki's is just his name. You really just picked your name, Shinszo deadpanned, turning to the boy, who just shrugged. I didn't know what to pick either. Right, you literally could have been Ice Hot or something. Shinszo huffed. Freeze Thaw, or I don't know, like Freeze or Burn. That's dumb, but still. Thank you, Shinszo, Todoroki said. Was that sarcasm? Maybe. What about hero costumes? Kiroshima asked. You're gonna want something super manly, right? I think I'm going to go more simple, actually. Shinszo shrugged. I want to be an underground hero, so I don't need anything really flashy. Really? That's cool too, dude. Is there anything in particular? Well, I want a capture scarf like Eraserhead's maze replica was good, but I'd like one I can properly control, Shinszo explained. I might also like a mask with a voice changer. Maze harmonica was a little difficult to work quickly. That sounds awesome, Kiroshima grinned. What about you, Midoriya? Well, I was thinking about. Izuku sighed. He remembered the old drawings in his notebooks. The ones where he designed the hero costume he'd wear. It was always designed off of All Might's costume, so much that looking he might have gotten copyright infringement if he actually went with those ideas. But times had changed and he didn't want anything to do with the hero now, so he really had no idea. His brain was pulling blanks. I really have no idea. Izuku sighed. Almost every idea I came up with as a kid was All Might themed, and I don't really want to be like All Might anymore. Shinszo and Kiroshima, Kiri especially, his mother had brought Izuku in from the roof after all, gave Izuku sympathetic looks, while Todoroki looked mildly confused. Did something happen? Todoroki asked quietly. Izuku trailed off, his face contorting in thoughtfulness, as if he wasn't sure how to put things. I am Almighty. He's the reason I started my channel. You don't have to say if you're uncomfortable, Midoriya. Kiroshima reassured him. Sensing the tension, Izuku nodded. Yeah, I know. I wasn't having a good day anyway, and All Might saved me from a villain. I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. Izuku didn't notice the tears in his eyes until his voice cracked. He hadn't told anyone about this out loud. Sure, he'd joked a little in the admin channel on Discord, but that felt different somehow. Saying it out loud was harder. Izuku harshly whipped his eyes with his sleeve. He couldn't cry. He said no, didn't he? Todoroki said quietly. Izuku nodded silently. That's horrible. How dare he upset you? It's fine, Todoroki, Izuku reassured quickly, waving his hands in front of him. I'm going to prove him wrong. It doesn't matter. All Might has just lost the majority of my respect, Todoroki stated, sending an icy glare at the soba in front of him. After that, they'd moved swiftly into that topic. They'd spent a while longer talking about hero costumes. Kiroshima had brought up Todoroki's first costume, and the boy, by his standard, looked as though he might curl up and die from embarrassment. He told them he put no effort into it out of spite. It was also good news that Todoroki had gone to see his mother the day before. According to his recount of the afternoon, it had been awkward and choppy. He'd found it hard to talk to her. He barely knew her after just over 10 years, and it seemed she had the same issue. Despite that, Izuku was happy to hear that she had smiled when she saw him. She was recovering and happy to see her son. After school, Midoriya and Shinszo had remedial classes and training to catch them up on what they'd missed from the hero course. These lessons would last for about 2 weeks and would go over the important material that had been learnt in the hero course-specific classes such as hero ethics and history. These classes were run by Eraserhead and Vlad King, who alternated days. Monoma sometimes joined them in the physical training aspect as well, along with various members of 1A and 1B who were looking for a little extra training in hand-to-hand combat. And Parker, overall the training had gone quite well. Izuku had almost forgotten about his meeting with Nezu on Wednesday. He'd barely made it to the principal's office on time for their weekly meeting that day. Nezu had him going through some legal documents that he'd somehow procured from Aldera, analyzing the statistics and what he saw. As Izuku worked through the task, he contemplated bringing up his scheme against Endeavor to the rat. On one hand, Nezu might not agree, which Izuku would know meant instant failure because the principal had a lot of power and could almost definitely control what Izuku posted on his channel if he wanted to. On the other hand, though, Nezu seemed to enjoy taking down anyone with power, and he would definitely be a good power to have in your corner, especially if the Hero Commission or Endeavor's PR and legal teams got on his case. You look like you have something you wish to share with me. Nezu briskly interrupted his thoughts before taking a sip of tea. Well, now Izuku had no choice, did he? Nezu was on to him. You see. Izuku started wearily. Me and a few others were planning to do something with my YouTube channel, a video that would I guess you could see it as a side project. Kinda like this. Oh really? Nezu asked. I'm interested. What does this side project entail? Nothing much. Just I'm friends with Todoroki, and Todoroki hasn't had the best experiences with his father, and none of us, Todoroki and Shinszo, think he's a good hero. Izuku took a deep breath. So we're going to bring down his hero career. Nezu sat in silence for a moment, taking a sip of tea in contemplation. Izuku waited with bated breath for the principal's response to this. This would only go really well or really badly. Well, I think our time is up, Nezu said with a small satisfied smirk. Good luck on your project. If you need any extra help, I'm free most Wednesdays. Izuku smiled, standing up and gathering his notebooks and stationery and putting it neatly into his backpack before bowing politely. Thank you, Principal Nezu. That was definitely a win. Izuku needed to tell the others. The Endeavor Eradication Squad. Head Statistician. Hey guys, guess what? Key Witness. What? Did something happen? Best Editor. Yeah. What's up? Head Statistician. I got Nezu on board. We've now basically got access to Hero Commission files and any restricted data and the support of a very powerful rat god. Best Editor. Seriously? Head statistician, seriously. Key witness, my dad is not surviving this. Head statistician, absolutely not. Best editor, never in a million years. Best editor, while I'm thinking about it, don't ask why did you listen to the song yet, Izuku. Key witness, no. What song? Best editor, Hot and Cold, Katy Perry. Key witness, I'm changing my username. The week had gone by in a flash and suddenly it was Friday again. For the Hero Course students, the next week would mean internships. The support course was doing something similar, though they'd be interning with support companies who scouted them during the sports festival. Business course students would spend the week on a marketing campaign or something. Izuku didn't really understand them that well. Todoroki had come to the conclusion that he would intern with his father and he couldn't go back on that now. He'd already handed the form in and the Hero Course was all set to leave for internships on Monday. Izuku had to offer his reassurance that everything would be okay, and after this week, it wouldn't be long until Todoroki never had to train with the man again. As for the Gen Ed course, well, they did what they always did, the same old classes, well, mostly. Some teachers just continued with their lessons as usual. Others, namely Mike, Midnight and Snipe, set them fun projects to complete over the week as compensation for not really doing anything special. Midnight's art history class project consisted of researching pre-Quirk era superhero comics, which Izuku had been over the moon about. He'd managed to rope Shinszo into reading them with him only minutes after the project had been set. Present Mike decided to set them an English creative writing task. Everyone would have to write a short story 500 words or less fully in English. He'd said they could use translators only as a last resort. Shinszo definitely wasn't thrilled about that one, but Izuku was already happily brainstorming, muttering like mad and scribbling in his notebook, only stopping once to tell his friend he'd help if he needed it. Finally, Shipe's project, admittedly the one Izuku was most curious about. They simply had to make something cool from the chemicals and other materials they could find around the house. The criteria only being that it isn't overly dangerous and can be showcased in class. And, of course, it would have to be explainable by science, no quirks. Now Izuku sure did have ideas for that one, admittedly. His growing smile as Snipe talked through the examples and ideas scared Shinszo a little. Well, they'd have to wait and see with that one. Of course, the pair still had their remedial classes and training after school, along with Izuku's meeting with Nezu the coming Wednesday, which he planned to spend searching restricted files for anything he could use against Endeavor if the principal let him. Izuku had stayed up way too late Monday night researching and planning for his science project. He'd gone through science forums, researching household products to see what materials he'd have access to, and then spent ages researching how those chemicals would react with each other and trying to work out exactly what he could do. By 3 a.m., he'd come up with his idea. He'd make smoke bombs out of potassium nitrate and sugar if he soaked some paper in a potassium nitrate and sugar solution and stuck it in a non-flammable tube. He could make a smoke capsule rather than a bomb, meaning he could spray it rather than just throwing it. That should be interesting enough. It wasn't like he didn't want his mom to know what he was doing with the stump remover, which contained a high concentration of potassium nitrate, says the internet, that she for some reason had in the closet. Izuku wasn't sure what stumps his mother was removing, seeing as they lived in an apartment building 9 floors up from the ground. But Izuku would count it as a win since he needed it. Anyway, it wasn't like he didn't want her to know. It was just that his process might take a while and he'd rather get started now. At 3 a.m. on a Monday night, this could only go well. Ryoku admin group chat. Our Lord and Savior, hey, you guys know whether anyone would be interested if I live streamed some experimental science? Grain God, no, go to bed. It's like 3 a.m. for you. You have school. Our Lord and Savior. What if the science is for school? Grain God, sleep. Therapy God, I'm interested. Insomnia Overlord, same. Sleep God, got him knit, at least Chris is sleeping. And what about Isahat? Mystery God, I'm here. What's going on? Our Lord and Savior, why are you awake? Mystery God, need a break from my dad. Our Lord and Savior, right, well, live stream it is then. 10 minutes later and Izuku had grabbed his Ryoku mask, a random hoodie wild Pussycats themed, and all the materials he'd need for his creation, as well as sending an announcement message on Discord and grabbing his phone to start the stream. He'd let them know he couldn't talk, his mom was asleep and it was 3 a.m. But he started the live stream anyway after grabbing a whiteboard and pen to communicate, along with his laptop to read the chat. He'd spent about an hour on the live stream, the first 10 minutes of which he'd thought it would take longer. He'd spent adding his various ingredients to a large plastic box and mixing them together while wearing rubber gloves he'd found under the sink. The next 20 minutes were spent soaking sheets of newspaper into the mixture that had been dubbed Boom Boom Juice by the people watching. After that, he'd ended up just messing around with his fans. He'd have to hang the paper to dry somewhere after the steam. Someone had dared him to show off something, so Izuku had run off and come back quickly with a giant plastic box of pre-Quirk era comic books and a nerdy smile on his face as he silently showed them off. For the next 20 minutes, people dared him to do some stupid things like drink vinegar from the bottle, which, of course, he did. To most of his fans' absolute horror, he downed half the bottle. He'd even been dared to crack an egg on his head, which he had to refuse since he wouldn't be able to shower and it would probably ruin his mask. He'd been dared to send a seductive text to his last DM, which he'd done on his laptop. They all saw Todoroki's obvious confusion at the text, which Izuku had apologized for as soon as he got a response. After an hour and a half of live streaming, though, it was now 4:30 in the morning, and he concluded that he really needed to sleep and change. He'd been dared to put ice cubes down his shirt, and now he was soaking wet and freezing cold along with putting the paper out to dry, so he concluded the live stream with a bright smile and headed off to do his thing. Katsuki huffed. Insomnia hit like a beach, especially when he was stuck doing online courses. He wondered how Izuku had done it. He'd had confirmation last Wednesday that he'd be allowed to return to UA as part of the Gen Ed class in 2 weeks, and the online lessons were really messing with his sleep schedule, meaning he was currently up at 3 a.m. wanting desperately to go to effing sleep already. Groaning as he begrudgingly accepted that he probably wouldn't sleep anytime soon, Katsuki fumbled around in the dark for his phone, picking it up and squinting at the home screen where his notifications were displayed. There was one from the Ryoku server. No, he hadn't left after he'd found out Ryoku's identity. As much as he hated to admit, he liked the nerd's videos. Fu. The notification was a ping in the announcement channel. Ryoku was streaming science experiments. What the F? What was the nerd doing up this late early? Whatever. Katsuki clicked the notification after a few seconds and read over the announcement before joining the stream. He barely stifled a laugh at Izuku's appearance. He was wearing some hero merch hoodie that clashed horribly with the mask, which was rolled up to his elbows, matched with an equally horribly pair of bright yellow rubber gloves. He was currently mixing up what looked like water in a plastic box, though the stuff littered around him, stump remover and sugar, probably meant that it was some chemical mixture or something. Along with the fact that the onlookers in the No Mic VC were calling it boom boom juice, which was incredibly suspicious. For that reason, Katsuki asked in chat using as few words as possible what the actual F Izuku was doing, to which someone helpfully supplied that he was making newspaper smoke bombs. Glaring and flopping back onto his pillow, Katsuki propped his phone up on his chest so he could see properly while being comfortable. He hated to even think it, but he was absolutely curious as to where this was going. After another minute or so of Izuku swishing water around, probably dissolving whatever the F he put in it, he pulled a glove off and grabbed a whiteboard pen and wrote on the whiteboard, looking at his laptop every few seconds, which was facing away from where he must be streaming from his phone. The whiteboard ended up answering a few questions and responding to a couple of messages before telling the onlookers the next step was to soak newspaper in the boom boom juice. Nerd. After an infuriating 20 minutes of putting sheets of newspaper into the chemicals, Izuku put the box away and began talking to his fans on the whiteboard. Katsuki wasn't really paying much attention until Izuku dropped a giant box of comic books on the table. Katsuki recognized those. He'd accidentally burned one once. Yes, that was an accident. After getting frustrated he couldn't read the English words. That was when they were really little and still friends. The steam only got more crazy as time went on. Katsuki found himself laughing not at the nerd like he usually did, but with him and the rest of the extras watching the stream. He even smiled when Izuku doubled over and wheezing laughter turned sobs as he worked through the weird and wonderful things that the chat had come up with. Katsuki had barely even realized that an hour had gone by until the stream ended and it was starting to get light outside. But, despite the rising brightness in his room, Katsuki found it easier to sleep that night than he had in the last week. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.